Dear friends, only full books are published here. Enjoy.
Chapter 1: The Letter She Shouldn't Have Opened. There were some evenings that seemed to arrive not with light fading, but with memory gathering itself in the corners of a room. This was one of them. By the time the last customers had drifted out of the little bookshop on Vesper Lane, the street beyond the glass had softened into silver-blue twilight. Lamps flickered on one by one outside, casting warm halos across the damp pavement. Somewhere farther down the road, a bicycle bell rang, distant and tender. Rain had passed an hour earlier, and the air still carried the clean, mineral scent of wet stone and leaves. Inside, everything was quiet in the way only a bookshop could be quiet, full, listening, almost alive. Elena stood behind the counter with both hands resting on the worn oak surface, watching the windows fog slightly at the edges. She always liked this hour best. The hush after closing. The feeling that the world had drawn a blanket over itself. The lamps inside glowed amber against shelves crowded with old poetry, forgotten novels, travel diaries, atlases whose oceans still held vanished borders. Dust motes floated lazily in the light. The brass clock above the register ticked with patient certainty. She should have gone home half an hour ago. Instead, she lingered the way she often did when her thoughts felt too large for her apartment and too unfinished for sleep. The letter arrived then. Not dramatically. Not with thunder. Not with some sudden gust that threw open the door. Just the sound of metal on metal as the old mail slot at the bottom of the entrance door clicked, and something slid softly across the floorboards. Elena looked up. For a moment she didn't move. The bookshop received very little post after hours, and never through the front door. Deliveries came in the morning. Bills went to the landlord's office. Messages for her, if there were any, came by phone or by the rare note tucked beneath a teacup by her friend Nora. But there it was. A single envelope lying a few feet inside the doorway. She stepped out from behind the counter slowly, her skirt whispering around her calves. The wooden floor gave a familiar creak beneath her feet. Outside, through the glass, no one was there. Only the glistening street, the low lamps, the faint drift of mist rising where the rainwater still clung to the gutters. She bent and picked the envelope up. It was thick, cream-colored, and unmarked except for her name. Elena Vale. Nothing else. No address. No return name. No stamp. Her fingers paused over the looping handwriting. It was beautiful penmanship, old-fashioned and precise, each letter formed with care. Not a hand she recognized. Not Nora's brisk slant. Not her landlord's sharp square script. Not one of the publishers who sometimes sent catalogs in elegant ink. A strange, delicate chill moved over her shoulders. She carried the envelope back to the counter and turned it over under the lamp. The flap had been sealed with dark red wax. Not a sticker made to look like wax, either, real wax, slightly uneven at the edges, impressed with the shape of a small flowering branch. For a moment she almost laughed, though nothing about it felt amusing. Who sends letters like this anymore? She glanced again toward the windows, toward the locked door, toward the empty street. The silence in the shop seemed to settle deeper, as though the shelves themselves had leaned closer. Elena set the envelope down very carefully. Then she took off her coat, folded it over the stool behind the register, and put water on for tea. That was her first mistake. Later, if she tried to remember when the evening began to change, she would think it happened not when the letter arrived, but when she made the decision not to open it immediately. There are some things that gather power in waiting. The kettle sat on the little burner in the back room, beginning its low, patient hum. Elena stood by the narrow counter, one hand on the chipped enamel teapot, and listened to it warm. The back room smelled faintly of tea leaves, old paper, and cedar polish. A small lamp by the sink cast a pool of golden light over stacked invoices, a dish with 2 forgotten lemon candies, and a jar of dried lavender someone had given her in summer. She told herself she was being sensible. Perhaps it was nothing urgent. Some strange bit of advertising. A prank. A misplaced note. Better to breathe first. Better to settle. Better not to let curiosity make a fool of her. But even as she arranged 2 teacups instead of 1 out of habit, even as she spooned loose chamomile into the pot, her mind had already fixed on the envelope waiting in the other room. Elena had never liked mysteries in real life. In books, yes. In novels, mysteries unfolded with architecture. There were clues, scenes, motives, a shape to the unknowable. Real uncertainty was softer and meaner. It lived in pauses, in untaken calls, in things people avoided saying until silence itself became a kind of answer. The kettle began to sing. She poured the water. Steam rose in gentle clouds. She stood there a little longer, watching it unfurl. Then she took 1 cup and returned to the front of the shop. The envelope still lay exactly where she had left it on the counter, quiet and impossible. She sat on the stool behind the register and wrapped both hands around her tea. The clock ticked. A car passed outside, its headlights gliding briefly over the ceiling. The wax seal caught the light and gleamed darkly, like a drop of old blood. Elena looked away at once. That was dramatic, she told herself. Too many Gothic novels. Still, she didn't like the thought. She reached for the envelope and held it again, this time lifting it close enough to feel the thickness of whatever was inside. More than 1 page. Perhaps several. Heavy paper. Her thumb brushed over the wax. The back of her neck prickled. Because suddenly, without warning, she knew with that irrational clarity people mistake for instinct, that the letter had something to do with him. Adrian. She sat very still. His name did not exist anywhere on the envelope. No evidence had led her there. It was simply the way her thoughts moved when anything unexpected entered her life now. As naturally as a compass finds north. Adrian Laurent. Even in her mind, his name seemed to carry its own hush. She had met him 4 months earlier, though it felt at once much longer and impossibly new. He had come into the shop on a rainy afternoon in late autumn, asking for a book of poems he could not fully remember the title of. He had stood just inside the door, dark coat damp with rain, one hand around the handle of a closed umbrella, and smiled with an apology already in his eyes. "I'm looking for something old," he had said. Blue cover. Probably ruined by memory. It was an odd enough beginning that she remembered it at once. He spoke softly, but not timidly. As if he understood silence and did not mind leaving room inside it. His voice had a low steadiness that made people lean in a little without realizing they were doing so. His face was not beautiful in any polished or obvious way. It was more dangerous than that. The kind of face that changed each time you looked at it, thoughtful one moment, shadowed the next, unexpectedly warm when he smiled. Dark hair. Gray eyes that seemed, in some lights, almost silver. Hands that looked equally at home with books, tools, or letters written with a fountain pen. She had found the book for him eventually. Not because he remembered the title, but because he remembered a line. He had returned the next week. And then again. At first, Elena told herself it was coincidence. Then she told herself it was convenience. The shop was on his walk home. He liked old editions. He had an interest in travel memoirs, music, forgotten histories, poetry and translation. After that, she stopped trying to explain it. He came because he wanted to. She found herself listening for the opening bell above the door. He never flirted in the easy, careless way some men did. That might have made it simpler. Instead, he noticed things. The tea she preferred on cold days. The way she rearranged the front table by mood rather than alphabet. The tiny scar near her wrist from a childhood fall. He noticed when she was tired, when she was quiet, when she was pretending she was neither. And Elena, who had always considered herself measured, almost careful to a fault, began to let her thoughts turn toward him when she woke in the morning and when she locked the shop at night. It had not been declared between them, not in so many words. But there had been walks. Long ones. There had been an evening by the river, both of them leaning on the old stone wall as boats moved slowly under the bridges, their shoulders almost but not quite touching. There had been coffee in a narrow cafe where the windows steamed and the owner called everyone darling. There had been a late afternoon in the shop when he stayed to help her move 3 heavy boxes of second-hand donations downstairs, and afterward they sat breathless on the steps, laughing over nothing, while dust drifted around them like pale confetti. There had also been moments stranger than laughter. Once, she had asked where he was from. He had answered, several places, with a smile that was too calm to invite further questions. Another time, she had asked whether he still had family nearby. He had taken slightly too long to say, not anymore. There were days when he seemed entirely present, warm and attentive and quietly amused. And then, without pattern she could understand, there were evenings when something in him withdrew. Not coldness exactly. Not indifference. More like a door closing softly in a distant room. He never spoke of his past unless she asked directly, and even then he offered pieces rather than narratives. A school by the sea. A winter in Vienna. A father who loved maps. A house with blue shutters. A mistake he once described only as a chapter one wouldn't recommend. She had never known whether that reserve made him more trustworthy or less. What she did know was that she had begun, despite herself, to love him. Not with the wild speed of a girl in a novel. With slowness. With attention. With the quiet, deepening pull of someone whose presence changes the shape of your days before you are brave enough to call it by its name. Her fingers tightened on the envelope. No, she thought. It doesn't mean him. But even as she thought it, her heartbeat had shifted. She set the teacup down. The clock ticked louder. Rainwater slipped from the eaves outside in soft, steady drops. She slid a letter opener from the drawer. Its handle was ivory-colored bone, smooth from years of use. A gift from the old owner of the shop, who had retired to the coast and claimed that no important life decision should ever be made with a cheap blade. Elena gave a small breath that might have been a laugh if she were less uneasy. Ridiculous, she whispered to the empty room. Then she slipped the blade beneath the flap and broke the seal. The wax cracked with a sound far too small for the feeling it created. She drew out the pages. 3 sheets. Heavy cream paper, folded once. Ink, dark and neat. No signature visible from the first page. The first line read, "If you are reading this, then I was right to believe no one could keep this from you forever." Elena stared. The shop fell away around her, not literally, but in the way surroundings lose texture when every part of your mind narrows toward a single sentence. She read it again. Then the next. "You do not know me, though perhaps you have heard of me in one of the stories he does not finish. I am writing because there are truths that arrive too late unless someone forces them into the light." Her throat tightened. He. There was only one he that mattered now. A tiny sound left her, a breath, not quite a word. She should stop, she thought at once. This was private. Malicious. Mad. Whoever had written it wanted precisely this, to create unease, to place poison inside uncertainty and let it spread. But her eyes were already moving down the page. "You love a man who has learned how to be loved by omission. That is his most dangerous talent." Elena's hand went cold. Outside, somewhere down the lane, a church bell began the hour. 8 soft chimes. Each one seemed to pass through the shop without touching anything. She kept reading. The letter did not shout. That was what unsettled her first. It did not accuse in crude language. It did not threaten. It did not beg to be believed. Instead, it spoke in calm, measured sentences that carried the worst kind of confidence, the sort that seemed to have no need of persuasion. It said Adrian had not told her the truth about where he had lived before coming here. It said there had been another woman once. Not merely another love, which would have hurt but not condemned him, but a woman whose life had been altered by his silence in ways that could not be repaired. It said there were names he no longer used. It said there had been a winter, a disappearance, and a promise broken not by cruelty but by cowardice. It said he had left before. Always before the full truth reached the people waiting for him. Elena stopped reading. The words blurred. For a long moment she sat without moving, the page trembling faintly between her fingers. The room was still. Too still. She became abruptly aware of everything again. The lamp beside her, the tea cooling unnoticed, the smell of rain and paper, the tiny draft slipping under the old door. Her own pulse. The roughness of the oak counter beneath her wrist. No, she thought. No. Because it was absurd. Because anyone could write anything. Because anonymous letters were the chosen tools of cowards, bitter people, liars, and the theatrically wounded. Because Adrian, who listened more than he spoke, who looked at her as though presence were a form of reverence, who once crossed the street just to straighten the collar of her coat because the wind had turned it up, did not belong in sentences like these. And yet there was the small matter of what she did not know. He had never lied to her. Not directly. But he had left spaces. And now someone had written into those spaces with a very steady hand. Elena rose too quickly from the stool and nearly knocked her tea over. She caught the cup with shaking fingers, set it safely aside, and moved away from the counter as if distance could thin the pressure gathering in her chest. She went to the nearest shelf, then no farther. Her reflection hovered dimly in the dark window beyond the books, pale face, dark hair pinned loosely up, one hand still holding the letter like something fragile and toxic. She folded her arms around herself. There were people in the world who fed on disruption. People who sensed happiness in others the way wolves scented blood. It was possible. More than possible. Likely. Adrian was private. He was reserved. There was mystery in him because there is mystery in every person who has lived long enough to regret things. That did not make him dangerous. She wanted to believe that with full force. She almost did. But memory, once invited, has terrible timing. A few evenings ago he had been due to meet her after closing. He hadn't come. No message. No explanation. Not until the next morning, when he arrived with apology in his eyes and said only, "Something from the past required my attention." She had let it go because he looked genuinely troubled, and because she had seen relief soften his face when she didn't press. Before that, there had been the woman in the square. Elena had noticed her because Adrian had gone still mid-sentence. Just for a second. A woman in a pale coat was crossing toward the florist, and Adrian had watched her with a look Elena had not known how to read, not love, not fear, but recognition sharpened by something like old pain. "Do you know her?" she had asked. He blinked, as though returning from far away. No. Too quickly. Perhaps that had meant nothing. Or perhaps it had meant exactly what the letter wanted her now to remember. She closed her eyes. This was how poison worked. Not by inventing what did not exist, but by rearranging what already did. She forced herself to breathe slowly. When she opened her eyes again, she made the decision she would later spend hours wishing she had made sooner. She returned to the counter. She read the rest. The letter named no crimes. It offered no sensational revelation, no dramatic scandal fit for gossip. Instead, it described a pattern. A man who appeared when he was ready to be known and vanished when he was in danger of being fully seen. A man who cultivated tenderness because tenderness made trust bloom quickly. A man who told partial truths so elegantly that those around him mistook incompleteness for depth. A man who had once loved and failed someone else in ways too quiet to be called betrayal by outsiders, yet devastating all the same. There was one paragraph she read 3 times. Ask him about the house with the green gate. Ask him whose name was once written inside the silver ring he no longer wears. Ask him why, when winter ended 3 years ago, he left before dawn and told no one where he had gone. Watch his face when you ask. That will tell you more than this letter can. Elena's hand drifted unconsciously to her own throat. She had never seen him wear a ring. The house with the green gate meant nothing to her. 3 years ago, 3 years before what? Before here? Before the city? Before her? At the bottom of the 3rd page, finally, there was something like a closing. Perhaps I am cruel to place this burden on you. Perhaps I am the only one willing to do it. If he has changed, then truth will not harm him. If he has not, then truth may still save you. No name. Only a single initial. M. Elena lowered the pages. The clock marked another minute. Another. She looked at the letter again, as if a signature might appear if she stared long enough. M. Her mind searched through every name Adrian had ever mentioned. None. Not once had there been an M. She turned the sheets over, held them to the light, checked the envelope again, uselessly, as if more could be found in its silence. Nothing. At some point, her tea had gone cold. She sat down again, because suddenly standing felt impossible. Love, she thought dimly, was a strange thing. Not because it made people foolish. That was too easy a judgment. Because it made reality feel negotiable. If a stranger had shown her such a letter about anyone else, Elena would have known what to say. Be cautious. Verify. Ask questions. Protect yourself. Truth does not fear examination. But now those principles seemed to tremble under the warm, living weight of feeling. Because if she believed the letter, even a little, then some part of Adrian became uncertain. And if Adrian became uncertain, then so did the shape of the last 4 months. The walks, the glances, the growing tenderness she had allowed herself to trust. Had she been listening to a man, or to a version of him chosen carefully for her? The thought made her flinch. No, not chosen. That was too manipulative, too intentional. Wasn't it? She pressed her fingertips to her temple. He had never asked for anything from her except time. He had never rushed her. He had never pushed past her hesitations. The first time he touched her hand, truly touched it, had been almost accidental. She was reaching for a book he had already lifted from the shelf. Their fingers brushed. He could have moved away. Instead, he paused, eyes on hers, giving her space to withdraw. She hadn't. He had turned her hand gently over and traced the faded scar at her wrist with the lightest pressure of his thumb, as if handling a story. What happened? He'd asked. I was 10, she said. Climbed where I shouldn't. He smiled. That sounds familiar. Did you fall too? No, he said softly. I just stayed up too long. She had thought about that answer for days. Was that the speech of a manipulator? Or simply a man who knew how to feel quietly? The letter sat on the counter like an open door. Elena stood again, restless now, unable to bear stillness. She carried the pages with her as she crossed the shop, then set them on a side table near the fiction shelves, then picked them up again. She went to switch off one lamp and changed her mind. She lifted her coat and put it down. Her body seemed to understand before her mind did that something irreversible had happened. The evening had split in two. The hour before she read the letter, and everything after. She walked to the front window and peered out. The street was emptier now. A tram rattled faintly in the distance. The florist's awning across the lane dripped rain in silver threads. A cat moved under a parked car and disappeared. Adrian sometimes came by late, if he had been working nearby. The possibility moved through her like sudden heat. What would she do if he walked in now? Would she hide the letter? Would she hand it to him at once? Would she watch his face, as instructed, and hate herself for becoming the kind of woman who tests a man with traps? A painful little laugh escaped her. As though she hadn't already stepped into the trap simply by reading it. She leaned her forehead briefly against the cool glass. She remembered the last time she had doubted someone. Not a lover. Her father. Years ago, after her mother died, there had been months in which every adult seemed to speak in softened fragments around her, as if full truth were a blade and she too delicate to survive its edge. Elena had learned then that half-spoken things did not protect anyone. They merely made grief lonelier. Since then, she had told herself she preferred directness, even when it hurt. But love complicates convictions. Especially the quiet kind. Especially the kind that grows in winter, when evenings lengthen and people become, without meaning to, the place each other returns to. She turned from the window. The letter waited. She went back to the counter and read the first line again. If you are reading this, then I was right to believe no one could keep this from you forever. No one could keep this from you forever. The phrasing unsettled her more now than before. Not I wanted you to know. Not you deserve the truth. But no one could keep this from you forever. As though there had been prior concealment. As though others knew. As though she had joined a story already in motion. Her gaze dropped to the initial. M. Could it be a woman from his past? The one the letter hinted at and yet never named? A friend? A sister? Someone he had wronged? Someone who imagined being wronged? The handwriting didn't help. Elegant. Controlled. Neither young nor old by the look of it. Elena turned the first page over again and held it near her face, searching for scent. Ink. Paper. Something faintly floral perhaps, but that might only have been the lavender in the back room clinging to everything. She almost smiled at herself. Now she really was becoming absurd. The thought barely settled before another rose. What if the letter was true? This time she did not push it away immediately. What if it was not wholly true, not entirely fair, not written from a place of clean intention, and still true enough? What if Adrian had loved someone before and left in a way that damaged her? People did that without being monsters. What if he had changed his name? That was stranger, but not impossible. What if he had come here not merely for work or weather or chance, but to escape some former version of himself? The questions moved through her like dark fish beneath water. Smooth, glimpsed, impossible to pin down. Elena sank onto the stool again and clasped her hands hard enough to ache. She needed structure. She needed fact. The world felt tilted, and she had always relied on small rituals to straighten it. So she began, almost without planning to write. She took out the brown ledger she used for shop notes, turned to an empty page in the back, dipped a pen in ink, and drew a line down the middle. On one side she wrote, "What I know." On the other, "What I don't." The act steadied her. Under what I know, she wrote. Adrian has never been openly dishonest with me. He avoids speaking of his past in detail. He cares for me. I feel this is true. He has disappeared once without explanation. He has said something from the past required his attention. He has looked troubled at unexpected things and then hidden it. She stopped there. The list looked smaller than she expected. Under what I don't, she wrote. Who sent the letter? Whether any part of it is true. Who M is. Whether there was another woman. What happened 3 winters ago. What the house with the green gate means. Why I am afraid to ask him directly. Her pen hovered. Then she added, smaller. What I will do if the answer changes everything. She stared at that final line until the ink dried. The truth was, she knew why she was afraid. Because doubt had already entered. Not fully. Not decisively. But enough to alter her. Until tonight, Adrian's silences had seemed like rooms she might someday be invited into. Now they looked like locked doors. The difference between the two was only fear. A soft knock sounded at the door. Elena gasped aloud. The letter slipped from her lap onto the floor. For one frozen second she simply stared toward the entrance, heart slamming hard enough to make the room pulse. Another knock. Not loud. Knuckles against wood, patient and unmistakable. Elena stood so fast the stool rocked backward and hit the shelves. A voice came through the glass, muffled by the door but known instantly by every part of her. Elena? Adrian. Of course. Her pulse became something wild and bright and impossible. He stood outside beneath the lamp, coat dark against the night, one hand lifted from the door after knocking. His hair was damp again, as if he had been walking in mist. Light caught his face in fragments. Brow, cheekbone, the familiar line of his mouth. He looked tired. Or perhaps serious. With him, those could resemble each other. For one absurd instant, all she wanted was to open the door and step into the relief of his presence. To let the whole strange evening dissolve under the ordinary warmth of his voice saying her name. Instead she looked down. The pages of the letter lay scattered near her feet. She could not breathe. Elena, he called again, gentler now. She bent quickly, gathered the sheets with clumsy fingers, and slid them face down beneath the ledger. The envelope followed. Her hands shook so badly the corner caught and almost tore. She pressed it flat, forced herself upright, smoothed her skirt, then crossed to the door. She unlocked it but kept one hand on the edge, opening only enough for him to step through. Sorry, she said, and was startled by how nearly normal her voice sounded. I was in the back. Adrian gave her a small smile as he entered. The scent of cold air and rain came with him. Am I too late? Too late for what? For the tea you make when you don't want to go home yet. Her eyes lifted to his. He had never said that aloud before, though clearly he had noticed. Something in her chest tightened painfully. I didn't know you knew about that, she said. I know many noble things about you, he answered, beginning to remove his gloves. Tea procrastination among them. Usually she would have smiled. Tonight she only watched him. He paused. Something in her face must have reached him, because his expression changed almost at once, not alarm, but alertness. A stilling. He hung his gloves over one wrist and looked at her more carefully. Are you all right? The question entered the room like a blade wrapped in velvet. Elena stepped back from the door and closed it softly behind him. The shop was warm. Quiet. The lamps golden. It could have been any other evening. It was not. Yes, she said. And there it was. Her first lie to him. He looked at her for a moment longer. Then, with that same gentleness that had first drawn her toward him, he said, that sounded like the sort of yes one gives when one hopes not to be asked again. She swallowed. He knew her too well. Or perhaps not well at all. The thought struck so sharply she had to look away. I'm only tired, she said. Long day? Yes. The second lie. She hated how easily they came when truth had become crowded by fear. Adrian set his umbrella by the door and crossed toward the counter. He moved with that quiet assurance she had always liked in him, never hurried, never careless. He glanced at the teacup left behind. You let it go cold. It happens. Not to you. A pause. Then he turned to face her fully. What happened? 3 words. Simple. No defense in them. No pretense. Only concern. Elena felt suddenly, painfully close to tears. Not because she believed the letter then, but because she did not want to believe it. Because his face, in the warm lamplight, was the face of the man she had been slowly, helplessly falling in love with. Because the possibility that someone else also knew that face and had written a warning anyway made the room feel too small. She folded her arms, needing to hold herself together. Nothing happened. He watched her. And then, so softly she almost missed it. I think that is the third untrue thing you've said in less than a minute. Her breath caught. He had counted. Of course he had. He noticed everything. Suddenly she wanted to ask him all of it at once. Who is M? What happened in winter? What house had a green gate? Whose ring? Whose name? What did you leave behind? Who are you when I'm not looking? But the questions jammed at the back of her throat, too many, too raw, too dangerous to shape without betraying the letter before she understood it herself. He took one step closer. Not enough to crowd her. Just enough to make distance feel chosen now. Elena, he said quietly, if I've done something to hurt you, tell me. There was no defensiveness in his tone. Only steadiness. That made it worse. Because if he had snapped, if he had evaded, if he had acted guilty before accusation, perhaps the world would already have begun to sort itself into clean lines. Instead he stood there, real, warm, unreadable. She looked at his hands. No ring. Only long fingers, faint ink stain near the thumb, the small scar by his knuckle she had once touched without thinking. Ask him, the letter had said. Watch his face. Her heart beat so hard she could hear it. What did you do before you came here? She asked. The question came out before she meant to choose it. Adrian blinked once. Then he gave a half smile, puzzled rather than guarded. Many dull things. I'm serious. I know. He tilted his head slightly, studying her. I worked, he said. In archives for a while. Then in restoration. I translated documents when I could stand the isolation. I moved more often than was sensible. You moved from where? His gaze did not leave hers. Why are you asking me this tonight? Because someone wrote to tell me you are made of omissions. Because I am suddenly afraid that the man I love is partly a rumor. Because I no longer know whether your silences are wounds or weapons. She pressed her nails into her palms. I realized, she said slowly, that I don't know much about your life before this city. Something flickered in his expression then. Not guilt. Not exactly. Something closer to sadness. That's true, he said. A long quiet stretched between them. Outside, rain began again, not hard, just a soft renewed patter against the windows. Adrian rested one hand on the counter, not looking away from her. You could have asked. I did ask. Not really. The words were gentle, but they landed. Elena looked down. Perhaps he was right. She had asked around the edges, then accepted whatever answer he offered because part of her had been afraid that insistence might drive him away. Now the irony of that nearly made her laugh. When she looked up again, he was still watching her with painful attentiveness. There are things, he said, choosing each word with care, I haven't known how to tell properly. The blood rushed in her ears. The letter seemed suddenly present again, not hidden beneath the ledger but hovering in the room between them. What things? Adrian drew a breath. Then stopped. His eyes shifted, just briefly, to the ledger on the counter. To the edge of cream paper visible beneath it. Elena saw the moment he noticed. Saw the stillness pass through him. Saw, too, that he recognized something about it, not the pages themselves perhaps, but enough to change his face by a shade. Not much. Only enough. But enough. The room turned cold around her. He lifted his gaze back to hers. "Someone wrote to you," he said. It was not a question. Elena could not answer. In the silence, rain tapped softly at the windows like patient fingers. Adrian's expression did not harden. If anything, it emptied slightly, as though some private certainty had arrived. He closed his eyes for a brief second. When he opened them, they looked older. "Did you read it?" he asked. There it was. Not what was it? Not who sent it? Not confusion. Recognition. Elena felt the floor shift beneath her. "Yes," she said. And everything changed. He lowered his head. Not in shame exactly. More in resignation. A man hearing, at last, the footstep he knew had been approaching in the dark for a long time. He was quiet so long she thought he might not speak at all. Then he said, very softly, "I hoped it would not happen like this." Her throat tightened. Like this. So the letter was not madness. Not random. Not merely invention. Some part of it belonged to reality. Fear, cold and lucid, opened inside her. "Who sent it?" she whispered. Adrian looked at her. His face was unreadable now in a way it had never been before. And when he answered, his voice was low enough that the clock, the rain, the whole breathing stillness of the shop seemed to lean in to hear it. "I don't know which name she used." Elena did not move. She said. He gave the slightest nod. The world narrowed to that one gesture. Somewhere outside, a late tram passed, its distant iron rumble fading into the rainy dark. The lamps in the bookshop burned warmly on. The old clock ticked. Tea cooled. Books waited silently on their shelves. And Elena stood facing the man she loved, with an unread letter hidden no longer, and the first true shadow falling between them at last. She did not know yet what the letter meant. She did not know whether it carried warning, revenge, grief, or some twisted braid of all three. She did not know who the woman was. She did not know what Adrian had done, or failed to do, or fled from. She knew only this. The night before had belonged to certainty. This one belonged to questions. And the worst part, the deepest part, the part she would carry with her even into sleep, was that nothing in her heart had stopped loving him. Not yet. Perhaps that was foolish. Perhaps that was human. Perhaps it was the beginning of every mystery worth fearing, that feelings remain real even when truth begins to blur around them. Adrian took one slow breath. "Elena," he said, and her name in his voice sounded like both plea and warning, "there are things I should have told you before now." The rain continued to fall in a hush against the glass. She looked at him and said nothing. Because somewhere beneath her fear, beneath the ache and the dawning doubt, another realization had begun to form, quiet, unmistakable, and impossible to turn away from. Opening the letter had not ended the story. It had only opened the first locked door. When Elena would later try to remember the exact sensation of that moment, she would not think first of fear. She would think of stillness. The stillness before confession. Before loss. Before love learns whether it has chosen truth, or only longing dressed in candlelight. And in the amber hush of the bookshop, with the mysterious pages hidden only inches away and the man she loved standing changed before her, she understood at last why some letters should never be opened. Not because they contain lies, but because sometimes they contain a truth your heart is not ready to survive. Chapter 2, Words That Felt Too Real. For a long time after Adrian said it, neither of them moved. The rain went on whispering against the windows of the bookshop in a fine, even hush, as though the night itself had lowered its voice in order to hear what would come next. Somewhere in the back room the little kettle, forgotten and dry, gave a faint metallic click as it cooled. The clock above the register marked the passing seconds with calm indifference. Elena stood on one side of the counter. Adrian stood on the other. Between them lay the ledger, the hidden pages, and a silence that no longer felt empty. It felt inhabited. By names not spoken. By winters neither of them had described. By all the questions that gather when affection is forced to share a room with doubt. Adrian looked at her the way one might look at a light left burning in a distant house, something wanted, something feared, something too meaningful now to approach carelessly. There are things I should have told you before now, he had said. Elena still heard the words echoing through herself, slow and heavy, as if they had been dropped into deep water. She should have answered immediately. Asked something hard and clean and undeniable. She should have drawn the letter out from beneath the ledger and placed it openly between them. She should have demanded names, dates, facts. Instead she found herself studying the smallest things. The damp darkening the shoulders of his coat. The way one hand rested flat against the oak counter, as though to steady himself. The slight wear at the edge of his cuff. How tired he suddenly looked. Not tired in the ordinary sense, not merely late evening weary. Older than he had looked when he first entered. As though recognition itself had taken something out of him. And the terrible tenderness of that sight made her angrier than anger alone would have. Because it was easier to face someone if you had already stopped caring for them. She had not. Not remotely. So when she finally spoke, her voice came out quieter than she intended. You knew this might happen. Adrian lowered his gaze briefly, then met hers again. I knew it could. That isn't the same thing. No. Then which is it? She asked. Did you expect someone to write to me, or didn't you? He drew a slow breath, careful with it. I expected the past not to remain still forever. Something in that answer, its caution, its melancholy, its refusal to become simple, sent a thin thread of unease more tightly through her chest. That isn't an answer either. It may be the only honest one I can give first. First, she repeated. He said nothing. She looked at him and suddenly hated the softness in the room. The amber lamplight. The books. The rain. Everything gentle seemed suddenly complicit, as if the night were trying to make this feel intimate instead of frightening. With one decisive motion she drew the pages from beneath the ledger and laid them on the counter. The cream paper looked almost luminous against the dark wood. Adrian's eyes flicked down to them. A shadow crossed his face, recognition again, and something deeper than recognition. something like grief tightly mastered. "You've read all of it?" he asked. "Yes." He nodded once, as though confirming the shape of a wound. Elena placed her fingertips flat on the top page so he could not simply reach for it. "Who is she?" He was silent long enough that she almost repeated herself. Then, "I'm not certain." The answer was so maddening she laughed once under her breath, a sound without humor. "You just said she." "Yes. So you know." "I know there is more than one person it could be." "That's convenient." His expression changed, just slightly. Not offense. More like pain accepted without protest. "I know it sounds that way," he said. She looked at him, willing herself not to soften at the fatigue in his voice. The letter lay open between them, its dark, elegant hand making each line look composed, inevitable, almost beautiful. Elena wished it had been uglier. She wished it had shouted. She wished it had looked like malice instead of certainty. The neatness of it made every sentence feel considered. Deliberate. Earned. Her eyes caught again on the line she had read too many times already. "You love a man who has learned how to be loved by omission. That is his most dangerous talent." A cold little current moved through her. She did not mean to quote it aloud. But the words had lodged themselves somewhere near the surface. "She wrote," Elena said, "that your most dangerous talent is being loved by omission." Adrian did not flinch. That unsettled her more than denial would have. Instead, he glanced at the page and gave the smallest, bleakest smile she had ever seen on him. "That sounds like her," he said. "Which her?" He shook his head once, as if rejecting an old reflex to evade. "Someone who knew me when I was less careful with other people's trust than I should have been." The answer landed in her softly and badly. Not because it was dramatic. Because it wasn't. There are confessions that arrive like thunder, full of scandal and spectacle. And there are others that arrive like a door opening onto a cold room you had not known was inside the house. Less careful with other people's trust. It was too measured. Too articulate. Too real. The kind of sentence a liar might use if he were gifted. Or the kind an honest man speaks after years of regretting the same thing. Her voice grew smaller despite herself. "Did you hurt someone?" He looked at her for a long moment. "Yes," he said. The shop seemed to go silent all over again. Elena stared at him. He could have softened it. Deferred it. Wrapped it in explanation. Most people would have. He didn't. "Yes." She felt the answer in her throat, her ribs, her hands. Not because she had believed him innocent of every past mistake. No adult remains untouched by mistakes. No heart arrives at love in perfect condition. But because hearing it spoken aloud changed the texture of everything. He had hurt someone. And someone had found Elena, in this quiet little shop, on this rain-dim evening, to make sure she knew that before she stepped any farther into loving him. Her fingers curled against the paper. How? His gaze shifted to the letter. Then back to her. In the ways that matter most and are easiest to dismiss if you're standing outside them. Elena closed her eyes for a second. That, too, felt too real. Too exact. Too unlike the defensive language of a man inventing innocence in a hurry. When she opened her eyes again, he had not moved. "Do you hear yourself?" she asked softly. You answer like someone translating from another language. You never just say the thing. A quiet passed through his face at that, surprise perhaps, or recognition. You're right, he said. The simplicity of it startled her. She had expected resistance. A turn. A shadowed explanation. Instead he accepted the accusation and stood in it. Outside, rain traced silver lines down the dark window panes. A passing car sent pale reflections sliding over the ceiling and gone again. The world beyond the shop felt far away now, as if Vesper Lane had drifted out from the city and anchored somewhere beyond ordinary time. Elena looked at the letter again. There were questions in it that felt suddenly alive in the room. Ask him about the house with the green gate. Ask him whose name was once written inside the silver ring he no longer wears. Ask him why, when winter ended 3 years ago, he left before dawn and told no one where he had gone. Watch his face. She lifted her eyes to him. What house had the green gate? Something in him went still. There it was. Not a dramatic reaction. Not a sharp intake of breath. Not fear written in obvious lines. Just stillness. A stillness so complete it might have been mistaken for calm if she had not already learned to read the faint changes in him. His hand left the counter. He looked down briefly, then toward the rain-dark windows, then back to her. That was in Lion, he said at last. Elena had not been prepared for an answer. Her pulse stumbled. Lion? Yes. You lived there? For a while. You never mentioned Lion. No. The words seemed to remain between them after he spoke it. A city suddenly added to the map of a person she had thought she knew in outline at least. She heard herself ask the next question before she could decide whether she wanted the answer. Who lived there with you? Adrian was quiet so long she thought he might choose silence after all. Then he said, a woman named Marianne. The name entered the room gently and altered it completely. Marianne. Not M, but close enough for the letter's final initial to burn cold again in Elena's mind. She felt her face change, though she tried to control it. Adrian saw. Her name began with M, he said. I assume that matters to you now. Elena let out a breath that almost shook. You assume correctly. He nodded once. Was she the one who wrote this? I don't know. You keep saying that. Because it's true. There was no sharpness in his voice. Only a tired insistence on accuracy. She hated how difficult that made him to judge. Marianne. A real woman now. Not simply the vague shape suggested by a bitter letter. A woman who had lived behind a green gate in Lion. A woman Adrian had not told her about. The emotional hurt of that omission arrived strangely, not like stabbing pain, but like cold water spreading slowly through cloth. Of course there had been women before her. That was not the injury. The injury was concealment. The private architecture of a life she had not been invited into, while he had been allowed so gently into hers. She wrapped her arms around herself and moved away from the counter, needing space enough to think. She walked between the front table and the poetry shelves, then turned back, the long hem of her skirt brushing the floorboards. How long? She asked. How long what? How long were you with her? His eyes followed her, but he remained where he was. Almost 2 years. Elena stopped walking. 2 years. She had not known why that number hurt so much until she understood what it implied. Not a passing affair. Not a brief collision of lives. A real history. Seasons. Habits. Shared rooms. Mornings. Fights. Illnesses. Small jokes. Ordinary intimacy. Enough time to make roots. And he had never spoken her name. Why didn't you tell me? Adrian gave a faint, tired exhale. There are several possible answers to that, he said. None of them flattering. Try one. The ghost of that same bleak smile touched his mouth and vanished. I was afraid that if I told you the whole shape of certain parts of my life, it would arrive too early and feel like a demand. A demand? Yes. To understand me before I'd earned it. Elena stared at him. It was such an Adrian answer, careful, thoughtful, frustratingly layered. The kind of sentence that sounded wise and sincere and yet still failed to answer the injury at its center. And now, she asked. What does it feel like now? His gaze held hers. Like cowardice. The word went through her with terrible precision. Cowardice. Not misunderstanding. Not timing. Not privacy. Cowardice. Again she found herself disoriented not by the possibility that he was lying, but by the possibility that he was telling the truth too well. The letter had warned her about this, in a way. A man loved by omission. A man who knew how to let silence do his work for him. But listening to Adrian now, Elena felt another possibility moving beneath the first. That silence had not only protected him from being known, but protected him from having to relive what knowing might cost. And she did not yet know whether that made him more dangerous or merely more human. Tell me about her, she said. He looked at the letter once more, then back to Elena. Marianne? Yes. He did not answer immediately. She could almost see him choosing where to begin, or whether beginning at all was survivable. She restored antique frames, he said finally. And painting sometimes, when people trusted her enough. She had a way of cleaning surfaces so gently it made you ashamed of rushing anything. She wore men's wool coats in winter because she said women's coats expected too much elegance from cold weather. She loved bitter marmalade and terrible black coffee. She laughed rarely but honestly. The house belonged to her aunt before it belonged to her. He stopped. The quiet after those details was immense. Elena had asked for information. What she got was memory. Not theatrical memory either. Not polished. Just specific enough to prove that love had once lived there. And that, more than almost anything else, made the words feel too real. Because people can fabricate facts, but lived tenderness leaves a different texture in language. Elena felt suddenly as though she had intruded on an older room in him and found the lamp still warm. Did he realize how intimate those details sounded? How they made Marianne immediate, undeniable, almost visible. A woman in a wool coat at a kitchen table, half amused, stirring bitter marmalade into toast while rain struck a green gate outside. She did not want to imagine it. She did. What happened? She asked. Adrian's expression shifted again, darkening not with anger, but with memory. I left, he said. It was too plain. Too small. Elena shook her head. That can't be all. No. Then say the rest. He looked at her for a long time. When I met Marianne, he said, I was very good at believing that becoming needed was the same thing as becoming good. Elena went still. He continued before she could speak. I had already moved through several places by then. Work came and went. I had enough charm to make beginnings easy and enough restlessness to make permanence feel like a test I would eventually fail. Marianne was quieter than I was. More rooted. She did not ask for declarations. She didn't dramatize anything. She simply built a life in front of me day by day and left space in it. The rain seemed louder now, though it still fell gently. I loved her, he said, and the words were low and unadorned. In the way I understood love then. Which is to say, not well enough. Elena's throat tightened. He had loved her. There it was. Clean. Irrevocable. She had known, of course, that there must have been histories. Hearts do not begin at the moment we arrive to witness them. But hearing him say it still left a strange ache behind her ribs. Not jealousy, exactly. Something lonelier. The recognition that every person we love contains rooms where we were never present. And then, she asked. Adrian's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Then she believed me steadier than I was. That sounds like another omission. It is. He glanced toward the window, as if the rain there could absorb some of the force of what he was trying to say. I told myself, he continued, that uncertainty was temporary. That once I had worked enough, settled enough, forgiven enough in myself, I would become the man she already thought I could be. I thought time would solve the difference between who I was and who I seemed when someone looked at me with love. He paused. It didn't. Elena said nothing. She was listening now with the kind of concentration that leaves no part of the body at rest. Her fingers were cold. Her breathing shallow. Even the rustle of her sleeve when she shifted seemed too loud. Did you betray her? She asked quietly. Adrian looked at her. Not in the simplest sense. The answer infuriated her. There it is again, she said. You do this. You make everything harder to hold. He dipped his head once, accepting the blow. I know. Then stop. A long silence. When he spoke again, the carefulness was still there, but now it seemed less like evasion and more like restraint against something rawer. She wanted a future I kept letting her imagine while privately questioning whether I could remain in it, he said. I was unhappy in ways I did not name. Restless in ways I disguised as exhaustion. Afraid of becoming trapped, which is often just another way of saying afraid of being known too completely to escape consequence. The words came slowly, almost reluctantly, but once begun they carried their own momentum. There was a chance to leave, he said. Work elsewhere. A reason. I told myself taking it would clarify everything. I did not tell her soon enough that I was considering it. Then by the time I did, what hurt was not only the possibility of going. It was that part of me had already gone in secret. Elena closed her eyes for a moment. Yes. That was betrayal. No affair required. No dramatic scene. No other body in the room. Just absence beginning before departure. A future privately withdrawn while the other person still lives inside the promise of it. The letter had called it cowardice. Adrian had called it that too. And because they named it alike, the pages on the counter seemed to grow heavier by the second. When did you leave? She asked. March. 3 years ago. He nodded. Before dawn, the letter had said. Her mouth went dry. Before dawn? This time he did flinch. Very slightly. But unmistakably. Yes, he said. A chill moved through her. Not because she had caught him, exactly. But because the hidden sentence in the letter had found its echo in his face exactly as promised. Ask him. Watch his face. She did not want the anonymous writer to be right. Not like this. What happened that morning? Adrian's gaze dropped to the floorboards. When he lifted it again, there was a kind of exhausted honesty in it she had never seen before. She asked me not to go that day, he said. Not until we had spoken properly. I told her I would come back after I thought things through. And did you? He did not answer. The silence itself became the answer. A pulse of anger, sudden and bright, rose through Elena. No. I wrote. She almost laughed again, that breathless, hurt sound. You wrote. Yes. Like this? She touched the letter. His face tightened. No. But you still left. Yes. The anger inside her changed shape. It did not vanish. It sharpened, became clearer. Easier to stand inside than the aching confusion that had come before. At least anger has edges. She waited for you, Elena said. It was not a question. Adrian looked at her and said nothing. The rain moved in pale threads down the windows. In the back room, something settled with a soft wooden tick. The whole shop seemed full of listening. She waited for you, Elena repeated. Yes. Her chest hurt. Not because she was Marianne. Not because Adrian had done this to Elena. But because the image was unbearable. A woman in a house with a green gate, inhabiting the unfinished echo of a promise, while dawn hardened into day and someone she loved kept moving away from her. And Adrian had carried that silence all the way here. No wonder the words felt too real. Not because the letter was poetic. Not because it was manipulative. Because beneath its elegance lived recognizable human harm. Elena stepped back toward the counter and braced both hands against it, needing its solidity. Why now? She asked. Why come here, into my life, if you knew any of this could follow you? The question left her more softly than she intended. Adrian answered with equal quiet. I didn't come here to begin again in that sense. Then why? I came because nowhere else had become home, and this city felt neutral enough to disappear inside. The honesty of that struck her like cold rain. Disappear inside. Is that what I am? She asked. Part of somewhere you hope to disappear? His head came up at once. No. The force in that one word startled them both. No, he repeated, softer now. You are the opposite of that. She looked at him. He seemed to weigh whether to say more, then did. When I met you, he said, I had no intention beyond buying a book and leaving. Then you found what I couldn't name from one remembered line, and you looked absurdly pleased with yourself, and I thought, dangerously, that perhaps life was not done offering kindness where I hadn't earned it. Elena felt her breath catch. He went on, low and steady. You were never a hiding place. You were the first place in a long time that made me want to stop hiding. The words entered her like warmth and injury together. Because they were beautiful. Because they might be true. Because beauty, in the wrong hour, can feel almost cruel. She looked away first. It was suddenly too hard to meet his eyes. There was a chair by the front display table, one of the mismatched wooden chairs customers sometimes used when deciding between too many novels. She sank into it because standing no longer felt certain. The lamplight pooled across the cover of a stack of winter travel books beside her. A faded atlas lay open on the lowest shelf, its maps full of borders the world no longer recognized. Adrian did not come closer. She was grateful for that. The rain softened further, becoming less a sound than a shimmer. "Elena," he said after a while, "ask whatever you need to ask." A tired laugh escaped her. "You say that as if there's a clear list." "There may not be." "No," she said. "There really may not." She let her gaze rest on the pages in her lap. She had taken the top one without realizing it, perhaps to keep her hands occupied, perhaps because now the letter itself felt like evidence that required watching. The handwriting was so even. What kind of woman wrote like that when she was angry? Or perhaps not angry. What kind of woman wrote like that when she had learned to live with old hurt long enough to arrange it neatly? Marianne, Elena thought. Or someone else. Did Marianne write this? She asked again, more quietly. Adrian was silent a moment. She might have. You don't know where she is? No. And you never spoke to her again? His mouth tightened. Not in any way that counts. The answer made her look up sharply. What does that mean? It means there were attempts at contact from a distance. Brief replies. Then nothing. He paused. I did not pursue the nothing once it arrived. Because you were ashamed? She thought. Because you were relieved? Because some part of you was always already leaving? She did not know which question would wound more if spoken aloud. So instead she asked, did you love her when you left? Adrian looked at her for a long time before answering. Yes, he said. And that was part of the problem. Elena stared. It was such a strange answer that for a second she could not understand it. Then she did. Love had not saved Marianne from being abandoned. Perhaps it had even complicated the cruelty. One can harm deeply without the absence of feeling. Sometimes feeling itself becomes the thing one fails to live up to. A slow ache opened in her chest. What did that say about now? About this shop, these months, this gathering tenderness between them? Could a man love and still leave? Could he feel everything and yet act as though he felt less? The answer, she feared, was yes. And because of that, the letter's warning crept further into her than she wanted. But the feelings are real. That was the line the letter never wrote and yet seemed to imply with every accusation. As if the anonymous hand understood the cruelest truth of all. That danger and sincerity are not opposites. A person can hurt you and love you. A person can mean what they say in 1 hour and fail you in the next. The room had grown warmer, but Elena felt cold. She set the page down carefully. There was something else in the letter, she said. Adrian waited. It mentioned a silver ring. He went still again. Not as before. This time the stillness was sharper, almost physical. Elena felt it from across the room. Whose name, she said, hearing her own voice thin with strain, was written inside the ring you no longer wear? A long silence followed. So long that the clock seemed rude. Finally Adrian crossed one hand over the other, as if unconsciously hiding them from view. "Marianne's," he said. There was no mercy in hearing the truth plainly. Elena looked down at his bare fingers. A ring, then. Once worn long enough to leave a memory, if not a visible mark. A promise of some kind. An intention at least. The life that had almost become fixed. "Were you engaged?" "No," he said. "Not formally." "That's not really what I asked." "No," he said again, and now his voice carried the tired admission of someone surrendering precision as defense. "Not formally. But in every practical sense, yes. We were moving toward that. Everyone assumed it. We did too, on good days." The pain of that surprised her. Not because she had believed Adrian untouched by serious attachment, but because she could now see how much he had buried to arrive here as if newly made. How much context he had withheld. How much woman-shaped silence stood behind the calm reserve she had mistaken for mere complexity. "Did you leave the ring behind?" Elena asked. "No." "Then what happened to it?" He looked away. "I sold it." She shut her eyes. That answer, too, was too real. Not dramatic enough for fiction. Too mundane. Too humiliating. The kind of fact no one invents because it lacks nobility. A ring sold. A promise translated into money. Something once intimate made practical. For money? Yes. What for? A train south. Then rent. Then other necessities that sound uglier if I list them. Elena said nothing. She wanted to be angry for Marianne, and she was. She wanted to be angry for herself, and she was becoming that too. But beneath the anger moved something else now. A sad understanding of the kind of flawed, unheroic choices desperate people make when they are running from themselves and pretending it is from circumstance. That frightened her almost more than a simple villain would have. Simple villains are easier to leave. Adrian seemed to read some part of that in her face. "I know how it sounds." "Do you?" "Yes." "How?" His gaze returned to her, steady and dark and stripped now of almost everything but fatigue. "Like a man who wanted tenderness without the full cost of deserving it." The words moved through her with painful force. That line could have been in the letter. Or in a confession whispered to no one in the dark. She stood again too suddenly, chair legs scraping the floorboards. She could not bear sitting with that sentence inside her. She crossed to the front window and stood with her back half turned to him, watching rain bead and gather on the glass. The florist's shop across the lane was dark now. The street lamp beyond it shone in the puddles like spilled gold. A man who wanted tenderness without the full cost of deserving it. It was unbearable because it explained too much, not only Adrian's past, perhaps, but his present silences. The way he approached closeness with warmth but no declarations. The way his affection deepened without ever naming the future. The care. The reserve. The half-open door. Had he been protecting her from him? Or protecting himself from repetition? And if the reasons mattered, did they excuse anything? "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" she asked, still looking out at the street. "Not all of it. Just enough. Her name. That there had been someone. That you left badly. Anything." The silence behind her was not empty. She could feel him thinking. At first, he said, because I did not imagine I would matter to you. The answer struck her so unexpectedly that she turned. He stood where she had left him, near the counter, lamplight at his shoulder. That's absurd. Yes, he said. It was. Then after that? A humorless breath passed through him. After that, because every day I didn't tell you made the next day harder. Elena shut her eyes. There it was again, the ordinary machinery of concealment. Nothing grand. Nothing theatrical. Just postponement accumulating weight until silence becomes its own kind of architecture. When she opened her eyes, he was still watching her with a steadiness that now felt almost unbearable. And because, he said, once I understood what I was beginning to feel for you, I became ashamed that the version of me you knew had been edited by time and fear. Her throat tightened painfully. It was such a precise thing to say. Edited by time and fear. Not false. Not entirely. But shaped. Curated. Missing chapters. The letter had said the truth about the man she loved was inside. Elena was beginning to understand that truth might not arrive as a single devastating revelation. It might arrive this way instead, through 100 small recognitions that all the unfinished stories, all the gentle refusals, all the careful incompletions, formed a pattern. A man can be sincere and still edited. A man can be tender and still dangerous. Not dangerous in the spectacular ways people whisper about. Dangerous in quieter ones. In the ways that make you believe your instincts are intimacy when they are only fragments. She walked back toward the counter slowly. The letter lay open there like a witness that did not need to speak again. Did you come tonight, she asked, because you felt this letter coming? No. Then why? A pause. I was walking back from the conservatory. I passed the lane. I saw your light still on. He hesitated. I wanted to see you. The simplicity of that nearly undid her. It would have been easier if he had said something strategic. Something that could be dismissed as timing, performance, guilt. Instead, I wanted to see you. And because she knew he meant it, the ache only deepened. The rain eased almost to nothing. The street outside brightened faintly as clouds thinned around the moon. Reflections sharpened in the wet glass. Somewhere nearby a late door opened and closed. Life went on in the city around them, unaware that a hidden seam in one woman's evening had split open and exposed another person's unfinished life beneath it. Elena laid a hand on the letter. Would you have told me, she asked. On your own. If this hadn't happened. Adrian looked at her. Not quickly. Not evasively. As if refusing himself the comfort of answering before he had searched for the truth. Yes, he said at last. When? I don't know. She gave a small, wounded laugh. Exactly. Yes. He did not resist the judgment in it. Something in her softened and hardened at once. Because honest uncertainty can still be failure. She traced the edge of the paper with one fingertip. There was still so much she didn't know. Whether Marianne had written. Whether other parts of the letter were true. Whether Adrian had changed in the ways he seemed to hope he had. Whether change mattered if it arrived too late for the people once damaged. And beyond all that, the simplest and most frightening unknown of all, what this meant for them. Them. Could she still think that word? Did she have the right? Did he? Elena became suddenly, acutely aware of the hour. Of the lateness. Of the fact that the world outside the windows had thinned to night's gentlest bones. The shop's warm interior now felt like an island built out of books and lamplight and truths too long postponed. She felt tired in a way that had nothing to do with the day. Tired in the soul, perhaps. Tired with the exhaustion that follows the collapse of a simpler narrative. At length she said, there was another line. Adrian's expression shifted, wary now in a way he had not been before. What line? She wrote that if you had changed, the truth wouldn't harm you. He absorbed that silently. And if I haven't? He asked after a moment. Elena looked at him. The question was quiet. Not defiant. Not self-pitying. Simply there. A strange stillness moved through her. If you haven't, she said, then I suppose it harms me. Neither of them spoke. The truth of the sentence settled between them with almost physical force. Adrian lowered his gaze first. For the first time since he had entered, he looked uncertain not about what to say, but about whether he had any right to remain standing where he was. The sight stirred something painful in Elena again. Love, she was learning, does not leave neatly when injured. It lingers at the edges. It complicates anger. It makes even clarity ache. She wished she could stop feeling him so vividly in the room, the cold still clinging to his coat, the weariness in his posture, the particular gravity he carried when trying very hard not to ask for mercy. She wished the letter had made him simple. Instead it had made him more real. And real people are harder to judge because they are made of tenderness and damage in unequal parts. What did Marianne say? Elena asked quietly, when you wrote to her after you left. He seemed almost surprised by the question. Very little. Do you remember? Yes. He said nothing more. She waited. After a while he gave in, though perhaps not to her patience so much as to the pressure of being done with silence. She wrote once, he said, about practical matters first. Forwarding mail. A book I had left behind. Then at the end she wrote, I hope one day you learn that leaving before the full truth reaches another person is still a form of lying. Elena felt the sentence strike through her. There it was. The origin, perhaps, of the letter's language. Loved by omission. Leaving before the full truth reaches another person. Words that felt too real because they had been lived before they were written. Adrian continued, voice low. In another letter, later, she wrote, you don't know the difference between being seen and being forgiven. You think they are the same because you have survived on charm for too long. He stopped. The room remained still around him. Elena understood something then that she had not fully understood before. Whoever wrote the anonymous letter, Marianne or not, did not need to invent Adrian's weaknesses. They had been named to him already. Perhaps by the woman he left. Perhaps by others too. The letter's force came not from fiction but from memory sharpened into warning. And if that was true, then the danger was not merely in what Adrian had done years ago. It was in whether those old sentences still described him now. She looked at him with a new kind of sorrow. Did she know you well? She asked. Yes. Better than I do? The question escaped her before she could stop it. Adrian's face changed. A tenderness entered it so painful she almost turned away. She knew a different version of me, he said. That isn't an answer. No, he said quietly. It isn't. A long pause. Then he added, perhaps she knew the parts one still most fear in myself more clearly than you do. The honesty of it left Elena defenseless for a moment. She sank once more into the chair by the display table, suddenly unable to carry the weight of standing. Her hands lay open in her lap. She watched him through the softened blur that comes just before tears, though none fell yet. All evening she had expected revelation to feel sharp. Instead it felt slow. Like a room filling with water 1 inch at a time. Not enough to drown you at once. Enough to make every object change position. She thought of the first day Adrian had come into the shop. Of the rain on his coat then too. Of the line of poetry he could not remember fully. Of how easily she had liked his mind. Of how naturally affection had gathered. She thought of the river walk, the cafe, the dust-filled basement steps. She thought of his hand turning hers over, thumb brushing the scar on her wrist and asking what had happened. What happened? Such a human question. Such a dangerous one. Because every heart can answer it for pages. At last Elena said, I don't know what to do with any of this tonight. Adrian nodded once. I know. I'm angry with you. I know. She stopped. The unfinished sentence trembled between them. He did not force it. Did not even seem to breathe. Elena closed her eyes. I still feel what I feel, she said at last, so softly it hardly seemed spoken. When she opened her eyes again, something in Adrian's face had gone almost unbearably tender, and unbearably sad. Yes, he said. That is what frightens me most. The words entered her like warmth and winter at once. Because they were not selfish. Because they were. Because they acknowledged the central cruelty of the whole thing, that truth had not arrived in time to prevent feeling. Feeling had already taken root. And now doubt must grow through it, not around it. Words that felt too real. Everything tonight felt too real. Not in the dramatic sense of nightmare or spectacle, but in the intimate sense that makes the body understand before the mind can sort. The body knew this mattered. Knew that some threshold had been crossed. Knew that after tonight every glance, every silence, every memory of him would carry a second layer. Elena looked at the letter again. What if she's right? She asked. Adrian did not ask which she. He understood. What if, Elena continued, you are still that man? A long stillness followed. Then Adrian said, then you should close the door behind me tonight and never open it again. She stared at him. The sentence was simple. No plea in it. No seduction. No argument. Just an answer. It might have been noble. It might have been another form of leaving first. She could not tell. And perhaps because she could not tell, something inside her broke loose enough to become fierce. That is too easy, she said. His head lifted a fraction. Easy? Yes. Easy for you. She stood again, anger finally giving her strength. You don't get to place the burden on me and call it virtue. You don't get to become tragic and make me the one who decides whether your past matters. He went very still. The force of her words seemed to strike him more deeply than any accusation before. I'm not trying to do that, he said. Then don't. A silence. Then, with visible effort, what should I do? It was such an unguarded question that for a moment she had no answer. What should he do? Undo March 3 years ago? Unsell the ring? Unwrite the silences? Become, suddenly, a man without damage or fear or habits of withholding? No one can do that. But no one is innocent merely because repair is impossible. Elena pressed her hand briefly to her forehead. The shop, the rain, the dim street beyond, everything felt wrapped in that strange late-night softness that usually made her feel safe. Tonight it only made everything ache more quietly. At the very least, she said, lowering her hand, you can stop speaking as though clarity is a favor you might grant me in portions. Adrian took that in. Then nodded. All right. Tell me the truth plainly from now on. I will. Even if it makes you look worse. A pause. Especially then. The answer settled into the room without flourish. Elena believed he meant it. Which did not mean she trusted him. That distinction hurt. He seemed to understand it too, perhaps from her face, perhaps because he knew enough about consequence to recognize its first shape. Neither spoke for some time after that. The clock marked another quarter hour. Rain thinned to a fine mist. A line of silver appeared briefly on the opposite rooftop where moonlight found a gap in the clouds. The night had deepened into that hushed hour when cities seem to breathe in sleep, though many windows remain lit by the private unrest of those inside them. Elena gathered the pages together slowly and slid them back into the envelope, though she did not seal it. Her fingers moved with deliberate care. She needed some small action she could complete. Adrian watched but did not speak. When the letter was whole again, she set it on the counter and placed her palm over it. I can't hear more tonight, she said. Something like pain crossed his face, but he nodded at once. All right. I don't mean ever. I know. I mean tonight. Yes. The soft obedience of that answer nearly broke her again. She steadied herself against it. There was still one question left, though she had not wanted to ask it. Perhaps because it cut closest to the present. Perhaps because if he answered badly, it would wound more sharply than all the rest. But she could not leave it untouched. When you look at me, she asked quietly, are you honest? Adrian did not move. For one suspended moment the room became all breath and waiting. Then he crossed the small distance he had been careful not to cross until now. Not all the way to her, not enough to touch, but enough that the answer would not have to travel through so much air. Yes, he said. His voice was low and unwavering. Yes. With you, what I feel is the one thing I have not lied about. Not to you. Not to myself. Elena held his gaze. A dangerous answer. A beautiful one. Possibly the truest thing he had said all night. And still not enough. Because feelings are not absolution. Because sincerity does not erase harm. Because a man may speak truth in the present and still be built partly from old evasions. Yet even knowing that, she felt the words move through her, warm and devastating. What I feel is the one thing I have not lied about. Words that felt too real. The kind that do not solve anything, only make the unresolved more painful because tenderness remains alive inside it. Elena stepped back first. Just one step. But both of them felt it. You should go, she said. Adrian closed his eyes for the briefest moment, then opened them. Yes. He reached for his gloves, then stopped. Elena. She looked at him. If you ask me more tomorrow, he said, or the next day, or a week from now, I will answer. However badly it reflects on me. I should have done that before. I know. She wanted to say something hard. Something guarded. Instead, all she managed was, I don't know when tomorrow looks like right now. He accepted that too. I understand. He took up his gloves and umbrella, then paused by the door. The old brass latch gleamed under the lamp. The letter on the counter seemed suddenly far too visible, as though the whole shop had arranged itself around it. Adrian turned once more. There was no speech left in him now, or none he trusted himself to make. Only that look. Tired. Sorry. Still impossibly gentle. Elena hated that she loved him in that moment perhaps most of all. He opened the door. Cold misted air entered with him. The street outside shone wet and nearly empty, silvered now under the late moonlight slipping between clouds. Then he stepped out into the night. The door closed softly behind him. The bell above it gave one small, aching sound. And Elena was alone. For several seconds she did not move. She simply listened. To the retreat of his footsteps on damp pavement. To the faint whisper of the mist. To the clock. To her own pulse. Then she crossed to the door and, against her better judgment or perhaps because judgment had been exhausted, she looked through the glass. Adrian had not yet reached the end of the lane. He paused once beneath the street lamp, as though he might turn back. He did not. A moment later he was gone around the corner, swallowed by the quiet silver dark. Elena rested her hand flat against the glass. The cold passed into her skin. The empty lane stared back. Eventually she locked the door again, though she could not remember unlocking it. She turned the sign to closed, though it had been closed all evening, and stood with her forehead briefly bowed to the wood. The shop felt different now. Changed not in object but in atmosphere, as rooms change after a confession. The books were the same. The lamp still glowed. The tea still sat cold. Yet every corner seemed to hold the echo of words that had rearranged the night. Marianne. Cowardice. Before dawn. I left. I loved her. What I feel is the one thing I have not lied about. Elena crossed slowly back to the counter and picked up the envelope again. Its weight had become familiar in only an hour. She slid one finger beneath the flap, not to read the pages yet again, but simply to reassure herself they were real. Paper met skin. Ink. Folded edges. Tangible evidence of the evening's fracture. She thought of Marianne's line, repeated by Adrian from memory. Leaving before the full truth reaches another person is still a form of lying. There it was. Perhaps that was the heart of everything. Not one great deception. Not a dramatic falsehood. Just the long delay of truth until feeling had already made refusal more costly. Elena sank onto the stool behind the register and drew the ledger back toward herself. The page she had begun earlier remained open. What I know. What I don't. The lists had changed. Under what I know, she added. There was a woman named Marianne. He lived with her in Lyon. He loved her. He left before dawn. He hurt her. He knows that. He still does not know who wrote the letter. He says what he feels for me is real. Then she stopped. Because there, at the bottom of the list, was the most dangerous knowledge of all. He says what he feels for me is real. And Elena believed him. That was the problem. Not only that she believed him. That even now, after the letter, after Marianne, after the ring and the dawn and the silence, some deep instinct in her still trusted the feeling in his voice more than the facts around it. Love, she thought, is not blind. It simply sees and continues, often against the advice of every wiser part of the self. Her pen hovered over what I don't. Then she wrote. Whether real feeling is enough. Whether he would leave me too. Whether I am already too far inside this to be wise. She capped the pen and stared at the page until the words blurred. Outside, the mist had nearly stopped. The clouds were breaking. Moonlight lay softly over the wet street, over the florist's shutters, over the sleeping upper windows across the lane. The city had entered that secret hour when even sorrow grows quiet for lack of witnesses. Elena rose at last and began to turn off the lamps one by one. With each click, another corner of the shop softened into shadow. First the history shelves. Then the front display. Then the reading chair by the window. Only the lamp behind the register remained, casting a final small pool of gold across the counter, the ledger, and the letter. She stood there for a while, looking at that little circle of light. Then she picked up the envelope, slipped it into her coat pocket, and switched the last lamp off. Darkness did not come entirely. Moonlight still entered through the windows, pale and quiet, silvering the outlines of shelves and the spines of sleeping books. The shop seemed transformed into something almost underwater, hushed and drifting. Elena took her bag, her keys, and her coat. At the door she paused again. Listened. Nothing. No footsteps returning. No knock. No miracle of immediate clarity. Only the gentle night. She stepped outside and locked the door behind her. The air was cool and clean after rain. Stones beneath her shoes shone softly. Somewhere far off, a tram bell rang once and faded. The city smelled of wet pavement, leaves, and the faint metallic sweetness that comes after a storm. Elena turned toward home. Her apartment was only 10 minutes away on foot, above a tailor's shop on a quieter street lined with narrow trees. She had walked that route so often she could have done it half asleep. Tonight every step felt newly unfamiliar. Not because the city had changed. Because she had. She passed shuttered windows, a bakery dark except for one backlight, a row of bicycles beaded with rain. Moonlight gathered in puddles. A cat watched her from beneath a bench, green-eyed and motionless. On the bridge over the canal, the water below moved black and slow, carrying fractured reflections of lamps. She stopped in the middle of the bridge. Rested both hands on the cool stone railing. The canal smelled faintly of rain and algae and distant river water. The mist had cleared enough that she could see the long trembling path of moonlight on the surface. Adrian had once stood beside her on this very bridge. Not this late, not this cold, but close enough that the memory arrived whole. He had leaned on the railing with one elbow and told her that cities looked most honest when reflected in broken water. Because then, she had asked. Because then you can see what remains recognizable even when the surface won't hold still. She had liked that answer so much she had pretended not to. Now it returned to her with almost cruel vividness. Words that had seemed like insight before now felt like clues. Had he always spoken from the ruins of himself? Had she only mistaken ruin for depth because both can be beautiful under soft light? A breeze touched her damp hair. Elena closed her eyes. No answer came. Only feeling. Feeling for the woman in Lion whose life she could now not help imagining. Feeling for herself, standing in the aftermath of a letter she should never have opened and yet could not have left unread. Feeling, still and stubbornly, for Adrian, whose honesty tonight had wounded precisely because it was threaded with so much belated truth. After a while she resumed walking. When she reached her building, the tailor's sign below her window creaked faintly in the cooling air. She climbed the stairs slowly, each step carrying her higher into familiar solitude. Inside her apartment it was dark and still. She lit the small lamp by the sofa, set down her bag, and took off her coat. The letter slid from the pocket into her hand. For a moment she simply stood looking at it. Then she placed it on the table and did not open it again. She washed her face in cold water. Changed into a soft nightdress. Unpinned her hair and let it fall loose down her back. Moved through the quiet rituals of evening as if normalcy might be rebuilt through repetition. It wasn't. The apartment, usually comforting in its modest order, felt too watchful tonight. The books by the bed. The folded blanket on the chair. The teacup left from that morning. Everything seemed to belong to a life that had existed before the letter and now waited, uncertain, to see what version of Elena would inhabit it next. She got into bed. Blew out the lamp. Moonlight from the window laid a pale rectangle across the floorboards. Sleep did not come. How could it? Each time she closed her eyes, phrases returned. A woman named Marianne. Before dawn. I sold it. What I feel is the one thing I have not lied about. And beneath all of them, like the lowest and most persistent note in a piece of music. Leaving before the full truth reaches another person is still a form of lying. Elena turned onto one side, then the other. She listened to the building settle around her. A pipe sighed softly somewhere in the wall. A distant door closed below. Rainwater dripped from the eaves in slow intervals. A late carriage or car rolled far down the street and was gone. Still she did not sleep. Instead her mind kept moving in circles around the same impossible center. Could she believe in his feeling and distrust his history? Could she hold tenderness and caution in the same body? Could a man who had left once love truly now? Or was love itself never the relevant question, only what a person does when feeling is no longer enough? The moon shifted higher. The pale rectangle on the floor moved inch by inch. At some point Elena sat up, unable to lie still any longer. She reached for the letter again in the dim light and drew it onto the bed. Not to reread every line, she told herself. Only to look once more at the handwriting. To understand whether anything in the shape of the ink might reveal its author. Foolish. Still she unfolded the pages. The script remained calm, elegant, unwavering. She traced the initial at the bottom. M. Marianne. Maybe. Or someone who wanted Elena to believe Marianne. The possibility startled her enough that she sat straighter. Of course. Just because the letter's details were true, or partly true, did not mean every frame around them was innocent. One can tell the truth and still manipulate. One can warn and wound at the same time. One can select facts like pins and arrange them to pierce exactly where they will do most damage. That realization did not absolve Adrian. But it widened the mystery again. Who wanted Elena to know? Who wanted her shaken now, specifically now, after 4 months? And why deliver the letter by hand to the bookshop after closing? That meant observation. Intention. Proximity. Someone knew her routine. The thought brought a fresh chill. She folded the pages and set them aside again, pulse unsteady. The city outside slept on. Elena lay back slowly and watched the faint light at the window. Words that felt too real. Perhaps that was the most dangerous kind. Not lies outrageous enough to reject. Not truths complete enough to trust. But language shaped from reality, carrying enough honesty to pass through every defense before you realize how deeply it has entered you. Eventually, somewhere near dawn, exhaustion began to soften the edges of thought. Not sleep exactly. Something gentler and stranger. A drifting state where memory and fear and tenderness blur into one another until the mind no longer knows which to hold first. In that drifting she saw, not clearly but almost, a green gate wet with rain. A silver ring on a table. A train station before sunrise. A man walking away while loving remained behind him like an unanswered voice. And then, impossibly, the image shifted. The gate vanished. The station dissolved. Only Adrian's face remained in the dim gold light of the bookshop, and the tired truth in his eyes when he said, "With you, what I feel is the one thing I have not lied about." Elena, half asleep by then, felt tears gather at last, not from shock, but from the terrible fact that she believed him. And believing him did not make anything easier. It only made the mystery more intimate. Morning would come. Questions would remain. The letter would still exist on her table, folded and waiting. And somewhere in the city, perhaps awake, perhaps not, Adrian would be carrying the same night inside him. But for now there was only the slow thinning dark, the hush before dawn, and the deep, aching knowledge that some truths do not arrive to free us. They arrive to ask whether love can survive being seen clearly. And Elena had no answer yet. Only the night. Only the letter. Only the words that felt too real. Chapter 3, The Past He Never Told. Morning did not arrive all at once. It came slowly, like something uncertain of its welcome. The sky beyond Elena's window shifted first from black to a deep, soft blue, then to that pale gray that belongs only to early dawn. The edges of buildings softened. The narrow street below, still damp from the night's rain, began to gather light in quiet pools along the stones. Inside her apartment, everything remained still. Elena had not slept properly. She had drifted in and out of something that resembled sleep but never fully surrendered to it. Each time her thoughts loosened, they circled back again: Marianne, the green gate, the ring, the letter, Adrian's voice in the lamplight. By the time the first faint sounds of the city waking reached her, the distant clatter of a delivery cart, the low murmur of early footsteps, she was already awake. Lying on her back, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. For a few fragile seconds, she didn't remember. Then it returned. Not in fragments. All at once. The letter sat on the small table beside her bed, exactly where she had left it. Unmoved. Unchanged. And yet everything around it had shifted. Elena turned her head slightly and looked at it. In the gray light of morning, it seemed almost harmless. Just paper. Just ink. Just an envelope with a single initial. M. How small a thing to carry so much weight. She closed her eyes again. There was a part of her, a soft, exhausted part, that wanted to push the entire night away. To call it confusion. To say she had overreacted. To return to the easier version of her life where Adrian was simply Adrian. A man with quiet eyes and careful words and a presence that made the world feel steadier. But something had changed. And that something would not be undone by morning. She sat up slowly. The floor was cold beneath her bare feet. She wrapped her arms around herself for a moment, as though bracing against something unseen, then stood and crossed to the small kitchen area. Routine. She needed routine. It had always helped her before, on difficult mornings, after loss, after long days that left her hollow. Small, familiar actions could sometimes gather the scattered parts of a person and return them gently to themselves. She filled the kettle. Set it on the stove. Watched the flame catch. The quiet sound of water beginning to warm was strangely comforting. She moved through the rest of the ritual without thinking. Tea leaves. Cup. Spoon. The simple choreography of habit. But even here, even in the smallest motions, her thoughts threaded back to him. Had he slept? Had he walked home slowly or quickly? Had he replayed every word the way she had? Or had he already folded the night into something manageable, something contained? The kettle began to sing softly. She poured the water. Steam rose in thin, delicate curls. Elena stood there longer than necessary, watching it dissipate into the cool air of the room. Then she carried the cup back to the table. The letter waited. She did not sit immediately. Instead, she stood looking down at it, as though expecting it to speak again if she gave it enough time. It did not. Only her own thoughts filled the silence. What she knew now was not simple. Adrian had loved someone before. He had lived with her. He had left her, before dawn, without giving her the full truth. He had hurt her. He knew that. He had admitted it. And still, when he spoke of Elena, there had been something unmistakably real in his voice. That was the part she could not reconcile. Because it would have been easier if the letter had revealed him as cruel. Or careless. Or deliberately deceptive. But it had revealed something far more complicated. A man capable of love. And of leaving. A man who felt deeply. And failed quietly. A man who did not lie outright. But did not tell everything either. Elena sat down slowly. She took a sip of tea. It tasted faintly bitter, though she had prepared it the same way she always did. Her gaze returned to the envelope. There was only one way forward now. Not avoidance. Not denial. But understanding. The past he never told. She reached for the letter again and unfolded it carefully. Not to reread every line as she had the night before. But to examine it differently. More deliberately. Less emotionally, if that were even possible. She began at the beginning. If you are reading this, then I was right to believe no one could keep this from you forever. The phrasing troubled her again. No one could keep this from you. That implied more than Adrian alone. Who else knew? Who else had decided, consciously or not, that Elena should remain unaware? Or had it simply meant that truth itself had a way of surfacing, regardless of who tried to bury it? She moved to the next lines. You do not know me, perhaps you have heard of me in one of the stories he does not finish. Elena's fingers tightened slightly. Stories he does not finish. Had she heard anything like that? Fragments. Yes. Always fragments. A winter here. A city there. A memory that ended just before it became too specific. At the time, she had thought it was personality. Now it felt like pattern. She continued reading, slower now. Not letting the words rush through her. Not letting emotion take the lead. Just observing. The letter never once used dramatic language. It never accused him of cruelty in obvious terms. Instead, it described behavior. Patterns. Choices. And perhaps that was why it had felt so convincing. Because it did not demand belief. It invited recognition. Elena set the page down for a moment and leaned back in her chair. Recognition. That was the key, wasn't it? The letter had not told her anything completely foreign. It had only sharpened things she had already sensed. His silences. His hesitation when asked about the past. That moment in the square when he had watched the woman in the pale coat. The night he hadn't come. The way he had said, something from the past required my attention. None of it had seemed alarming before. Now it aligned. And that alignment was what frightened her most. She picked up the letter again. Her eyes moved to the paragraph that had unsettled her most deeply. Ask him. Watch his face. That will tell you more than this letter can. And it had. It truly had. He had answered. He had not denied. He had not tried to rewrite the past into something harmless. He had admitted enough that the letter no longer felt like fiction. But not everything. There were still gaps. Important ones. And those gaps now mattered more than anything the letter had already revealed. Elena folded the pages again, more decisively this time. She did not want to sit here analyzing words all morning. She needed something else. Perspective. Memory. She needed to understand Adrian not as the letter described him, but as she had known him. Because whatever truth existed had to include both. She stood and moved toward the window. Morning had fully arrived now. The street below was alive again, people passing, shop shutters opening, the faint sound of conversation rising and falling. Ordinary life. Unaware of the quiet fracture that had taken place overnight. Elena rested her hand lightly against the glass. She closed her eyes. And let herself remember. The first time Adrian had stayed past closing. He hadn't planned to. He had been browsing near the poetry shelf, turning pages slowly, as though not searching for anything specific. Elena had been counting the register. The bell above the door had already been silenced. They had both assumed he would leave. He didn't. Instead, he had asked, "Do you ever feel like some books are written for moments you haven't reached yet?" She had looked up at him, surprised. "That sounds like something you've already decided." "Not decided," he said. "More like suspected." She had smiled slightly. "And this one?" He held up the book. "It feels like it belongs to a future version of me who understands it better." Elena had considered that. Then said, Maybe you're meant to misunderstand it now. He had smiled. Not wide. Not amused. Something quieter. Do you always answer like that? Only when people ask questions that aren't really questions. He had closed the book slowly. I should go, he said. You should. He hadn't moved. Neither had she. The moment had stretched, not awkward, not forced. Just present. Like something waiting. That was the first time she noticed it. The way time behaved differently when he was near. Elena opened her eyes again. Her reflection looked back at her faintly in the glass. Was that real? Yes. Undeniably. Not constructed. Not imagined. Not something a letter could erase. But was it complete? That was the question now. She turned away from the window. Her gaze drifted across the apartment, settling finally on the chair near the bed where her coat still lay. The letter was inside. A physical thing. A weight. But it was not the only truth in the room. Adrian's presence existed here too. In memory. In feeling. In the quiet ways he had become part of her days. She walked slowly to the chair and picked up the coat. For a moment she held it. Then she reached into the pocket and took the envelope out again. Not to read it. But to carry it. Because she realized something then. Sitting alone with the letter would not bring clarity. Avoiding Adrian would not either. The truth, whatever it was, existed between them. And it would remain unfinished until she faced it directly. Elena exhaled slowly. Decision did not bring comfort. Only direction. She dressed quickly. Simple clothes. Nothing she had to think about. She tied her hair back loosely, then changed her mind and left it down. It didn't matter. Nothing about appearances mattered today. When she was ready, she took her bag, slipped the letter inside, and headed for the door. The stairwell was cool and dim. Her footsteps echoed softly as she descended. Outside, the air felt different from the night before. Clearer. Sharper. Less forgiving. The city had resumed its rhythm. And she was stepping into it with something unresolved. She did not go to the bookshop. Not yet. Instead, she turned in the direction of the conservatory. Adrian had mentioned it. I was walking back from the conservatory. It was not far. A quiet place. One she had visited only once, long before she met him. If he had been there yesterday. Perhaps. No. She didn't know what she expected. But she knew she needed movement. Needed space. Needed something other than walls and silence and paper. The streets grew quieter as she walked. Trees lined the path ahead. The conservatory gates came into view, tall, iron, slightly worn with age. She pushed them open. Inside, the world softened. Greenery. Glass. Filtered light. The air held a faint scent of damp earth and leaves. It was calm here. Almost too calm. Elena walked slowly along the path. Her thoughts moved differently now. Less frantic. More deliberate. The past he never told. It wasn't just about Marianne. It wasn't just about Lion. It was about pattern. About who Adrian had been. And whether that version of him still existed beneath the one she knew. She paused near a long glass corridor where morning light filtered through the panes in pale gold. Her reflection appeared faintly beside the plants. She looked at it. Then past it. And in that quiet space, surrounded by stillness and growing things, she asked herself the question she had been avoiding since the night before. Not about him. About herself. If the truth is complicated, what am I willing to do with it? The answer did not come immediately. But something shifted. Not clarity. Not resolution. Just a quiet readiness. To see. To listen. To continue. Elena took a slow breath. Then turned slightly. And saw him. Adrian stood at the far end of the corridor. Still. As though he had been there for some time. Watching. Not approaching. Waiting. The distance between them was not far. But it felt enormous. Not because of space. Because of everything now standing between them. For a moment, neither of them moved. The morning light fell softly around them. Green leaves framed the silence. And in that suspended second, Elena understood something with sudden, piercing clarity. The past he never told was no longer behind him. It had arrived. And now, she would have to decide what to do with it. Chapter 4, The Silence Between Them. For a moment, the world held its breath. The conservatory was never truly silent. There was always the faint hum of distant city life beyond the glass, the soft rustle of leaves shifting in subtle currents of air, the almost inaudible drip of water from hidden irrigation pipes. But now, all of that receded. What remained was stillness. And the distance between them. Elena did not move. Neither did Adrian. They stood at opposite ends of the glass corridor, separated by perhaps 15 steps, and something far less measurable. Morning light filtered through the high panes above, diffused into a pale gold that softened edges and blurred shadows. It settled over Adrian's shoulders, traced the line of his face, caught faintly in his hair. It made him look almost exactly as he had the first time she had noticed him in the shop. Quiet, composed, slightly out of place in a world that moved faster than he did. But now she knew something she hadn't known then. Or rather, she knew that there was more to know. And that changed everything. Adrian was the first to move. Not toward her. Just a shift of weight. A breath made visible in the slight rise and fall of his chest. "I didn't expect to see you here," he said. His voice carried gently through the corridor. It sounded the same. And yet, it didn't. Elena took a step forward. Neither closing the distance nor increasing it. Just, acknowledging. "I could say the same," she replied. A pause. "I come here sometimes in the morning," he said. "I know." The words left her before she could decide whether to say them. He looked at her more closely. "How?" "You told me once." "I did?" "Yes." A faint crease appeared between his brows. "I don't remember." "You said it in passing," she said. "About the light. That it felt honest here." Something in his expression softened. "I remember that part." Of course he did. The feeling. Not the moment. That, too, felt like a pattern now. Elena became aware of the letter in her bag again. Not as an object. As a presence. They stood there, both aware of it without naming it. And that awareness shaped the silence between them. It was no longer empty. It was waiting. She stepped forward again. This time, a little closer. Adrian did not retreat. But he didn't advance either. He was leaving the space to her. Deliberately. That, too, felt familiar. He had always done that. Given her room. Let her choose proximity. At the time, she had thought it was kindness. Now she wondered. Was it also distance? Did you sleep? He asked. The question was soft. Careful. No. He nodded slightly. I didn't either. Another pause. The conversation moved like this now, slow, deliberate, as though each word had to be placed with care to avoid breaking something fragile. Or perhaps something already broken. Elena glanced briefly at the plants around them, tall, green, steady. Leaves layered over leaves, reaching quietly toward the light. Life continuing without question. She envied that simplicity. Then she looked back at him. I read it again this morning. He didn't ask what. He knew. Did anything change? He asked. She considered that. Yes, she said. How? I noticed what it doesn't say. His eyes sharpened slightly. What doesn't it say? It doesn't accuse you of lying directly, she said. It doesn't say you betrayed her in the way people usually mean. It doesn't even say you stopped loving her. Adrian was very still now. Elena continued. It describes something else. What? She met his gaze. Absence. The word landed quietly. But it stayed. Adrian exhaled slowly. Yes, he said. No defense. No correction. Just recognition. That unsettled her more than anything. Because it meant they were no longer arguing about truth. They were standing inside it. And it was uncomfortable. I don't know what to do with that, she admitted. You don't have to decide today. That's not how this works. A faint shift in his expression. Isn't it? No, she said. Because it's already happening. She took another step closer. Now only a few paces separated them. I can't unknow this, she said. I can't go back to yesterday. I'm not asking you to. I know. Silence again. But not empty. Tense. Aware. Alive with everything unsaid. Elena reached into her bag. Adrian's gaze flickered down, then back up. She took out the letter. Held it. Not offering it. Not hiding it. Just acknowledging it between them. Do you want to read it? She asked. A long pause. Then Adrian shook his head. No. The answer surprised her. Why not? I don't need to, he said. I already know what it's trying to do. And what is that? To make you see me the way she did when I left. The words settled between them. Heavy. Specific. She? Elena said. Yes. You think it's Marianne. I think it could be. That's not the same. No. Then why are you so sure about the intention? Adrian hesitated. Then said, because it's familiar. Elena studied him. In what way? He looked at the letter briefly, then back at her. It doesn't exaggerate, he said. It selects. That word struck her. Selects. Yes, she said slowly. I noticed that too. It chooses the parts of the truth that hurt most when placed together. And leaves out anything that complicates them. Elena felt something shift again. Not clarity, but dimension. So you're saying it's incomplete? I'm saying it's not neutral. Of course it's not neutral, she said. It's a warning. Is it? She frowned slightly. What else would it be? Adrian held her gaze. An attempt to control how you see me. The idea unsettled her. Not because it was impossible. Because it might be partly true. And you think that's unfair? She asked. I think it's human, he said. But not necessarily fair. She folded her arms loosely, the letter still in one hand. That sounds like something someone would say when they don't want to be judged. A flicker of something crossed his face. Not anger. Something closer to acceptance. That's also true, he said. She almost smiled. Almost. You're not making this easy. I'm not trying to make it easy. No, she said. You're making it real. A quiet passed between them. Yes, he said. They stood there for a while. No one speaking. No one leaving. The silence stretched, not uncomfortable exactly, but full. Full of thought. Of feeling. Of everything neither of them could yet put into words. The silence between them had changed. Before, it had been gentle. Now it was something else. Something heavier. But also, strangely, more honest. Elena noticed it first. That shift. The absence of pretense. They were no longer performing ease for each other. No longer smoothing over the edges. And in that absence of performance, something real emerged. Not comforting. But true. She took another breath. There's something I need to understand, she said. Adrian nodded slightly. Ask. When you were with her, Elena said, did you know you were going to leave? The question hung in the air. Adrian didn't answer immediately. He looked past her for a moment, as if searching for something that wasn't in the room. Then back at her. No, he said. Not at first. And later? A pause. Yes. The honesty hit her hard. How much later? Enough that I should have said something sooner. Her chest tightened. And you didn't? No. Why? He didn't hesitate this time. Because I wanted both things at once. What things? To stay, he said. And to leave. The contradiction settled heavily between them. Elena looked down briefly. Then back up. That's not possible. I know. But you tried. Yes. And she paid for that. His jaw tightened slightly. Yes. Silence again. Elena felt the weight of it pressing in from all sides. Not just his past. But what it might mean for her. For them. If there even was a them anymore. She took a step back. Not far. But enough to feel the space again. I don't want to become that, she said quietly. Adrian's expression changed. Become what? Someone who stays while you're already leaving. The words came out more vulnerable than she intended. They lingered between them. Adrian took a slow breath. I don't want that either. That's not enough. I know. Then what is? He didn't answer immediately. For the first time since she had seen him in the corridor, uncertainty showed clearly on his face. Not controlled. Not measured. Real. I don't know yet, he said. It was the most honest answer he could give. And the least reassuring. Elena nodded slowly. I appreciate that you're not pretending. He gave a faint, tired smile. I don't think I'm allowed to anymore. No, she said. You're not. A small, quiet moment passed. Then, unexpectedly, she stepped closer again. Not out of comfort. Out of necessity. She needed to see him clearly. To stand close enough that distance couldn't distort what she felt. Now only a step separated them. Close enough to see the faint shadow beneath his eyes. Close enough to notice the slight tension in his shoulders. Close enough to feel. Still. That pull. That undeniable, persistent connection that had not disappeared overnight. And that was the hardest part. Because it would have been easier if it had. If I ask you something, she said, will you answer without shaping it? Yes. No careful phrasing. I'll try. That's not the same. A small pause. Then. I will, he said. She studied him for a moment. Then asked. Are you afraid you'll do the same thing again? The question landed directly. No metaphor. No softness. Just truth. Adrian didn't look away. Yes, he said. Elena felt her breath catch. Not because of the answer. Because of how quickly it came. No hesitation. No defense. Just. Yes. Why? She asked. He exhaled slowly. Because patterns don't disappear just because you recognize them. The words settled deeply. And what have you done to change it? She asked. A longer pause this time. Less than I should have, he admitted. She nodded once. That, too, felt real. Too real. And now? She asked. Now his gaze held hers with something new in it. Not certainty. But intention. Now I don't want to run, he said. The simplicity of that answer surprised her. Not poetic. Not complex. Just. I don't want to run. She searched his face. Trying to see past the words. Trying to feel whether they were different from the ones he had once said, perhaps, to someone else. She didn't know yet. And maybe that was the truth she had to accept. Not knowing. Not deciding immediately. Living inside the uncertainty for a while. The silence returned. But it had changed again. Softer now. Not resolved. But no longer as sharp. Elena looked down at the letter in her hand. Then back at him. I don't forgive you, she said. I'm not asking you to. I'm not even sure what I feel yet. That's fair. But I'm not walking away today. Something flickered in his eyes. Not relief. Something quieter. Deeper. I understand, he said. And that doesn't mean I'll stay, she added. I know. Another pause. Then, gently. Thank you for not leaving immediately. The words were simple. But they carried weight. Elena felt it. That strange, fragile space between them. Not broken. Not whole. Something in between. The silence between them had become something else entirely now. Not distance. Not comfort. A kind of suspension. As if the story had paused at a point where everything could still move in more than one direction. She looked around the conservatory again. The light had grown brighter. People would come soon. The quiet would break. This moment wouldn't last. Nothing like this ever did. She turned back to him. I need time, she said. You have it. I need honesty. You'll have that too. She hesitated. Then added. And I need to understand the parts you still haven't told me. Adrian nodded slowly. There are more. I assumed. A faint, almost sad smile touched his expression. Yes, he said. There are more. Elena held his gaze for one last moment. Then. She stepped back. Just enough. Creating space again. Not closing the door. But not standing inside it either. I'll go to the shop, she said. I won't follow you. I know. A final pause. Then she turned. And began to walk down the corridor. She didn't look back immediately. But she felt him there. Still. Watching. Not chasing. Not calling her name. Just. Letting her go. And somehow, that felt both right and unbearably difficult at the same time. At the end of the corridor, she stopped. Just for a second. Then, without turning fully, she glanced over her shoulder. He was still there. Exactly where she had left him. Unmoving. Present. The distance between them once again visible. And filled. Not with absence. But with everything still unresolved. Elena turned away. And stepped out into the morning. Chapter 5, The First Doubt. The morning unfolded as if nothing had happened. That was the first thing Elena noticed. The city did not hesitate. It did not pause to acknowledge the quiet fracture that had taken place somewhere between a letter and a conversation in a glass corridor. It moved forward with the same rhythm as always, doors opening, voices rising, footsteps crossing damp pavement, the ordinary choreography of people who carried their own unseen stories. And Elena walked among them as though she still belonged to that same uncomplicated world. She returned to the bookshop just before opening. The street outside Vesper Lane looked washed clean after the night's rain. The stone shimmered faintly under a pale, widening sky. A man across the way was arranging flowers outside his shop, carefully placing each stem as though nothing in the world required urgency. Elena unlocked the door. The familiar sound of the key turning felt both grounding and strangely distant. Inside, the shop greeted her as it always did, quiet, waiting, untouched. The shelves stood in their patient rows. The counter remained where she had left it. The air held that soft, layered scent of paper, dust, and old bindings that had always comforted her. But something had shifted. Not in the room. In her. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. For a moment, she simply stood there, letting the silence settle, trying to feel whether this place could still hold her the way it had before. Then she moved. Routine again. She removed her coat, hung it carefully, turned on the lamps one by one. The warm amber light spread slowly through the space, softening the edges of everything it touched. She opened the windows slightly to let in fresh air. Set water to boil. Straightened the stack of books on the front table, even though they did not need straightening. Small actions. Simple things. Each one a quiet attempt to restore balance. But beneath them, something else remained. A subtle, persistent awareness. Like a thread pulled too tightly inside her chest. The letter. She had placed it in the drawer behind the counter when she arrived. Not hidden. Not displayed. Just set aside. As though distance might dull its presence. It didn't. She could feel it there. Waiting. Elena moved behind the counter and rested her hands lightly against the wood. She closed her eyes for a brief moment. Breathed in. Breathed out. The first customer arrived shortly after. An older woman who came every Tuesday without fail. She browsed the travel section slowly, always selecting something that reminded her of places she had once been or might never see again. "Good morning, Elena," she said warmly. "Good morning," Elena replied. Her voice sounded normal. That surprised her. "How is the world today?" the woman asked, smiling faintly as she turned a page. Elena hesitated. Only for a second. "Quiet," she said. The woman nodded as if that were exactly the right answer. "Good," she murmured. "Quiet is where the truth usually hides." Elena felt something stir at those words. But she said nothing. She simply smiled politely and turned away. More customers came. Not many. Just enough to fill the hours with small interactions. A man looking for a gift. A student searching for a specific edition. A young couple arguing softly over which novel to buy. Each conversation required attention. Each one pulled her outward, away from the constant turning of her own thoughts. And for a while, it worked. She almost forgot. Almost. Until she didn't. It happened in the smallest way. A book. Someone asked for a book on restoration. Elena walked to the shelf automatically, her fingers moving along the spines until they found it. Restoration techniques. Antique frames. The word struck her before she could stop it. Frames. Marianne restored frames. The memory came back instantly. Not as a thought. As a feeling. Adrian's voice in the conservatory, quiet and precise. She restored antique frames. She had a way of cleaning surfaces so gently it made you ashamed of rushing anything. Elena's hand paused on the book. For a moment, she could not move. The present and the past folded into each other without warning. The shop around her blurred slightly at the edges. "Miss," the customer said. Elena blinked. "Yes," she said quickly, pulling the book from the shelf. I found it. Her voice was steady. But something had changed. A small shift. A subtle fracture. The first doubt. It did not arrive like a storm. Not loud. Not overwhelming. It came quietly. In the space between one thought and the next. In the moment when a detail from his past slipped into her present without permission. Marianne. Not as a concept. Not as a warning. As a person who had once existed in his life with weight and texture and time. A person whose absence had shaped him. And now, inevitably, shaped Elena's understanding of him. She handed the book to the customer. Completed the transaction. Smiled. Routine continued. But the doubt remained. It stayed with her through the rest of the morning. Not constant. But recurring. Each time something small triggered it. A phrase. A memory. A silence. She found herself replaying moments. Not intentionally. They surfaced on their own. The evening by the river. The way he had watched the water. Quiet. Distant. She had thought he was simply thoughtful. Now she wondered. Was he remembering something else? Someone else? Another walk. Another river. Another version of himself. The doubt did not accuse. It questioned. Gently. Persistently. And that made it harder to ignore. By midday, the shop had quieted again. The steady rhythm of customers slowed. Sunlight filtered through the windows more clearly now, warming the floor in pale, shifting patterns. Elena stood behind the counter, her hands resting on the wood once more. The drawer beneath her felt heavier than it should. She opened it. Slowly. The letter lay inside. Exactly as she had left it. She looked at it for a long moment. Then closed the drawer again. Not yet. She was not ready to return to it. Instead, she reached for the ledger. Opened it to the page she had written the night before. The lists remained. What I know. What I don't. She read them again. The words felt different now. Less immediate. More settled. But one thing stood out. She had not written anything new under what I don't. And there was more now. Much more. She picked up her pen. Hesitated. Then added. What he hasn't told me yet. Why someone chose to tell me now. Whether I can trust what I feel. She paused. Then wrote one more line. Whether doubt changes love or only reveals it. The pen hovered for a moment. Then she set it down. A soft sound at the door made her look up. The bell rang gently. Elena's heart skipped before she could stop it. But it wasn't him. Just another customer. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. And that was when she understood something important. The doubt had reached deeper than she thought. It wasn't just about him. It was about herself now. Her reactions. Her expectations. The way her body responded before her mind could catch up. The way she had hoped, just for a second, that it might be him walking through the door. Despite everything. That realization stayed with her. Through the afternoon. Through the quiet hours when the shop returned to stillness. through the moments when she caught herself listening for the sound of footsteps outside. He did not come. And she had told him not to. She knew that. But knowing something and feeling it were not the same. By late afternoon, the light began to soften again. Shadows lengthened. The warmth of the day faded into something cooler. Elena closed the shop at her usual time. Locked the door. Turned the sign. Stood for a moment with her hand on the handle. The street looked calm. Unchanged. But she felt the shift within herself more clearly now. The doubt was no longer just a reaction. It had become part of her awareness. Not overwhelming, but present. Like a quiet voice that did not speak loudly, but did not disappear either. She stepped away from the door. Walked back to the counter. Opened the drawer once more. Took out the letter. This time, she did not hesitate. She unfolded it. Read it again. Slowly. Carefully. And this time, she noticed something she hadn't fully registered before. A line near the end. If he has changed, the truth will not harm him. She stared at it. Then at the next line. If he has not, the truth may still save you. The words settled differently now. Not as accusation. Not as warning. But as a question. Had he changed? Elena closed her eyes briefly. She thought of the conservatory. Of his answers. Of the way he had not avoided the truth when she asked directly. Of the way he had admitted fear. Admitted uncertainty. Admitted that he might repeat the same patterns. That mattered. Didn't it? Or did it simply mean he understood himself well enough to describe the problem without solving it? She opened her eyes again. The room was dim now. Evening returning. The same quiet hour as the night before. But she was not the same person standing in it. The first doubt had taken root. Not destroying what she felt. But changing it. Making it more complex. More fragile. More real. She folded the letter carefully. Placed it back in the envelope. But this time, she did not put it away. She left it on the counter. In plain sight. As if acknowledging that it now belonged to her life. Not hidden. Not ignored. Part of it. Elena turned off the lamps one by one. The shop darkened slowly. She took her coat. Her bag. And stepped outside into the evening. The air was cooler now. The sky deepening toward night. She walked home more slowly than usual. Not because she was tired. Because she was thinking. About him. About herself. About what came next. The doubt moved with her. Quiet. Persistent. Not an answer. Not a decision. Just a presence. And as she reached her street and paused before her building, she understood something that would stay with her long after this evening ended. Doubt does not always break love. Sometimes. It simply reveals how much there is to lose. Chapter 6, The Night She Couldn't Forget. That evening began quietly enough that Elena almost mistrusted it. After the long, strained rhythm of the previous day, the city seemed to have decided to soften itself around her. The sky above the rooftops had turned a muted violet before settling into blue. The rain had not returned. The air was cool, but gentler now, carrying the faint scent of damp stone, chimney smoke, and the distant sweetness of someone's window box still stubbornly full of late blossoms. She stood outside her building for a little while before going in. Not because she wanted to be out in the cold, and not because she expected anyone to appear. She simply was not ready yet for the intimacy of her own rooms. There are nights when solitude feels like relief, and there are nights when it feels like a room full of mirrors. Tonight belonged to the second kind. A single lamp was lit in the apartment above hers. Across the street, someone was playing piano badly, but with persistence and feeling. The notes drifted through the open evening in an uneven pattern, as though the player knew the shape of longing better than the shape of music. Elena listened for a moment. Then she climbed the stairs. Inside, her apartment was exactly as she had left it. The folded blanket over the chair. The narrow shelf of books by the window. The bowl on the table where she sometimes dropped keys and receipts and loose paper clips. Her teacup from the morning, rinsed and turned upside down beside the sink. The letter still lying where she had left it before leaving for the bookshop, one cream edge visible beside the lamp. It was strange how quickly an object could become part of the atmosphere of a room. She removed her coat, set down her bag, and crossed to the window without lighting the lamp. Outside, the street glowed dimly under the lamps. The trees along the pavement stirred once in a slow breeze and went still again. A man passed beneath carrying a paper parcel. Two women walked arm in arm, talking in low voices, their laughter rising only once before fading into the evening. Elena leaned one shoulder against the window frame. The first doubt had come to her in the bookshop like something slipping silently into water. Not dramatic. Not sharp. Just there. Present. Altering depth and reflection. It had not left. If anything, it had become quieter and more settled, which made it harder to resist. Doubt shouted can be rejected. Doubt whispered begins to sound like thought itself. She turned from the window at last and lit the lamp. A soft amber circle filled the room. The letter did not look threatening in that light. It looked patient. She ignored it and went into the kitchen. Tea first, she thought. Always tea first. The kettle took longer than usual to boil, or perhaps waiting simply felt longer tonight. She stood with both hands resting against the edge of the counter and watched the blue flame beneath it. The small kitchen smelled faintly of lemon peel and the herbs she kept drying in bundles from a hook near the window. The ordinary details soothed her only a little. When the water was ready, she poured it into the teapot, waited, and carried one cup into the main room. Only one. It should not have meant anything, but it did. She sat on the sofa with the cup cradled in both hands and let the heat move slowly into her fingers. She told herself she would not think about him for 10 minutes. She would drink the tea. She would listen to the half-competent piano through the wall of evening. She would let the room become simply a room again. But of course the mind rarely obeys an instruction phrased like a challenge. She thought of the conservatory. Of the pale gold light on glass. Of the distance between them, and the way it had seemed at once so small and so impossible. She thought of his face when she asked him whether he feared repeating the same pattern. The swiftness of his answer. The lack of self-defense in it. Yes. Because patterns don't disappear just because you recognize them. The memory troubled her now in a different way than it had earlier. At the time, she had heard warning in it. Honesty, yes, but warning. Now, in the softened stillness of evening, she heard something else too. Weariness. A man not excusing himself, not asking to be trusted on instinct, but offering her the least flattering truth because he had run out of ways to survive by softer ones. And that would have been easier to admire if admiration were not now entangled with fear. She set the teacup down and reached for the letter. Not because she wanted to. Because avoidance had begun to feel theatrical. The letter existed. Its claims existed. Adrian's admissions existed. She could not build a temporary peace by pretending one cancelled the others. She unfolded the pages carefully. By now the creases had begun to remember her hands. She read the opening again. Then the middle. Then the paragraph naming the green gate, the ring, the winter morning. Nothing in the letter had been disproven. That fact remained like a stone at the center of everything. And yet, now that she had heard Adrian speak, the letter no longer felt complete either. Its certainty had cracked. Not because it was false, but because it was arranged. Its author had chosen a lens and held it steadily. The selection was deliberate. The intention unresolved. Elena turned the third page over, though she already knew there was nothing written on the back. Then she studied the signature again. M. If it was Marianne, why not sign fully? Because old wounds prefer concealment? Because she wanted power without exposure? Because it was not Marianne at all, but someone close enough to use her initial and her history? Elena traced the shape of the letter without touching the ink. Her thoughts drifted back to something Adrian had said in the conservatory. It chooses the parts of the truth that hurt most when placed together. She had resisted the sentence at first because it sounded like self-defense. But the more she sat with it, the more she recognized its precision. The letter did not lie openly. It arranged. It framed. It presented his past as a corridor with only one exit. If he has changed, the truth will not harm him. If he has not, the truth may still save you. What did that mean, really? Save you from what? From loving a man who could leave. From trusting one who had once failed to deserve trust. From becoming Marianne by slower degrees. A chill moved through her, though the room was warm enough. She folded the pages again, not to put them away, but to lessen their authority for a little while. Then she stood and began to move restlessly about the room, touching things without purpose. Straightening a book that wasn't crooked. Lifting the vase from the table and setting it down again. Closing the cabinet door in the kitchen though it had not been standing open enough to matter. Eventually she reached for her coat again. She did not want to spend the whole evening inside her own thoughts. And there was one place she could go without truly deciding to go anywhere. The canal. It had become, without formal agreement, one of the places she and Adrian most often seemed to find themselves. Not always together. Sometimes she walked there alone. Sometimes she had seen him from the bridge before he saw her. The canal belonged to the city, but it had begun to hold their conversations the way certain rooms retain voices long after speakers have gone. Elena took her scarf, wrapped it loosely around her shoulders, and left the apartment. The air outside had cooled further. Night was not yet deep, but it had gathered enough to smooth the buildings into softened outlines. Lamps burned along the street. Their reflections trembled in the shop windows and darkened puddles. The piano had stopped. As she walked, she tried not to think of what she hoped for. That was the most dangerous thing about uncertainty. It teaches the heart to pretend it has no expectations even while building them quietly in secret. She passed the bakery, now closed, its front windows dim and empty. She crossed the narrow square where the chestnut trees stood stripped and black against the sky. She turned onto the bridge road and slowed as the canal came into view. The water below was dark and slow-moving, carrying the reflections of lamps in thin broken gold. The iron railings were cool beneath her hand when she reached them. A faint mist hovered low over the surface, so pale it looked almost imagined. Elena stood still and looked down. No one else was on the bridge. Good, she thought. Or perhaps not. She did not know anymore. The city sounds seemed farther away here. Hooves or tires from a distant road. A tram bell. A voice carried briefly on the wind and lost. The canal absorbed everything into quiet. She closed her eyes. In memory, Adrian stood beside her almost at once. Not as a ghostly figure. More like an imprint the place itself kept offering back to her. His shoulder near hers. The way he leaned slightly forward when listening. His low voice saying something thoughtful, too thoughtful perhaps for a man trying not to reveal himself too quickly. Had it always been this way? She wondered. Had he always been withholding? Or had she simply become suspicious enough that his reserve now cast a different shadow backward over every moment? She opened her eyes again and looked down at the water. The truth, she thought, is never only in what happened. It is also in what we begin to notice after the fact. There was that evening 3 weeks ago when he had taken her to the second-hand music shop near St. Ives Street because he insisted the owner knew more about old recordings than anyone living or dead. They had spent nearly an hour there, listening to fragments of cello sonatas and dusty jazz on a crackling machine in the back. Adrian had looked unexpectedly light that day, almost boyish in certain moments, smiling with a quickness Elena had not seen often and liked too much. On the walk back, she had asked him, not seriously at first, "What were you like at 20?" He had laughed softly. Impossible. In what sense? In several. That's not an answer. It may be the kindest version of one. She had nudged his arm with her shoulder then, teasing, and he had looked at her in that quiet way of his, warm and unreadable all at once. Now, standing alone by the canal, Elena felt the memory reassemble itself under new light. Impossible. Kindest version. Not an answer. Had she missed the warning? Or had he been trying, in the only way he knew, to keep a door half-marked so she could not say later that it was entirely invisible? The thought left her unsatisfied and sad. A sound behind her made her straighten. Footsteps. Not hurried. Measured. Approaching from the north side of the bridge. Her hand tightened on the railing before she could stop herself. She did not turn at once. Some part of her already knew. There are ways of recognizing a presence before sight confirms it. The rhythm of movement. The shape of silence around it. When she finally turned, Adrian was 5 or 6 paces away, coat buttoned to the throat, one hand in his pocket, the other bare despite the cold. The lamplight touched one side of his face and left the other in shadow. He stopped when she turned. Neither surprise nor relief crossed his expression first. Only caution. The kind that belongs to someone who understands that every approach may now be interpreted as pressure unless made with care. "I almost kept walking," he said. The honesty of that disarmed her more than an apology would have. "Why didn't you?" He glanced at the water briefly, then back to her. Because you saw me. And if I hadn't? I might have passed without speaking. She believed him. That mattered too. The bridge seemed suddenly narrower. Elena turned back toward the water, not dismissing him, simply making it easier to breathe. After a brief hesitation, he came to stand beside her. Not close enough for their sleeves to brush. Close enough that she was aware of him completely. For a while they said nothing. It was not the silence of the conservatory. That one had been taught, unfinished, lit by morning and the labor of being honest. This silence belonged to night. It had depth in it. Weariness. Memory. The tired intimacy of two people no longer pretending they can return to the easy version of themselves. Below them, the canal moved slowly under the bridge. I wasn't waiting for you, Elena said eventually. I know. I mean it. I still know. His voice held no offense. Just acknowledgement. She looked sideways at him. You sound as though you expected to find me here. No. Then why this bridge? He gave a slight shrug that was not quite a shrug. I walk when I don't know what to do with myself. That, too, sounded true. And this is where you came. Yes. Elena rested both hands on the railing. The metal chilled her palms through her gloves. There were 100 questions she could have asked in that moment. About Marianne. About Lion. About the ring. About who else might know enough to write such a letter. Instead, what came out was much smaller. Were you like this with her? Adrian was quiet for a long moment. The night wind moved lightly over the canal. Somewhere downriver, a dog barked once and then no more. Like what? He asked. Careful. He turned his head slightly toward her. Yes, he said at last. And no. Elena waited. With Marianne, he said, I was less aware of my own evasions. I thought reserve was sophistication. I thought being difficult to understand made me more interesting than simply being honest. A faint, bitter softness touched his tone then, almost humor but with no pleasure in it. That sounds unbearable when I say it aloud. Perhaps because it is. Yes. He did not resist the judgment. She watched the reflection of a lamp tremble in the current below. And now? Now I know it's cowardice most of the time. Or fear dressed to look like complexity. His words entered her with that same terrible precision she was beginning to associate with him whenever he stopped protecting himself from plainness. Fear dressed to look like complexity. It sounded like the sort of sentence one arrives at only after being told the same truth in multiple forms and finally no longer having the energy to argue with it. Did she call you that? Elena asked before she could stop herself. He was silent. Then, not exactly. But close enough. Yes. Elena looked down at her gloved hands. The wind had grown colder. She became aware of the warmth of his presence beside her, and hated herself a little for noticing it. The letter makes it sound, she said slowly, as though she thinks you don't change. Only move. He considered this. That would be a reasonable conclusion from her experience of me. The answer was fair. Too fair. It left no easy angle from which to defend him or attack him more cleanly. Do you think she's wrong? He drew a breath and let it out. I think people can change. I think knowing that isn't the same as proving it. Elena turned that over internally, feeling its weight. Then how do you prove it? I don't know, he said. By staying when you want to vanish. By saying the thing earlier than feels safe. By letting someone see the less flattering version before they've committed to loving the more appealing one. He paused. By not making the person who cares for you do all the work of discovering who you are. The words settled into the space around them and seemed to remain there, quieter and heavier than the canal below. Elena could not immediately answer. She thought of all the evenings Adrian had stood in the shop, speaking gently, asking observant questions, allowing her to feel seen. She thought of how little comparable labor he had permitted from himself. How often he had let warmth suffice where history should also have been offered. Not because he planned deceit. That almost would have been easier. Because secrecy had become so braided into self-protection that he mistook withholding for pacing. They stood in silence again. This time it was Elena who broke it. What happened after you left Lion? It was not the question she had expected to ask tonight. But the bridge, the darkness, the water below, all of it seemed to make chronological truth feel more possible than emotional interpretation. Adrian rested his forearms lightly on the railing. I went south first, he said. Marseille for a few weeks. Then Genoa. Then back north. Temporary work wherever I could find it. Cataloging in private collections, translation, restoration when people trusted me with damaged things but not enough to ask who I had been before. He gave the faintest pause after that last phrase. I lived in rooms that never began to feel familiar. I learned train schedules better than streets. I became good at leaving before anyone noticed the pattern in me. Elena felt those words settle heavily too. Was that punishment? She asked softly. He glanced at her. Sometimes I tried to call it freedom. And what was it really? A postponement. Of what? He looked back at the water. Of having to belong somewhere honestly. The canal beneath them moved on, patient and dark. Elena felt something ache in her chest then. Not forgiveness. Not even pity exactly. A recognition of loneliness so old it had become style. That was the danger in him perhaps. Not only that he could leave, but that he had built an identity around remaining in motion just long enough to avoid seeing the full shape of his own damage reflected back at him. Why did you stop? She asked. He was very still before answering. I got tired. The simplicity of it moved through her more strongly than any more dramatic confession might have. Tired of what? Of being provisional everywhere. He gave a slight shake of his head. Of walking into new places and feeling briefly possible there, only to discover I had carried myself in unchanged. Of having no witness to my life except my own unreliable memory. Of knowing that if I vanished, there were not many people who would know what version of me they were supposed to mourn. Elena turned fully toward him then. His face in the lamplight looked older again, not in years but in transparency. He was speaking from a place in himself she had not heard before, a place stripped of charm, stripped even of much self-judgment, leaving only fatigue in fact. And then you came here. Yes. Why here? He smiled without amusement. Because I had never been. She frowned slightly. That's all? Not entirely. He looked down the line of the canal toward the dark bridges beyond. A man I once worked with told me this city was full of people who kept odd hours and old secrets, which he meant as criticism. It sounded restful to me. Despite herself, Elena almost smiled. That sounds very much like you. It does, he said quietly. Unfortunately. A boat moved slowly beneath the far bridge, little more than a dark shape on dark water. Its wake reached them a few seconds later, breaking the reflections into trembling shards. Elena listened to the faint slap of water against stone. Then she asked, "Did you ever mean to go back?" The question needed no explanation. He knew she meant Marianne. Lion. The gate. Adrian's answer came after a long time. In the beginning, yes. Then the shame of not returning became mixed with the shame of returning late. Then time did what it does. It made cowardice look increasingly irreversible. Elena felt the sentence settle somewhere deep in her. Time did what it does. It was always this with him. Not merely confession, but the language of patterns. He seemed able to observe himself with painful clarity and still somehow not have interrupted the motion when interruption mattered most. Was that wisdom or failure? Perhaps both. Did she ever love you again after that? Elena asked. The second the words left her, she knew they were unfair. Love is not a thing one can measure after abandonment. It does not arrange itself into clean before and after. But Adrian only looked at the water and answered softly, "I don't know." I suspect she stopped trusting the part of herself that once did. That was somehow worse than if he had said no. Elena closed her eyes briefly. A breeze touched her hair. She pulled the scarf closer around her shoulders. The night was deepening now. Windows along the canal glowed softly. A curtain moved in one upstairs room, then settled. The city seemed made of hush and light and distant lives. "This is what frightens me," she said finally. He did not ask what. "That I can understand you," she continued, still looking out at the water, "and still not know whether understanding makes you safer or simply harder to leave." For the first time in several minutes, Adrian did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was very low. "Yes." She turned to him then, startled by the simplicity of it. He met her gaze. "That is what frightens me too." Something passed between them then, something not restful but deeply intimate. The kind of intimacy that comes not from closeness but from shared recognition of danger. Elena looked away first. "Do you know who else could have written the letter?" she asked. He was quiet again for a while. "There are perhaps 2 or 3 possibilities." "Women?" "Not all." She turned back sharply. "Not all?" "No." "Who else?" Adrian rubbed his thumb lightly against the railing, as if feeling the cold there might help organize memory. "There was a man named Luc Morel. A friend of Marianne's brother. He disliked me on sight, which in retrospect was almost certainly perceptive of him. He believed from early on that I was temporary in ways I was trying not to admit. He and I had one very unpleasant conversation after I left and returned briefly for some papers." Elena straightened. "You returned?" "Only once. Not to see her." The pain in that was immediate and sharp. "That sounds worse somehow." "Yes," he said. "It does." She took that in silently. "What happened with this Luke?" "He told me I had a talent for making decency feel optional so long as I remained eloquent enough about my regrets." The sentence rang with exactly the kind of cool precision the letter had used. Elena heard it too. You think he could have written it? He could have. Though the handwriting would surprise me. And the other possibilities? Adrian shifted his weight slightly. There was Marianne's cousin, Sabine. Older than both of us. Protective. She lived in the house for a few months after Marianne's aunt died. She saw more than either of us intended. She liked me least when I was trying hardest to seem like a good man. Elena gave a faint, humorless breath that was almost a laugh. That seems to happen a lot in your stories. People disliking you for accurate reasons before you understand them yourself. Yes. Again he offered no defense. The third possibility? He hesitated. This time the hesitation felt different. Not merely the slow choosing of what to reveal, but reluctance itself. Who? Elena asked. Adrian looked at her. Someone I knew before Lion. Another woman? He nodded. Of course, Elena thought. Of course there was another room. Not because she had hoped he had only one history, but because each additional hidden chapter made the architecture of his silence feel larger. What was her name? She asked. Claire. The name hung in the cold air between them. Elena looked back at the water, not because she wanted to retreat from him, but because her face needed a moment not to be watched. Did you leave her too? His answer was so quiet she almost didn't hear it. Yes. The night around them seemed to deepen. A small numbness passed through Elena, not dramatic enough to be pain, but more dangerous in its own way. A widening. Another pattern confirmed. She folded her hands together tightly inside her gloves. Then how many times, she asked after a while, does a pattern become a person? The question seemed to strike him. Not as accusation alone. As truth. He leaned his head slightly, not down, not away, just enough that the light changed on his face. I don't know, he said. But I imagine the answer is earlier than I wanted to believe. They fell silent again. The bridge beneath them felt suspended outside ordinary time. The water below kept moving. The city kept breathing around them. Somewhere, a clock struck the quarter hour, the sound softened by distance. Elena thought of Claire now, though she knew nothing about her. Another name. Another life he had once entered. Another departure perhaps made of partial speech and delayed honesty. The thought should have hardened her. Instead it made everything feel older. Tell me about Claire, she said. Adrian laughed once, softly, with no amusement at all. You collect names now. Yes. He accepted that. Claire was before Lion, he said. In Brussels. I was younger. More vain. Less self-aware, though just self-aware enough to imitate remorse when needed. She was studying architecture. We lived in adjacent rooms in a building full of students and people pretending not to be students anymore. We were never together in the formal sense Marianne and I were. But we had a long season of almosts, and I handled even that badly. How? I encouraged what I had not decided to keep. Then I withdrew when consequence approached. Elena looked at him. That, too, could describe the present if she let fear write the definition. He must have seen some version of that thought pass across her face, because he added quietly, I know. Do you? She asked, more sharply than she meant. Yes. And yet you still let this happen with me. He closed his eyes briefly. Yes. There was no mercy in honesty when it arrived after the fact. Elena turned away from the railing and took a few steps across the bridge, needing movement. The stone beneath her feet still held a trace of the day's warmth, but the air had grown markedly colder. She stopped near the middle and looked up at the sky. Clouds moved slowly over the moon, softening and revealing its light by turns. She heard Adrian behind her, not following too closely. When he spoke, his voice came to her over the quiet rush of the canal. I didn't let it happen in the sense of planning it. She turned. No. No. He held her gaze. I did what I always seem capable of doing when something begins to matter. I hoped feeling would force me into courage before my old habits had time to do damage. He paused. That was unfair to you. Elena looked at him in the moon-paled dark. Yes, she said. Something in his expression tightened, not in self-pity but in simple receipt of truth. What do you want from me tonight? She asked then. Really? It was perhaps the most direct question she had put to him since the letter. He did not answer quickly. When he did, the voice was stripped down to its bones. To remain possible. She stared at him. No explanation. No decoration. To remain possible. The answer was at once humble and selfish, tender and dangerous. It acknowledged her power to leave and his desire that she not do so. It did not ask for absolution, but it asked for future. It was perhaps the truest answer he could have given, and that made it harder, not easier, to hear. She almost said that aloud. Instead she asked, possible for what? For being known fully before you decide. He swallowed once, and in the moonlight the motion looked unexpectedly vulnerable. For not being judged only by the worst arranged version of what I've been. For the chance to prove, if I can, that I am not only made of departure. The words moved through her slowly. Not because they were dramatic. Because they were exactly scaled to the hour. Not a vow. Not a plea large enough to sound false. Just a request for time in which truth might be tested rather than assumed. Elena wrapped her arms around herself. You speak beautifully when you're in danger. The words were meant to protect her. To make room for skepticism. To remind herself that eloquence had already been named in this story as one of his oldest accomplices. He nodded. Yes, he said. And that's why I distrust it too. For the first time that night, silence gave her not pain but a strange kind of helplessness. What does one do with a man who keeps admitting the exact shape of his failures before you can use them against him? It should have made him easier to refuse. Instead it made him sorrowfully legible. Elena looked past him toward the far side of the bridge. A woman in a dark coat crossed at the other end with a lantern or perhaps a bicycle light, her figure moving briefly through brightness and then away. She did not look at them. The momentary proof of another life nearby felt oddly reassuring. When the bridge was empty again, Elena said, I don't know what would count as proof. I know. No, I mean it. I don't know what change would even look like from the outside, except slowness and honesty and not leaving when things become difficult. But those things take time. And time is exactly how people become more entangled before they know whether they should have stepped away earlier. Yes. His agreement sounded almost like grief. She turned toward the canal again. The night she couldn't forget, she would later think, began then. Not with the letter, though the letter opened the wound. Not even with the conservatory, though that turned suspicion into truth. It began here on the bridge, under the shifting moonlight, with the full unbearable knowledge that she could see the danger and remain standing beside it anyway. That was the beginning of the unforgettable part. The part that would later return to her in fragments of light and water and voice. The part where nothing was solved and still everything became more intimate. Adrian came to stand beside her again, this time closer than before, though still not touching. "I can go," he said after a while. Elena smiled faintly without humor. "You've said that before." "Yes. It always sounds a little like leaving first." He was silent long enough that she knew the observation had landed exactly where intended. "Perhaps it is," he said. "Sometimes I still don't know the difference between offering space and retreating before I'm asked." The honesty of that made her chest ache. She looked sideways at him. He was watching the water, not her. The line of his profile in the dim light was grave and very tired. She wondered suddenly how long he had been carrying all this, not as a secret exactly, but as a suspended collapse waiting for the wrong touch. "Stay," she heard herself say. His gaze shifted to her immediately. She regretted the word at once, not because she didn't mean it, but because it sounded more intimate than she had intended. More forgiving. More trusting. So she added, "For a little while. I don't want to walk home with all this still echoing." Something eased very slightly in his face. Not relief exactly. More like recognition that the door had not yet shut. "All right," he said. They remained on the bridge. Minutes passed. Perhaps many. Time moved differently there. They spoke in intervals, with silences between that did not need immediate filling. At one point Elena asked what music he listened to when traveling alone, and he said almost all lonely men eventually decide they understand Bach more than they do, which made her laugh softly despite herself. At another she asked whether Marianne still lived in the house with the green gate, and he said he did not know but imagined she would not keep anything whose walls remembered him too clearly. Once he asked whether she was cold, and she said a little, and without thinking he took off his gloves and held them out. She stared at them. "They're warm," he said. "You'll freeze." "I'll survive." She almost refused. Then, because the gesture was so simple and unperformed, she accepted them. They were still warm indeed, carrying the shape of his hands. She hated how much that affected her. She pulled them on anyway. Neither mentioned it. The canal darkened further as cloud covered the moon again. The mist rose slightly. Lamps blurred at the edges. "Tell me one thing," Elena said at last, "that you never meant to tell anyone here." Adrian looked at her. "Why?" "Because I want to know whether you can." He seemed to understand. They stood in silence for a long time before he answered. Finally he said, "I once thought the worst thing about me was that I left." Elena waited. "It isn't," he continued. "The worst thing is that before leaving, I become very gentle. As though some part of me believes tenderness can compensate in advance for the harm I haven't yet admitted I'm going to cause." The cold wind off the water passed over her face. For a moment she could not speak. Because there it was. The deepest fear, named from inside rather than imposed by the letter. Not merely that he leaves. That he grows softer first. That tenderness itself can become warning without the person receiving it knowing which version it is. The sentence lodged in her so deeply that she knew it would remain there long after the night ended. It would be one of the reasons she could not forget it. Why are you telling me this? She whispered. Because if I don't, then everything else I say is arranged too kindly. She turned away. Not from him, but from the force of what she was feeling. The water below seemed farther down now. The bridge colder. The night more vivid. Love, she thought, is a terrible condition in which truth does not necessarily free you. Sometimes it only gives your fear better language. Her eyes stung unexpectedly, though she did not cry. After a while Adrian said, "You should go home." She almost laughed. You say that every time the truth gets difficult. Perhaps because that's when I most fear becoming persuasive. She closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, the canal had not changed. The night had not changed. But she had crossed some internal threshold she could not yet name. "Walk with me," she said. He looked at her carefully. "Are you sure?" "No," she said. "But walk with me anyway." So they left the bridge and took the quieter street back toward her neighborhood. The city at that hour felt wrapped in velvet. Their footsteps were soft on the stones. Most shops were dark. A few upper windows burned with late light. Somewhere bread was being baked for morning already, because the air near the square carried that faint impossible warmth of yeast and flour. They did not walk close enough to touch. Yet she was aware of him in every step. Once, when a bicycle came suddenly around a corner, he reached lightly for her elbow to guide her aside. The contact lasted only a second. Still, it moved through her like remembered fire. When he let go, neither of them mentioned it. At the edge of the square, Elena slowed. "This is where you should leave me," she said. He nodded. But neither moved immediately. The square was nearly empty. A fountain stood dark at its center. The chestnut branches above shifted faintly in the night breeze. Their shadows moved over the cobblestones like water. Adrian looked at her in the dimness. "I don't know what tomorrow should be," he said. "Neither do I. I won't come unless you ask." She studied him for a moment. "That sounds very disciplined." "It's fear." "Of what?" "That if I keep appearing in front of you, you'll mistake persistence for proof." The answer was so exact she had to look away. "And if I don't ask?" she said. He was quiet before replying. "Then I will assume you have chosen peace over possibility." She looked back at him sharply. "Don't phrase it like that." He frowned slightly. "Like what?" "As though leaving you is cowardly." His expression changed at once, the misunderstanding reaching him. "I didn't mean it that way." "I know. But words matter." "Yes." He nodded once. "You're right." They fell silent again. The wind moved through the branches overhead. Elena became acutely aware that this moment, too, would live in memory. The square. The darkness. The way he stood before her with his hands bare because she still wore his gloves. The fact that she should have given them back and somehow had not. She slipped them off slowly and held them out. He looked at them, then at her. "You'll be cold," he said. "So will you." He took them. Their fingers brushed, and this time neither could pretend it was accidental. The contact was brief but devastating in its restraint. Something passed over his face then, so quickly she almost missed it. Not hunger exactly. Not hope. Something quieter and more dangerous. The ache of wanting what one has not been told one may safely want. "Good night, Elena," he said. "Good night." He inclined his head slightly, as though formal distance might save them both a little. Then he turned and walked away across the square. She stood still until he reached the far street. He did not look back. That hurt more than if he had. When she finally climbed the stairs to her apartment, the air inside felt warmer than before, almost too warm. She lit the lamp, removed her scarf, and sat on the edge of the bed without undressing. Everything that had happened on the bridge and in the walk home remained painfully vivid. Not blurred by exhaustion. Brightened by it. She could still hear his voice. "The worst thing is that before leaving, I become very gentle." She pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes. That sentence would not leave her. It moved through all the others, arranging them around itself. His care. His thoughtfulness. The tea. The books. The way he stepped back when she needed distance. The way he watched her as though she were something fragile he must never seize too quickly. Was it tenderness because he had changed? Or tenderness because some part of him already sensed danger and softened in advance? The question was unbearable. And because it was unbearable, it became unforgettable. She changed slowly for bed. Washed her face. Unpinned her hair. Folded her dress over the chair. Performed each act with a kind of distracted precision, as though being orderly might protect her from feeling too much all at once. Then she lay down. Sleep did not come. Of course it did not. The room was dim except for moonlight at the window. Somewhere in the building a pipe murmured briefly. Footsteps passed overhead, then ceased. The city beyond the glass had quieted to its deepest register. Elena lay on her side and stared toward the dark shape of the table where the letter remained. The night she couldn't forget became longer there. Not because anything happened externally. Because memory would not loosen her. She replayed the bridge in perfect detail. The first sight of him walking toward her. The way he stopped without crowding. The cold on the railing. The blur of lamps in the water. His voice when he said he wanted to remain possible. His face when she asked how many times a pattern becomes a person. The warmth of his gloves on her hands. The brush of fingers in the square. There are nights that are memorable because they resolve something. And there are nights that stay with you because they do the opposite. Because they leave you in the exact center of what you do not know, but with more feeling than you can safely carry there. Near midnight she rose again and went to the window. The street below was nearly empty. The lamps cast long still pools of light. The rooftops were silvered faintly under the moon. The world looked suspended. She rested her forehead against the cool pane. Somewhere in the city Adrian was awake too. She felt almost certain of it. Perhaps walking. Perhaps sitting in a chair with a book open but unread. Perhaps staring out a different window, thinking of Lion, of bridges, of all the women whose names now lived uncomfortably beside one another in Elena's mind. Marianne. Claire. And Elena herself, now standing not after them exactly, but among the consequences they had left in him. That thought should have made her feel diminished. Instead it made her feel sadder in a more grown way. Human beings are rarely each other's first lessons. More often they are later chapters written over half-healed margins. She thought then of something else Adrian had said. Of having no witness to my life except my own unreliable memory. Perhaps that was part of why his presence affected her so much. He looked at things like a man starving for witness. Not applause. Not rescue. Witness. Someone to know the shape of his days while they were still being lived. Someone before whom he might exist in continuity instead of fragments. But witness is not love, Elena told herself. And being needed is not the same as being safe. Still, the distinction did not reduce the tenderness she felt. It only complicated it further. Eventually she returned to bed. Sleep came in torn pieces after that. Thin, shifting, threaded with dream. In one dream she stood before a green gate that would not open no matter how softly she touched it. In another she was back in the bookshop, only all the books were blank inside except one, and when she opened it she found only a silver ring resting in the hollowed pages. Later she dreamed of the bridge again, but Adrian was on the far side of the water instead of beside her, speaking words the current kept carrying away before they reached her. When she woke in the early hours, her heart was beating too quickly. The room was still dark. She could hear rain at last, very soft, beginning again against the windows. Elena lay still and listened. The sound calmed her gradually, not because it solved anything, but because rain always made the world feel more enclosed, more gathered. As if all uncertainty had been wrapped for a little while in one continuous sound. This, she thought in the dark, is what I will remember. Not only the revelations. Not only the fear. But the texture of the night itself. The cold bridge. The mist over the canal. The borrowed warmth of his gloves. The moon caught and broken in black water. The unbearable intimacy of truth not yet redeemed by trust. She turned onto her back and stared upward into the dark. The night she couldn't forget would remain with her because it had changed the atmosphere of love. Before, love had felt like discovery. Now it felt like discovery and caution breathing in the same body. A softer and more dangerous condition. By dawn she had slept no more than an hour in fragments, yet she felt strangely calm. Not rested, but clarified by exhaustion. Sometimes the mind, after circling the same sorrow long enough, enters a brief truce with it simply because it cannot maintain such height of feeling forever. The rain continued gently. Gray light began to gather beyond the window. Elena sat up, pulled the blanket around her shoulders, and watched morning assemble itself once more over the rooftops. The city would wake. The shop would open. People would ask for books and paper and recommendations for stories in which other lives resolved more neatly than their own. She would move among them. She would answer. She would appear composed. And beneath all of that, the memory of this night would remain, luminous and difficult as reflected light on water. The night she couldn't forget. The night in which Adrian had told her, more plainly than ever before, the shape of what was broken in him. The night she had not left. The night she had understood that doubt and desire could coexist so completely they became almost indistinguishable at certain hours. She rose at last and crossed to the table. The letter lay where it always seemed to be waiting now. Beside it, in the dim gray dawn, she placed one hand flat on the wood and let herself say aloud the truth she had only whispered internally before. I still want him. The room, of course, did not answer. Rain moved softly on the glass. Morning widened. And Elena stood there in the hush of the unfinished day, knowing that wanting was not trust, and trust was not peace, and peace might not come for a long time. Still, the wanting remained. That was why the night would stay with her. Not because it had frightened her. Because it had frightened her and left love alive. And that, she understood as the first birds began their tentative songs beyond the rain, was the most unforgettable thing of all. Chapter 7, What the Letter Revealed. Rain remained through the morning. Not hard rain. Not the kind that announces itself with violence or urgency. It came as a fine, patient veil over the city, softening the edges of roofs and windows and carrying the whole day into a muted kind of stillness. By the time Elena opened the bookshop, the street outside had become a wash of gray stone and dim reflections. Umbrellas passed like dark flowers beneath the lamps. Water threaded quietly from awnings and gutters. The florist across the lane had not yet put out his usual display, and the bare space outside his shop looked strangely mournful without it. Inside, the bookshop felt warmer than usual. Or perhaps the cold outside simply made warmth more noticeable. Elena moved through her routine with the precision of someone walking a path already worn into the body. She unlocked the door. Lit the lamps. Opened the register. Wiped the counter although it did not need wiping. Rearranged the front display table, not because there was anything wrong with its arrangement, but because her hands needed something to do that was not trembling. She had slept little. The night on the bridge had followed her into dawn, and dawn into morning, and morning now into this dim amber quiet. The memory of Adrian beside the canal still lived too close to her skin. The warmth of his gloves had faded from her hands, but not from whatever inward place remembers touch longer than the body admits. She took the letter from her bag. For a moment she simply held it. It had become heavier over time, though nothing in it had changed physically. 3 pages. Cream paper. Ink that remained dry, neat, and infuriatingly calm. No signature except the initial. No return name. No gesture of vulnerability from the writer beyond the very act of writing. Elena looked around the shop. No one was there yet. The rain made a low whisper against the front windows. The clock above the register ticked. Somewhere in the back room the kettle had begun its familiar pre-boil murmur. She slid the letter into the ledger this time rather than the drawer. Not hidden. Not openly displayed either. Kept near. As if her mind had already accepted that the letter was no longer merely an intrusion. It had become evidence. A thread. A key to a door she had opened and could not now pretend not to have entered. The first customer did not arrive for 20 minutes. An old man in a wool hat who always came in on wet mornings and read the first pages of biographies before deciding he did not wish to commit to any of them. Elena made him tea because he looked particularly chilled, and he thanked her with the solemn gratitude of someone receiving far more than the gesture cost. After he left, the shop fell quiet again. That was when Nora arrived. The bell above the door gave its soft bright ring, and Elena looked up to see her standing in the threshold with rain shining on the shoulders of her coat and a folded umbrella tucked beneath one arm. Nora had the sort of face that always seemed 1 second away from either laughter or sharp insight, often both at once. Her dark hair was pinned up hastily, with strands already escaping. She wore a green scarf Elena had given her last winter and still pretended not to recognize whenever Nora praised its color. "You look terrible," Nora said by way of greeting. Elena let out a breath that might have become a laugh in gentler circumstances. "Good morning to you too." Nora shut the umbrella, leaned it by the door, and crossed the shop with the confidence of someone who never felt like a customer here. Which was fair. She wasn't one. She was Elena's oldest friend in the city, perhaps the only person who had seen her through enough ordinary days to recognize disaster before it named itself. "You didn't sleep," Nora said, studying her face more closely now. Very observant. "I'm serious." "I know." Nora's expression softened. "What's happened?" The question entered the room quietly. Too quietly. Elena's first instinct was refusal. Not because she did not trust Nora, but because saying any of it aloud to someone else would make the whole thing feel less like a private instability and more like the beginning of a story with witnesses. Then again, perhaps that had already happened the moment the letter slid under the door. She looked at the empty shop. "Tea first," she said. Nora did not argue. She removed her coat, draped it over the chair by the counter, and followed Elena to the back room. The small kettle had just begun to sing. Steam softened the narrow window above the sink. The back lamp cast its warm pool over the counter, the jar of dried lavender, the stacked invoices, the little dish with 2 lemon candies still untouched. Elena measured tea leaves with more care than needed. Nora leaned against the counter beside the door, watching her in silence until the cups were filled and both women had returned to the front room. They sat in the small reading corner near the travel shelves, where 2 mismatched armchairs faced each other across a round table scarred by years of cups and elbows and patient browsing. Rain silvered the front windows. The rest of the shop glowed softly behind them. Nora wrapped both hands around her tea but did not drink. "Now," she said. Elena stared down at the surface of her own cup. She had not planned to tell Nora about Adrian this way. In truth, she had not planned to tell Nora much about him at all until she understood him better herself. That secrecy now felt childish. Or perhaps simply characteristic of love in its early stages, when people become protective of what is not yet formed enough to withstand outside interpretation. "There was a letter," Elena said. Nora's brows drew together at once. "What kind of letter?" "Anonymous." "Well, almost anonymous." "When?" "2 nights ago. After closing." Nora sat straighter. "At the shop?" "Yes." "Delivered how?" "Through the mail slot in the front door." Nora's cup lowered slowly into her lap. "Someone knew you'd still be here." "Apparently." "Elena." The concern in her voice sharpened. "What did it say?" Elena hesitated, then set her tea aside and rose. She crossed to the counter, took the folded letter from the ledger, and brought it back. Nora accepted the pages silently, her eyes moving quickly but not carelessly across the first lines. As she read, something in her face changed by degrees. Not dramatic alarm. More like concentration narrowing into unease. When she reached the second page, she looked up briefly. "This is about someone," she said. "Yes." "Someone you know." Elena nodded. Nora returned to the letter. Rain whispered against the glass. The clock ticked. A tram bell sounded somewhere beyond the lane and softened into distance. By the time Nora reached the end, the tea beside her had gone untouched. She folded the pages once, very carefully, and held them in both hands for a moment before speaking. "Adrian," she said. It was not quite a question. Elena nodded again. Nora closed her eyes briefly. "So that explains your face." "I suppose it does." "Did you show him?" "Yes." Nora opened her eyes. "And?" The answer to that question was not simple. It was never going to be simple now. He didn't deny it, Elena said. Nora's expression remained still in the way it often did when she was trying not to reach too quickly for judgment. He admitted everything? Not everything. Enough. What is enough? Elena looked at the rain. A woman named Marianne. Lion. A ring. Leaving before dawn. Hurting her without. She stopped and started again more carefully. Without the kind of betrayal people find easy to categorize. Nora was silent. Elena almost smiled without humor. I know how vague that sounds. No, Nora said quietly. It sounds specific in the worst possible way. Elena looked at her. Nora went on. That kind is harder, she said. When no single act is dramatic enough to point at, but the pattern is still real. The truth of that moved through Elena with unnerving force. Because it was exactly what the letter had done. Not reveal a crime. Reveal architecture. I keep thinking, Elena said, that if he'd lied outright it would somehow be easier. Or if the letter were obviously malicious. But neither of those things happened. Nora glanced down at the pages again. This letter is malicious, she said. That doesn't mean it's false. Elena let out a slow breath. Yes. Nora rested the folded sheets on her knee. Did he say who wrote it? He thinks it might be Marianne. Or someone near her. A cousin. A man named Luke. Possibly. Elena hesitated. What? Someone from before Marianne. Nora's gaze sharpened. How many women are we talking about? I don't know. More than one? Yes. Nora was quiet for a long moment. Then she asked, how long have you been seeing him, exactly? About 4 months. And in those 4 months, how much of his past did you know before this letter? Elena looked down. Very little. Nora nodded once, slowly. Then whatever else is true, that matters. They sat with that. The rain deepened slightly, tapping now rather than whispering. A customer entered briefly, browsed by the front table, then left after buying a slim novel and translation. Elena served him automatically, her body moving while her mind remained in the reading corner with Nora and the letter between them. When she returned, Nora had not moved much. He matters to you, Nora said. It was not a question either. Yes. Nora studied her face and seemed to see how inadequate that small word was. Do you love him? Elena did not answer right away. There was a time she might have resisted the phrasing. Might have preferred softer language. Something about beginnings. Something about falling. Something not yet fully named. That time had gone. Yes, she said quietly. Nora shut her eyes again. Not in disapproval. In sorrow perhaps. Or simple comprehension of the stakes. When she looked up, she was gentler. All right. Elena almost laughed then. All right? It changes the kind of advice I can give. What advice is that? None that will spare you. That was so perfectly Nora that for the first time all morning Elena truly smiled, though it hurt. Nora took a sip of tea at last, grimaced because it had cooled, and set it aside. Tell me what he said, she asked. So Elena did. Not every word at first. But enough. The conservatory. The bridge. The names. His admissions. His fear of repeating himself. The strange painful clarity of his self-knowledge. The way he never asked directly for forgiveness and yet still somehow asked to remain possible. The gloves. The walk home. The sentence that had lodged deepest of all, that before leaving, he became very gentle. Nora listened without interruption. By the end, the shop had changed around them. Morning had become late morning. The rain had thinned again. Light pressed silverly through the windows. 2 more customers had come and gone. The tea had gone cold in both cups. Nora sat back in her chair and let out a slow breath. Well, she said. Elena waited. He's either the most self-aware dangerous man you've ever met, Nora said, or a man who has finally grown tired of being the worst version of himself and still doesn't know whether that's enough. Yes, Elena said. That's precisely the problem. Nora's gaze softened. What do you want me to say? The truth. All right. Nora glanced down at the letter on the table between them. This revealed something real. Not only about him, but about the structure of what you've begun with him. Elena was very still. Nora continued. Before this, you thought you were walking into a mystery in the romantic sense. A reserved man. A complicated past. Depth. Now you know the reserve isn't just temperament. It's also strategy. Maybe unconscious strategy, maybe not. But it functions the same way. It lets feeling grow in advance of context. The words entered Elena with painful precision. Yes. That was it. Feeling in advance of context. The phrase seemed to reach straight through the confusion and rest at the center of it. Nora saw from her face that she had touched something true. You don't have to decide today whether he's changed, she said. You probably can't. But you do need to understand what the letter actually revealed. Elena looked at the folded pages. What did it reveal? Nora answered immediately. That his silence is not neutral. The simplicity of that sentence seemed to alter the room. The rain. The books. The warm reading corner. Everything stayed as it was, and yet the atmosphere shifted around those words. His silence is not neutral. No, Elena thought. It isn't. Before the letter, Adrian's quiet had seemed gentle. Thoughtful. Even honorable in its restraint. Now she understood that silence can also shape outcome. Silence can create intimacy while delaying accountability. Silence can make another person feel chosen while not yet informed enough to choose fully in return. Not always with malice. But effect matters even where intent remains conflicted. Nora leaned forward slightly. Did he say he wants to stay? Not in those words. What words? Elena hesitated. Then, he said he wants to remain possible. Nora stared at her for a second. That is an infuriatingly Adrian phrase for someone I've never met. Despite everything, Elena laughed softly. Yes. It also means he's not asking to be absolved. He's asking for time. Yes. And time is how patterns repeat. The words stilled her. Because yes, again, that was true too. Everything seemed to arrive in pairs now. Truth and counter-truth. Compassion and warning. feeling and doubt standing side by side like strangers forced under one umbrella. A young mother entered with a little girl in a yellow raincoat. Elena rose to help them find a book of fairy tales promised for a birthday. The girl asked whether all the books in the shop had been read by Elena herself. Elena said she hoped not, because then no further joy would be possible. The child considered this gravely and selected a thick illustrated volume with wolves on the cover. When they were gone, Nora had moved to the counter and was watching the rain. "Would you like me to say I distrust him?" she asked without turning. Elena came around behind the counter and leaned against it opposite her. "Do you?" Nora considered. "I distrust patterns more than confessions," she said. "Confessions can be beautiful and useless. Patterns are what people actually live." Elena looked out at the gray lane. Across the street the florist had finally arranged a small display of white and purple flowers beneath the awning despite the weather. Their colors seemed too delicate for such a day and therefore all the more striking. "What if he is trying?" Elena asked quietly. Nora turned then. "Then trying will have to look like behavior, not understanding. He already understands himself. You've told me enough to make that clear." Elena's throat tightened slightly. Yes. That was another part of what the letter revealed. Not simply his past, but the limitation of insight when not accompanied by timely courage. Adrian could name his failures with painful elegance. He could trace their outline, their psychology, their cost. But none of that had saved Marianne. Or Claire. Or anyone before them. The question now was whether knowledge had finally become action, or whether it had only become language. Nora must have seen the shift in her face, because she softened again. "I'm not telling you to leave him," she said. "Not yet. Maybe not at all. I don't know him. You do, at least in the way one knows someone after 4 months of real feeling. But I am saying this, the letter didn't merely tell you there was another woman once. It revealed the mechanism by which he enters love." Elena stared at her. Nora held her gaze. "That's what matters." A quiet spread between them. In the front window, rain gathered and slipped down in uneven lines. A customer paused beneath the awning outside, looked in, then continued on. The clock marked noon. The mechanism by which he enters love. Elena repeated the phrase inwardly and felt how true it was. With care. With attentiveness. With restraint that feels like reverence. With partial truth that feels like depth. With enough tenderness to invite trust before the past has been properly seated in the room. And worst of all, perhaps, not because he planned this coldly, but because the pattern had become intimate to him. Familiar. Almost indistinguishable from sincerity until sincerity itself grew entangled inside it. "That sounds unforgivable when you put it like that," Elena said. Nora shook her head. "No. It sounds dangerous." "That's different." "Is it?" "Yes." Nora's voice was calm. "Unforgivable suggests moral clarity. Dangerous suggests that love may still be real, and therefore harder." Elena looked away. That, too, was true. She wished less was true. Nora stayed another hour. During that time they spoke of ordinary things for a while because no one can stand in full intensity without eventually needing an angle of escape. They spoke of the tailor downstairs from Elena's apartment who had finally remarried after years of dramatic solitude. Of a recent exhibition at the Municipal Gallery. Of Nora's brother, who had sent another impossible postcard from somewhere mountain-bound and vague. Then the conversation bent back, as it had to, toward Adrian. "Have you seen him since last night?" Nora asked. "No." "Will you?" "Probably." "Do you want to?" Elena considered longer this time. "Yes," she said. "And no." Nora smiled sadly. "Good. That means your instincts haven't been entirely replaced by longing." Elena rolled her eyes faintly. Nora reached across the counter and squeezed her hand. "Listen to me," she said. "Whatever he becomes from here, do not let his self-knowledge substitute for your own." The sentence settled deeply. Elena nodded. "I won't." Nora searched her face for a moment as if deciding whether to believe that. Then she gathered her coat, tucked the umbrella beneath her arm again, and paused by the door. "If he comes here today," she said, "you do not owe him softness just because he arrives with it." Elena almost smiled. "I know." Nora opened the door, then turned back once more. "And Elena?" "Yes?" "If the letter writer wanted to wound you, she succeeded. But that doesn't mean she wasn't also trying to save the version of you she thinks is about to happen." Then Nora was gone into the gray rain, leaving only the bell's gentle chime behind. Elena stood for a moment after the door closed. The sentence stayed with her. Save the version of you she thinks is about to happen. Was that what the letter had done? Not simply reveal him. Predict her. Predict the shape of the woman she might become if she continued loving someone whose tenderness could not yet be cleanly separated from old mechanisms of withdrawal. The thought chilled her more than the weather had. The afternoon passed slowly. Rain lightened, then returned, then became mist. The city outside blurred and sharpened by turns. The shop received its usual soft stream of visitors, enough to fill the hours but not overwhelm them. Elena recommended novels, wrapped purchases in brown paper, climbed the ladder for books on upper shelves, answered questions about out-of-print editions, and all the while some part of her remained inwardly listening. Not for footsteps exactly. For significance. There are days when the world feels ordinary on the surface and tense at its roots. This was one of them. By 4 o'clock the rain had stopped altogether. The windows brightened. Wet stone outside reflected a pale thin sun trying belatedly to exist. Elena was returning a stack of books to the history shelves when she saw him. Not entering. Across the street. Adrian stood beneath the awning of the florist's shop, not sheltered fully, only enough that the last droplets from the gutter did not strike him directly. He was not looking into the bookshop at first. He seemed uncertain whether to approach. When he did lift his gaze, it found hers through the glass almost at once. Everything in Elena went still. For a suspended second neither moved. Then Adrian inclined his head very slightly, a question more than a greeting. He was leaving the decision to her. Of course he was. The mechanism by which he enters love, Nora had said. Elena felt that sentence move through her with fresh relevance. Because yes, this too could be read many ways. Considerate distance. Respect. Fear of imposing. A subtle transfer of emotional labor back to her. All at once perhaps. Human behavior was rarely obliging enough to sort itself cleanly. She stood by the history shelf holding a book she no longer saw. Then she crossed the shop slowly to the door. She did not hurry. If he wanted to interpret that, let him. When she opened it, cool damp air entered with the smell of wet flowers. Adrian remained where he was on the opposite side of the lane. I wasn't sure whether I should come in, he said. His voice carried easily in the quiet after rain. Elena looked at him. Apparently you decided not to. Apparently I wasn't confident enough in that decision to walk away. The honesty of that nearly disarmed her at once. She kept one hand on the door. What do you want? It was not warm. Not unkind either. Simply direct. Adrian glanced briefly toward the florist, who was inside arranging stems and not paying them visible attention. I found something, he said. Elena did not move. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat and drew out a small flat envelope, darker than the cream letter but similarly old-fashioned in paper quality. Her pulse changed. What is it? A photograph, he said. And a note. Not from now. From before. Before what? Before Lion. She looked at the envelope. He did not hold it out across the street. He simply kept it in his hand, waiting. Something in her tightened. The mechanism. The pattern. The timing. What kind of note? She asked. One I should have shown you sooner if I intended any honesty worth the name. The answer was very Adrian and she almost hated him for it. Who is it from? He met her eyes. Claire. The name entered the rainy brightness like a second letter unfolding. Elena's hand tightened on the door. The city around them seemed suddenly quiet again despite the resumed movement of passers-by farther down the lane. Why are you bringing this to me now? His face changed slightly at that. Not surprise. Something closer to difficult acceptance. Because after last night I went home and looked through a box I haven't opened in years. And because if the letter revealed the pattern, then more than one chapter belongs in what you know. Elena said nothing. He went on, carefully. I can leave it with you and go. Or I can tell you what it is first. You decide. Again. The space left to her. The choice placed in her hands. Not coercion. Not innocence either. Elena felt suddenly how tired she was of standing at thresholds. She opened the door wider. Come in, she said. His gaze searched hers once, perhaps for a sign of welcome that was not there. Then he crossed the lane and entered the shop. The familiar bell sounded overhead. It was astonishing how quickly his presence altered the atmosphere of the room. The books remained books. The lamp still glowed. Dust still moved in the late light. And yet everything sharpened around him, as if the air itself had become more alert. Adrian removed his coat slowly. Water darkened the shoulders. His hair was damp at the temples. He looked as though he had not slept much either. Elena locked the door, though it was not yet closing time. She turned the sign to closed. Adrian noticed. Thank you, he said. It's not for you, she answered. His mouth shifted as if he accepted that completely. They moved to the reading corner. This time Elena did not make tea. Some conversations should not be softened. Adrian sat only when she had done so first. The envelope remained in his hand until he set it gently on the table between them. It was worn at the edges, as though once carried often and later buried carelessly among other things. He looked at it for a moment before speaking. When I knew Claire, he said, I was 23. Elena listened. I had just begun translating archival notes for a private collector in Brussels. It paid little and made me feel more sophisticated than I was. Claire lived down the hall from me in a building that smelled of plaster, onions, and rain. She drew facades on tracing paper laid into the night and swore beautifully in 2 languages whenever her pencil broke. He stopped. A faint almost smile touched his face at the memory, then vanished. Elena watched him with painful attentiveness. Again it was memory, not summary. Again he made the women of his past real in details before he named the harm. She did not know whether that was grace or cruelty. We were never formally together, he continued. But we circled each other for months in ways that everyone around us recognized before we did. Or before I admitted I did. I liked being wanted by her. I liked being understood by someone so quickly. I liked the version of myself that existed when she was looking at me. He lifted his gaze to Elena. And when she eventually asked me, very directly, whether I intended to stay in that life I was building around her, I answered in ways that sounded sincere and meant nothing stable. The room was still. What happened? Elena asked. I was offered work in Paris. Better pay. Better rooms. Better excuses. I took it. I told myself nothing binding had been promised. I told myself she expected too much from ambiguity. I told myself many clever things that made cowardice sound like philosophy. The sentence rested heavily in the amber quiet. And the note? Elena asked. Adrian touched the envelope but did not open it yet. It arrived a week after I left. He slid the contents out carefully. First a photograph. Then a folded page. The photograph was black and white, worn soft at the edges. Elena looked at it without touching. A narrow street, wet cobblestones, 2 young people standing outside a doorway. Claire, presumably, though Elena had to infer it. Dark hair cut shorter than fashion demanded, one shoulder turned slightly as if she had just laughed. Beside her, a younger Adrian. Leaner. Less settled in the face. Hands in his coat pockets. Looking not at the camera but at Claire. The sight struck Elena in an unexpectedly intimate place. Not because he looked different. Because he didn't differ enough. The same inwardness. The same watchful reserve. The same dangerous gentleness around the mouth when his attention had fixed on someone he cared for. Who took it? She asked. A neighbor. And why keep it? He gave a brief humorless smile. To remind myself I wasn't always abstract. Elena looked at him sharply. He accepted that too. Then he unfolded the note. Read it, she said. He nodded once. The page crackled softly in his hands. Claire's handwriting was more impatient than the anonymous letters, slightly slanted, each line seeming to lean forward as though unwilling to waste time on elegance. Adrian read aloud. You have a gift for making departure sound temporary until distance proves otherwise. I don't think you mean to be cruel, which is almost worse, because it leaves me nowhere clean to place my anger. If you return, return honest. If not, let absence at least be clear. He stopped. The quiet after the words spread outward through the room. Rainwater slipped from the awning outside in the last occasional drops. A cart rattled far down the lane. Elena looked at the note, then at him. How many women have had to teach you the same lesson? She asked. His answer came without defense. Too many. What the letter revealed, she thought, was this. Not Marianne alone. Not one regretted history. A lineage of unfinished departures. A pattern named from more than one direction. The same wound described by different hands. Claire, you have a gift for making departures sound temporary until distance proves otherwise. Marianne, leaving before the full truth reaches another person is still a form of lying. The anonymous letter, you love a man who has learned how to be loved by omission. 3 variations. 1 structure. The realization moved through Elena with a calm almost colder than shock. Because repetition creates its own authority. No single bitter witness can define a person fully. But when separate histories begin to rhyme, you must listen. Adrian folded the note again and placed it back on the table. I should have remembered this before now, he said. No, Elena replied quietly. You remembered. You just didn't want to place it next to me. He looked at her. Yes. There was no point asking whether he felt ashamed. Shame saturated the room already. The more relevant question had become something else entirely. Do you understand what this reveals? She asked. His gaze stayed on hers. That I have repeated myself enough times that variation no longer excuses me. More than that. He waited. Elena looked at the note. At the photograph. At his hands now empty on his knees. It reveals, she said slowly, that the women you've hurt were not all imagining the same thing independently. They were responding to the same structure in you. The words landed with almost physical force. Adrian did not speak. Perhaps he had no defense left. Perhaps he knew defense would be offensive now. Perhaps he was simply letting the truth stand where it fell. Elena continued because once the sentence had begun, more followed. It reveals that your tenderness doesn't reassure me anymore by itself. His face changed, but he said nothing. It reveals that what felt intimate now also feels studied, even if unconsciously. That your way of making room, of being careful, of speaking softly and watching closely, may all be genuine. But they're also part of how you become loved before being fully known. At last he spoke. Yes. The quiet of that agreement was more devastating than objection would have been. Elena rose and crossed to the window. The florist outside had hung a string of paper-wrapped herbs to dry under the awning. Their silhouettes moved slightly in the damp air. The lane beyond was brighter now, almost evening. People passed with parcels, with umbrellas no longer needed, with the distracted expressions of those thinking of supper or home. Inside the shop, truth had become almost too clear in one way and still unbearably unresolved in another. Because yes, the mechanism was visible now. The letter had revealed the mechanism. But knowing the shape of danger does not immediately instruct the heart on what to do with it when the danger is also the person whose voice it still longs to hear. Behind her, Adrian remained seated. I don't know what to ask for, he said after a long time. Elena turned. That may be the first useful thing you've said all day. A faint shadow of pain passed through his face, but he nodded. I think asking for anything from you now risks making my fear your labor again. Yes. He looked down at his hands. Then I won't. The room settled around that vow. Was it admirable? Was it another retreat dressed as consideration? Elena could no longer tell quickly enough to trust the first interpretation offered by feeling. She returned slowly to the chair opposite him. The photograph and notes still lay between them. "What did you feel," she asked, "when you found these last night?" He answered after thinking, not because he wanted to craft the best version, Elena sensed, but because he was trying not to say less than he meant. "I felt disgusted by how familiar the language was." He glanced at the note. Not the exact words. The recognition. The fact that when I read Claire and thought of Marianne and then of the letter, there was no honest way left to imagine coincidence. Elena looked at him carefully. "Why bring it to me?" "Truly." He met her gaze. "Because if I kept only the parts of my past that made your warning singular, I would still be arranging what you know for my benefit." That answer, at least, she believed at once. He went on. "And because after the bridge, I understood that if I am ever to be different with you, it has to begin by making the pattern impossible to romanticize." The sentence struck her unexpectedly hard. Impossible to romanticize. Yes. That too was part of the letter's revelation. It had torn glamour from mystery. Changed reserve into mechanism. Changed pain into pattern. Changed romantic uncertainty into moral and emotional risk. But even now, sitting with the photograph and the old note and the living man who had carried both too long, Elena felt how dangerous romance remained. Not because she was naive. Because sorrow itself can become beautiful under the right light. Regret can look like depth. Self-knowledge can resemble transformation long before behavior proves it. "What do you want me to do with this?" she asked, indicating the note. "Whatever you need." "That isn't an answer." "No," he said quietly. "It's all I have that doesn't manipulate." Elena looked at him. Tired, she thought. He looks tired all the way through. That was not exoneration. Only fact. She reached for the photograph at last and lifted it carefully. Young Adrian looked as though he did not yet know how much repetition was possible in one life. Or perhaps he knew and mistook it for complexity. Claire's face, half turned toward him, held easy intelligence and impatience both. Elena could imagine her writing the note in one sitting, refusing to ornament hurt just because the recipient preferred well-made language. "Did you ever answer her?" Elena asked. "Eventually." "What did you say?" "Something technically remorseful and emotionally evasive." She almost smiled despite the heaviness of everything. "Consistent." "Painfully." She set the photograph down. "And Marianne?" "I wrote more honestly by then." "Too late, of course." "What did you tell her?" He was quiet. "That I had confused being loved with becoming worthy of it. That I knew I had left her to complete a truth I should have carried myself. That I had no request to make except that she one day be entirely free of whatever version of me she still needed to argue with in her mind." Elena absorbed that slowly. "Did she reply?" "Only once." "What did she say?" His eyes went briefly to the window, the bookshelves, anywhere but her. Then back. "You still think language can finish what action left broken?" The words seemed to alter the air itself. Elena sat very still. Of all the things she had heard in recent days, that sentence may have struck deepest. Because it did not merely accuse him. It accused what he was still doing, perhaps even now. Naming. Explaining. Understanding. Bringing notes and photographs and precise sorrow to the table in hopes that truth, because beautifully and fully spoken, might itself begin to stand in for repair. Language can finish what action left broken. No, Elena thought. It cannot. Not by itself. And the letter had revealed that too. Not only his pattern. His medium. He was a man who moved through consequence by speaking of it with accuracy after the fact. Not falsely. Not cheaply. But still after the fact. She was right, Elena said. Yes. The low acceptance of that answer almost hurt more than argument could have done. A customer tried the door, found it locked, peered in, saw Elena, and apologetically gestured at the sign. Elena lifted a hand to indicate they were closed for a little while. The customer nodded and moved on. The interruption was small but useful. It returned the room to itself. The shop. The books. The late light. The reality that time had passed and still they sat among old letters and new consequences. Elena drew a long breath. I think, she said slowly, that until now I kept imagining the letter as a threat to what I felt for you. But that's not exactly right. Adrian watched her without moving. It's more that it revealed the framework around my feelings. The conditions in which they grew. She looked down at the photograph again. It changed the lighting. That's all. But once the lighting changes, everything else does too. He nodded once. Yes. Don't agree so quickly, she said. It makes me feel as though you're standing outside this and admiring my analysis. A shadow of pain, and perhaps deservedness, crossed his face. I'm sorry. She rubbed one hand lightly over her forehead. No. I know. I just. She let the sentence fall apart and began again. I don't want to become the eloquent person in this story. I don't want to understand you beautifully and still be hurt exactly as predicted. That landed. He looked down. When he lifted his face again, something in it had changed. Not vanished into despair. Hardened maybe into a more difficult kind of humility. Then don't, he said. Elena stared at him. He continued quietly. Don't become eloquent about me if it keeps you here longer than your instincts want to stay. Don't make my sadness or my clarity into an aesthetic problem. Let it be practical if it needs to be. Let it be ugly. The force of those words surprised her. Ugly? Yes. His mouth tightened slightly. I suspect one reason I have survived myself for so long is that people, including me, keep making my flaws sound tragic when in daily life they are often banal. Delay. Withholding. Drift. Passivity disguised as thoughtfulness. Leaving decisions half-made until they become other people's pain. The room was very quiet. Elena realized then that the letter had revealed something else by forcing this series of conversations open. It had revealed the border between the beautiful story and the plain one. The beautiful story, a wounded man, complicated by history, trying slowly to become worthy of love. The plain one, a man who had repeatedly let women build futures around absences he privately felt and failed to name in time. Both were true. That was the horror of it. And also the only path toward any honesty at all. Elena leaned back in her chair and looked at him for a long time. Do you know what I haven't asked yet? She said. He waited. Whether you love me. Something in his face went still. Of course that was the unspoken center. Everything else circled it. The letter. The notes. The past. The danger. All of it mattered because feeling remained alive inside the wreckage. If it had died, the rest would be logistics. Adrian did not answer immediately. When he did, the words came low and plain. Yes. Elena's pulse changed. Not because she was surprised exactly. Because hearing it aloud under these conditions altered everything again. He did not say more. Did not say since when. Did not tell her what precisely he loved, which was wise because that might have become unbearable. Just yes. She looked away. Toward the nearest shelf where travel memoirs leaned against one another in faded blues and greens. Toward the little brass lamp glowing on the side table. Toward anything that was not the man whose past had become newly visible and whose present feeling remained the one thing she had never much doubted. What does that reveal? She asked softly, not sure whether she was speaking to him or to the room. Adrian answered anyway. Only that I have become more dangerous to you than I ever intended. Elena closed her eyes. There it was again. Not romance. Not safety. Danger named without spectacle because sincerity exists inside it. When she opened her eyes, she found that tears had gathered though none had yet fallen. She hated that. She hated more that he saw and did not move toward her. The restraint was kind. The restraint was also part of the language they now no longer trusted cleanly. After a moment she said, I need you to leave. He nodded at once. The speed of that obedience made her chest ache. Not because I want you gone forever, she said. I know. I don't know what I want forever. I know. She almost laughed at the repetition. Instead she stood. Adrian rose too. He put the note and photograph back into the envelope but did not take them. She noticed. Those are for you, he said. Elena frowned. Why? Because they belong with what the letter revealed. The sentence settled into her. Not with what he had told. With what the letter revealed. The distinction mattered. She nodded once. He took his coat. At the door he paused and turned back. The late light had softened to evening now. The shop glowed around them. Outside, the lane was wet and pale and beginning to darken again. I don't know what happens from here, he said. No. But I know this. He looked at her with a steadiness that contained no plea. Whatever else I have done badly, I don't want your future arranged by my unreadiness. The sentence moved through her quietly. Perhaps because it was the closest he had yet come to placing her reality above his desire to remain possible. Not fully. Not perfectly. But closer. Still, closeness was not proof. Elena held the envelope with Claire's note and photograph against her side. I'll see what the letter revealed when the room is empty again, she said. He inclined his head slightly. Then he left. The bell sounded once. The door closed. And Elena was alone with the books, the rain-washed light, the original letter, and now a second envelope that had widened the pattern rather than complicating it out of existence. She did not reopen the shop that evening. Instead she locked the door again, turned off the sign, and sat by the window until dark came fully down. She laid both envelopes on the table before her. One from the present, anonymous and neatly devastating. One from the past, accidental and equally clear. The first had opened the door. The second had shown the room beyond it was larger than one story. What the letter revealed, she understood at last, was not merely that Adrian had once hurt a woman he loved, nor even that he had done it more than once. It revealed that love was not the missing ingredient. Love had been present before. Tenderness had been present before. Regret had certainly been present before. What had been missing was timely courage. And that was far more frightening than the absence of feeling would have been. Because if feeling is real, then one cannot simply defend oneself by dismissing it. One must ask harder things. What does this person do before fear becomes action? What do they do when closeness asks for sequence instead of mood? Can they name the truth early, before someone else has to extract it with pain? The room darkened around her. Elena lit one lamp and watched the shadows gather between the shelves. Outside, Vesper Lane emptied gradually into evening. The florist closed. The tram bells became more distant. One by one the upper windows across the lane lit and softened. She reached for the original letter once more and placed it beside Claire's note. 3 voices now sounded in her mind. Claire. Marianne. The anonymous writer, whether Marianne or not. Different women. Different rooms. The same architecture. And then Adrian's voice beside them, not disproving, only confirming and mourning and perhaps finally trying to stop building his life through carefully delayed truth. Was that enough? No. Not yet. Was it nothing? Also no. Elena sat very still in the growing night and felt how exhausted her heart had become. Not broken. Not decided. Exhausted by complexity. At length she rose, turned off the final lamp, gathered both envelopes, and took them home. Rain had begun again by then, very lightly. The street shone under the lamps like dark silk. When she reached her apartment, she set the envelopes on the table beside the bed and stood for a long time without moving, still wearing her coat, listening to the weather. What the letter revealed would not fit into one conclusion. It had revealed him. It had revealed pattern. It had revealed mechanism. It had revealed that she was now part of a story already old when she entered it. And perhaps most painfully, it had revealed that the truth about his love was not that it was false. It was that real feeling had failed, before, to make him brave in time. That was the revelation she would carry into sleep. That was the knowledge that would settle beside her in the dark. That was the thing no romance could soften now. She undressed slowly, lit no second lamp, and climbed into bed. The rain whispered at the window. The envelopes remained visible in the dimness, pale shapes on the table. Elena lay awake for a long time, listening. Not for footsteps. Not for knocks. Not for rescue by clarity. Only for the quiet movement of thought as it rearranged itself around what had finally been revealed. And sometime deep in that listening, long before sleep, she understood that the next chapter would not be about discovery. It would be about choice. Chapter 8, The Truth About His Love. That night did not break into sleep so much as dissolve around her in exhausted intervals. Elena drifted in and out of a thin, unreliable rest while rain moved softly against the window and the 2 envelopes remained on the table beside the bed like pale witnesses refusing the mercy of darkness. Once, sometime after midnight, she opened her eyes and thought she had heard the sound of paper shifting, though of course nothing had moved. Another time she dreamed only of hands. Not faces, not cities, not words. Just hands placing letters on tables, opening doors, leaving gloves behind, turning away. By morning she felt less restored than rearranged. The rain had stopped sometime before dawn. In its place came a quiet so complete that the room seemed suspended outside time. Gray light gathered at the edges of the curtain. A cart rolled faintly somewhere below in the street. Then a second. Somewhere farther off a church bell marked the hour, and the sound passed through the pale morning like a line drawn slowly across glass. Elena lay still for a while, looking at the envelopes. The first letter had been a blade, though delicately sheathed. Claire's note had been something else. Not sharper, perhaps, but wider. It had transformed accusation into pattern, pattern into structure, structure into something impossible to dismiss as a single private wound enlarged by bitterness. It had revealed not merely the existence of a past, but the repetition of one. And beneath all of that, beneath Marianne, Claire, anonymous warning, admissions, notes, bridges, rain, there remained one truth more difficult than the rest because it refused to become either comfort or threat alone. He loved her. He had said so plainly. Not in the dramatic language of men trying to rescue a moment from consequence. Not with vows. Not with promises. Just yes. Elena turned onto her back and stared at the ceiling. That was the problem, she thought. Not whether he loved her. What that love meant in a man for whom feeling and failure had once coexisted more than once before. The truth about his love. That phrase had lived somewhere in the back of her mind since the letter first arrived, though only now did it begin to gather shape. At first she had imagined that truth would be scandal or absence, some hidden woman still present, some lie so central that everything would collapse cleanly once exposed. Instead, the truth had become subtler and therefore harder. His love might be entirely real, and still not enough to protect her from what he became when fear deepened. She rose at last and crossed to the table. The envelopes lay side by side. One from the present. One from the past. She touched neither immediately. Instead, she went to the kitchen and lit the stove beneath the kettle. The little blue flame steadied her somewhat. Morning rituals always did, though not by solving anything. Only by giving thought a handrail. She leaned against the counter while the water heated. Somewhere in the apartment below, someone was humming softly while moving furniture or perhaps sweeping. A chair scraped. A door opened and closed. Ordinary life resumed around her in harmless sounds. Elena closed her eyes. She thought of Adrian at the door of the shop the evening before, soaked lightly from rain, carrying Claire's old note like a second confession. She thought of the way he had not tried to claim that love would fix the pattern, only that he no longer wanted her future arranged by his unreadiness. It was a beautiful sentence. That was part of the danger. Beauty remained available to him even when speaking plainly of damage. Perhaps especially then. When the kettle began to sing, she poured the water slowly and watched steam rise. As she waited for the tea to steep, she tried to answer a simple question. What do I need to know now? Not about Lion. Not about Brussels. Not about who might have written the letter. About love. About what, exactly, Adrian meant when he said yes. Did he mean he loved her in the way he had once loved Marianne and failed her? Did he mean he loved her enough to stay? Did he even know the difference? Had anyone ever taught him that love is not proven by depth of feeling but by the courage to let feeling become form in time? Elena carried the tea to the table and sat down. The apartment still held that pale early light that makes all objects seem quieter than they are. The envelopes waited. She drew Claire's note toward her first, unfolded it, and read it again. You have a gift for making departure sound temporary until distance proves otherwise. I don't think you mean to be cruel, which is almost worse, because it leaves me nowhere clean to place my anger. If you return, return honest. If not, let absence at least be clear. Then Marianne's line, remembered rather than reread. Leaving before the full truth reaches another person is still a form of lying. And the anonymous letter. You love a man who has learned how to be loved by omission. 3 women, or perhaps 2 and 1 allied voice. 3 variations. But none of them claimed he did not feel. That mattered more now than before. Because if all of them had accused him of loving falsely, Elena might have found a place to stand. She could have defended herself with distrust. She could have reduced him in the privacy of her mind to performance and manipulation. Painful, yes, but navigable. Instead, the letters and Adrian's own confessions pointed towards something more difficult. He loved. He withheld. He left. He regretted. He understood too late. The tea had gone untouched. Elena pushed back her chair and went to dress. By the time she reached the bookshop, the city had brightened into one of those washed mornings after rain when even worn stone appears briefly renewed. Vesper Lane gleamed faintly. Shopkeepers opened shutters. Someone down the street was unloading wooden crates of apples. The florist had returned to his usual arrangement of pale chrysanthemums and late roses, though rain had browned the edges of some petals. Inside the bookshop, warmth rose slowly as Elena lit the lamps and opened the front windows a fraction to let in the sharp clean air. She worked through the first part of the morning with strange steadiness. Not peace. Not exactly even calm. More the narrowed functioning of someone who has realized that emotion can no longer remain in charge every minute or the day will not move at all. Customers came and went. A young man looking for a dictionary. A schoolteacher ordering 3 copies of a children's classic. An elderly woman who wanted something with winter in it, but not death. Elena found them books, made notes, wrapped purchases, smiled where required, listened where necessary. Yet beneath all that practical motion, her thoughts remained fixed in one direction. The truth about his love. Just before noon, when the shop fell briefly empty again, she did something she had not planned to do. She took out paper. Not the shop ledger this time, but a sheet of thick cream stationery she kept for personal letters and never used often enough. She uncapped her pen, sat behind the counter, and wrote at the top. What is love if it does not arrive in time? Then she stared at the words. The question had emerged from somewhere deeper than analysis. It startled her by its simplicity. She thought of Marianne waiting in a house with a green gate while dawn gave way to day and Adrian went elsewhere carrying explanations he had not yet spoken. She thought of Claire receiving a letter shaped like remorse and ambiguity after distance had already done its work. She thought of herself now, sitting in a bookshop with both envelopes stored beneath the counter and a man in the city who had said he loved her when there was no strategic advantage left in saying it. She wrote beneath the question. Feeling is not the same as timing. Timing is not the same as courage. Courage is not the same as love. And yet without courage, love becomes private and dangerous. She put the pen down. That, perhaps, was the truth beginning to form. His love was not false. It was private for too long. A bell sounded above the door. Elena looked up, pulse shifting before reason could intervene. But it was not Adrian. It was the old man in the wool hat again, returning for the biography he had pretended not to want yesterday. She served him, wrapped the book, accepted his coins, and watched him go. Her own reaction lingered after the door shut. Not relief. Not disappointment alone. Recognition. She was still listening for Adrian even while trying to think clearly about whether she should continue allowing him into the shape of her days. That, too, was truth. Shortly after 1 o'clock, she closed the shop for lunch earlier than usual and walked to the small cafe near the river where she and Adrian had once shared coffee and too much silence, both mistaking it then for serenity. She had not decided to go there because of him. She had decided to leave the shop, and the cafe simply happened to be near enough, ordinary enough, and familiar enough to require no thought. Still, as she took a seat by the window and ordered soup she did not much want, memory settled beside her almost at once. It had been late afternoon that day. The windows had steamed. The owner had called them "my scholarly pair" and brought extra sugar Elena had not asked for. Adrian had watched rain slide down the pane and said, "I think some people only understand themselves when reflected by weather." At the time she had laughed softly and asked, "And you?" He had replied, "I understand myself least in clear sunlight." She had thought it romantic then. Melancholy. Interesting. Now she sat in the same cafe, hands around a spoon cooling untouched in the bowl, and heard the sentence differently. Not as flirtation. Not as depth. As confession rendered elegant enough to survive. A woman at the next table was writing postcards in a quick, decisive hand. A man behind Elena asked for more bread. Somewhere near the kitchen, cups clinked and a radio murmured low music almost too faint to identify. Elena looked out toward the river. The water moved under a pale sky, carrying a dull silver light. Pedestrians crossed the bridge in coats and scarves, each enclosed in private thoughts, the city around them continuing its old indifferent mercy. She found herself imagining Adrian elsewhere in that same city. At work perhaps. Though what work exactly he had today she did not know. At home, if one could call it that. A room with books stacked on the floor, perhaps, a chair by a window, a box of old letters left open now on a table. Walking. Thinking. Waiting. Did he believe love would save him from pattern this time? Or had he finally understood that love was precisely what made pattern more expensive? She paid for the untouched soup and left before the owner could ask whether something was wrong. The afternoon carried her instead to the riverside path. Leaves, wet and dark from yesterday's rain, clung to the pavement along the bank. Boats moved slowly on the water, and their wakes slapped gently against the stone wall. The city sounded different here, less metallic, more open, as if the river absorbed sharpness and returned everything softened. Elena walked without hurry. It was here, under a line of bare trees and a washed white sky, that the truth about his love began to separate itself from the confusion around it. Not all at once. In pieces. First came memory. The first evening he had touched her hand not by accident but by decision. The patience in the gesture. The pause in which he allowed her to withdraw. The way he looked at her afterward, not triumphantly, not even hopefully, but with something closer to reverence and uncertainty both. Then another memory. The day she had been quieter than usual after receiving a letter from home. Adrian had noticed almost at once. He had not pressed. Instead, he had brought her tea from the cafe across the lane without asking how she took it. It had been exactly right. Then another. The evening he had arrived late, apologetic and shadowed, and stood in the doorway as though uncertain whether he had already used up his right to be welcomed. He had not tried to charm her out of irritation. Only said, "I know I am late. You don't owe me patience with it." She had found that impossible not to respect. And then, inevitably, a darker memory now seen under changed light. How much of that attentiveness was love? How much habit? How much guilt anticipated before any actual wrongdoing? The river moved beside her. A gull cried once overhead and drifted away. Elena slowed near the old iron bench where she and Adrian had once sat while a musician on the promenade played cello to almost no one. She had leaned back then, closing her eyes to listen, and when she opened them Adrian had been watching her with such open fondness that she had looked away first, almost smiling, almost shy. It had been one of the first moments she let herself believe he might already be lost to her in the same way she was becoming lost to him. She sat now on that same bench alone. The wood was cool through her skirt. She folded her hands in her lap and let the river pass before her. What if the truth about his love was not a single truth but several, layered over one another? What if he loved her sincerely? What if he had loved others sincerely? What if sincerity was only the beginning, not the proof? What if he had built his emotional life around the intensity of feeling because feeling was easier for him than sequence, clarity, and the early surrender of self-protective silence? Elena drew a breath and closed her eyes. Love that arrives late is still love. But the lateness changes what it can do. That was it. She opened her eyes again. The truth about his love was not that he lacked it. It was that love, for him, had too often remained inwardly vivid while outward action lagged behind fear. He felt deeply perhaps. That was not nothing. But because he believed feeling mattered so much, he had mistaken it before for a kind of moral promise already made. Meanwhile the people beside him were left to interpret what he had not yet said, to inhabit futures he had not yet chosen, to complete truths he privately sensed but had not brought fully into daylight. In other words, his love may have been real. Real enough to ache. Real enough to regret. Real enough to make him gentle. Real enough to write letters years later. Real enough to say yes to Elena in a room where saying yes offered him no advantage. But real love had not once yet, in the stories she knew, arrived in time to spare the woman who received it from confusion sharpened into hurt. She sat very still. The realization did not make her love him less in that moment. It made her understand why loving him now felt like standing on beautiful thin ice while still hearing water move beneath. A child ran past with a paper boat in his hand. His mother called after him not to lean too close to the river. Two old men argued about politics farther down the path. The city, indifferent and alive, continued around her. At some point she became aware that she was no longer alone on the bench. Not exactly beside her. Not close enough to have approached unnoticed if she had been less deep in thought. A woman, perhaps in her late 60s, had taken the far end, leaving an appropriate stretch of wood between them. She carried a string bag full of leeks and bread and seemed entirely occupied with adjusting her gloves. After a while the woman said, without looking at Elena, "That is a face made by either poetry or a disappointing man." Elena let out a startled breath that became a laugh despite herself. "Perhaps both." "Ah," the woman said. "Then the man thinks he is poetry." The accuracy of that, accidental though it was, made Elena laugh again, softer now. The woman turned to glance at her kindly. Forgive me. I am old and therefore lawless in small social matters. It's all right. The woman settled her bag more securely at her feet. My husband was once very handsome and very intelligent, which is often a catastrophic combination. He believed his emotions were gifts to others merely because he felt them sincerely. Elena became still. The woman continued in the calm tone of someone discussing weather. It took him years to understand that sincere feeling is only the weather inside a person. One must still build a house another can live in. The river moved. A boat bell sounded downstream. Elena stared ahead. That is very wise, she said after a moment. The woman shrugged with modesty and perhaps some old irony. It is very lived. She rose then, gathering her leeks and bread. I hope your poem becomes architecture, she said, and walked away before Elena could answer. Elena sat frozen on the bench for several seconds after she left. Then she laughed once under her breath, not because anything was amusing, but because sometimes the world places a sentence precisely where one cannot avoid hearing it. Sincere feeling is only the weather inside a person. One must still build a house another can live in. Yes. There it was again. The truth about his love. Love as weather. Beautiful. Real. Moving. Sometimes fierce. Sometimes tender. Entirely sincere perhaps. But weather alone does not shelter. Elena rose and began the walk back toward the bookshop with new steadiness in her step. Not peace. Not decision. But articulation. Something inchoate had finally found language, and language, while not enough to mend anything, could at least keep thought from drowning in feeling. The afternoon thinned into evening by the time she reached Vesper Lane again. The sky had begun to pale toward gold over the rooftops. The florist was sweeping rain-dark petals from the pavement. Inside the shop, the lamps would soon need lighting. She unlocked the door, entered, and immediately sensed the presence of something changed. At first she thought it was only the shifted quality of light. Then she saw it. A book lay on the counter. Not one of hers. Or rather, one from the shop, but not one she had left there that morning. A slim volume of Rilke's letters in translation, its worn blue cover unmistakable. Beneath it, half tucked under the front edge as though intentionally visible without announcing itself, was a folded note in Adrian's hand. Elena stopped. Her pulse rose. The door closed softly behind her. For a moment she did not move forward. He had been here. Not recently, perhaps. The room held no trace of warmth or fresh air disturbed by someone's entrance. But recently enough that the note remained the newest thing in the shop. She crossed to the counter slowly and lifted the book. The note beneath was brief. You once said books sometimes arrive for the version of us we have not reached yet. This belonged to that conversation and I found it after you closed. I did not stay. I am trying to learn the difference between offering something and waiting to be thanked for it. No signature. He did not need one. Elena looked at the volume. She remembered the conversation instantly. The evening after closing. The blue cover in his hands. His question about books written for moments not yet reached. She had forgotten the exact book. He had not. That should not have moved her as deeply as it did. She looked again at the note. I did not stay. I am trying to learn the difference between offering something and waiting to be thanked for it. It was such a restrained sentence. Self-aware, yes. Possibly performative in its awareness, if she were unkind enough to think so. And yet the book was here, not him. The gesture had been made without forcing encounter. That mattered. Elena stood in the amber quiet with the book in one hand and the note in the other. What was this? Love as weather? Love trying clumsily to become architecture? Another small beautiful act that would prove nothing except its own beauty? She set the note down and opened the book. Inside the front cover, on the blank page, Adrian had written only one line in pencil. I would rather be understood correctly than loved beautifully. She closed the book at once. The force of the sentence went through her almost physically. That, she thought, is either the truest thing he has ever given me or the most dangerous. Because it named exactly the border she had been trying to find all day. No more romance without structure. No more beauty in place of sequence. No more being moved by sincerity while remaining unprotected from its failures. Understood correctly. Not loved beautifully. The shop seemed suddenly too still. Elena lit the lamps with hands that were steadier than her breathing. Then she sat behind the counter, placed the book before her, and read the penciled line again. She found herself thinking not of Adrian first, but of the old woman by the river. Weather and house. Yes. If he meant this line, then perhaps he had finally begun to understand the distinction. But understanding remained only the beginning. What mattered next would be whether he could live inside that understanding without turning it too quickly into language and leaving action lagging behind as before. A customer came in and interrupted her thoughts. Then another. Evening business gathered briefly and she moved through it with ordinary competence, all the while aware of the blue volume waiting on the counter like an unanswered question. When at last she locked the door for the night and the shop settled into hush again, she took the book and Adrian's note into the reading corner. Outside, the sky had darkened to indigo. The lane held only scattered footsteps now. Somewhere near the square a violin was being played badly but earnestly. The sound reached her in fragments through the open upper window. Elena sat in Nora's usual chair and opened the Rilke volume. There were several places marked not with dog ears or scraps of paper, but by tiny penciled dots in the margins, Adrian's habitual quiet method of remembering what he meant to return to. She followed them one by one. Some lines were about solitude. Some about patience. Some about the long work of ripening into truth. Then, midway through, she found the passage he must have wanted her to see. He had not underlined it. Only marked the page. She read. For one human being to love another. That is perhaps the most difficult of all our tasks, the work for which all other work is but preparation. Elena closed her eyes. The passage itself was beautiful, of course. Perhaps too beautiful for this hour. Yet beneath the beauty there was also something stern in it. Love as work. Preparation. Difficulty. Not atmosphere. Not private feeling alone. The truth about his love, she realized, might also be that for the first time he had begun to understand love not as the intensity of what moved inside him, but as the task to which all of him must answer. Could she believe that yet? Not fully. Could she dismiss it? Not honestly. That was the fatigue of it all. Truth refused to line up in neat allegiance with either hope or warning. It kept arriving mixed. She took out paper then and began to write, not to Adrian, not yet, but for herself. The truth about his love may be this. He feels genuinely. He has felt genuinely before. Genuine feeling did not prevent harm. He is beginning to understand that love is not proved by feeling but by form. I do not know yet whether understanding will become form in time. That is what remains unknown. She stopped. Read the lines again. Then added. I am not afraid that he does not love me. I am afraid that he may love me truly and still fail to become reliable inside that truth. There. Plain. Unadorned. Terrible in its accuracy. She set the pen down and rested her hand over the page. The violin outside faltered, resumed, then gave up entirely. Night deepened around the shop. For a long while Elena sat there without moving, listening to the clock and the street and her own thoughts. At some point she rose, took the book, Adrian's note, and her own page of writing, and carried them home. In the apartment she lit the lamp, set everything on the table, and made fresh tea she barely tasted. Then, before caution could speak too loudly, she pulled out another sheet of paper and began a letter. Not long. Not sentimental. Not safe either. When she finished, she read it twice. Then folded it. She did not yet know whether she would give it to him tomorrow or leave it unsent for days. That uncertainty felt appropriate. The letter said, You told me once that some books belong to the versions of us we have not reached yet. Perhaps that is true of love too. I think I understand something now that I did not before. I do not doubt that what you feel is real. That is not the question that remains for me. The question is whether your love can arrive in time to become a place another person can stand, rather than only whether they must learn to interpret. You have been loved before. I believe that now. I also believe you have made women carry truths you should have brought into the room yourself. If there is anything possible from here, it will not be because your feelings persuade me. It will be because your actions become clear before I have to ask for them in pain. I am not punishing you with this. I am trying not to disappear inside understanding. Elena. She folded the letter and placed it beneath the blue Rilke volume. Then she stood by the window for a while, looking out at the city. The night was calm. No rain. Only damp light on pavement, lit windows, and the distant movement of people not yet ready to go home. She wondered where Adrian was. Whether he expected an answer. Whether he feared silence. Whether he stood somewhere similarly looking out and trying, perhaps for the first time in earnest, not to let feeling perform all the labor love required. The truth about his love, she thought again, was not that it lacked depth. It was that depth alone had once been all it knew how to offer. Now perhaps it was learning sequence. Responsibility. Presence before departure. Truth before extraction. Perhaps. The word remained. She went to bed carrying that word with her like a small stone in her hand. Perhaps he had changed. Perhaps he was changing. Perhaps the process had begun too late to protect the women before her and just early enough to make her future dangerously undecided. Sleep came more gently this time, though not quickly. When it did, she dreamed not of the green gate or the silver ring, but of a house half built beside a river. The walls were up but the roof remained open to weather. Inside stood Adrian, younger and older at once, holding nails in one hand and letters in the other, uncertain which to use first. Elena woke just before dawn with the image still vivid. She lay there in the pale blue room and understood, with a clarity so clean it almost hurt, that tomorrow she would have to decide whether to hand him the letter she had written. Not a final decision. Not yet. But a threshold. The truth about his love had been named now, at least to herself. The next truth would be whether he knew what to do with it once another person placed it plainly in his hands. And that, she sensed as the first birds began outside in the gray before sunrise, was where choice would finally begin to matter more than revelation. Chapter 9, The Choice She Feared. The morning arrived with a strange and careful brightness. Not the gold clarity of summer, nor the pale suspended light that follows heavy rain, but something in between. The sky over the city was washed with pearl and faint blue. The rooftops still held traces of dampness from the night before, and where early sun touched the stones of Vesper Lane, they shone as if polished by thought itself. Elena woke before the bells. For several seconds she lay still, not from sleepiness but from recognition. The first sensation was not memory exactly. It was awareness. The familiar awareness that something awaited her before she had even opened her eyes fully. Something folded. Something written. Something not yet given. She turned her head slightly. On the table beside the bed lay Adrian's blue book and the letter she had written beneath it the night before. Her own handwriting. Her own words. Nothing dramatic in them. Nothing theatrical. Only the clearest truth she had yet managed to shape. That was what frightened her. The choice she feared was not only whether to continue loving him. Love, inconveniently, had already continued. It did not wait for permission, and it had not left when warned. The choice was simpler and harder than that. Would she step forward into whatever remained possible between them, knowing now the structure of danger? Or would she step back before love and understanding together persuaded her to mistake clarity for safety? She lay on her back and watched the slowly brightening ceiling. The city outside was beginning to wake. A cart moved in the street below. A door opened somewhere in the building and shut again. Two voices passed on the pavement, low and brisk, carrying bread perhaps or gossip or both. The world had not paused. It never did. Elena sat up slowly. The blanket fell around her waist. She looked again at the folded letter. It seemed impossible that so much might hinge, not on the writing itself, but on whether she chose to place it in his hands. There had been a time, not many days ago though it now felt like another life, when the possibility of giving Adrian a letter would have seemed romantic. The kind of gesture novels reward. A confession. A turning point. Some delicate bridge built out of honesty and ink. Now it seemed less like romance than risk. Because letters are not neutral things. She knew that better than most by now. Letters could warn. Letters could accuse. Letters could arrive too late. Letters could tell the truth and still wound. Letters could become the place where one person deposits what they have not known how to say aloud. And this letter of hers, folded beneath his book, contained not softness but condition. Not promise but measure. She rose, crossed to the table, and picked it up. The paper felt cool from the morning air. For a moment she considered not opening it again. Let it remain what it was when she wrote it, clear and immediate, untouched by second thoughts. But second thoughts already lived inside her. The page would not change that. She unfolded it. The words remained as she remembered them. You told me once that some books belong to the versions of us we have not reached yet. Perhaps that is true of love too. I think I understand something now that I did not before. I do not doubt that what you feel is real. That is not the question that remains for me. The question is whether your love can arrive in time to become a place another person can stand, rather than only whether they must learn to interpret. You have been loved before. I believe that now. I also believe you have made women carry truths you should have brought into the room yourself. If there is anything possible from here, it will not be because your feelings persuade me. It will be because your actions become clear before I have to ask for them in pain. I am not punishing you with this. I am trying not to disappear inside understanding. Elena. She read it twice. Then once more. No line embarrassed her. No sentence felt dishonest. Nothing in it asked for more than she had the right to ask. And still she folded it with shaking fingers. Because the choice she feared was not whether the letter was true. It was whether truth, once handed over, would draw her further in. She dressed slowly and without thinking much about what she chose. A soft gray blouse. A dark skirt. Her brown coat with the deep pockets. Hair pinned back, then repinned looser when the first arrangement made her feel too severe. She moved through the rituals of mourning with a concentration that bordered on fragility. In the kitchen, she set the kettle on to boil. While it heated, she stood at the window and looked down. A flower seller was already arranging buckets beneath the awning across the lane from the tailor's shop. A boy ran past with a satchel bumping at his hip, too late for something and unconcerned about it. The sky had brightened further. Thin cloud drifted high above the rooftops, too pale to threaten rain. The city looked harmless. That was one of the oddest cruelties of private uncertainty. The world continued to appear ordinary while inwardly everything had changed its arrangement. When the kettle whistled, she poured tea and carried the cup to the table. She set it beside Adrian's blue book and her folded letter. On impulse, she opened the book again to the penciled line inside the front cover. I would rather be understood correctly than loved beautifully. The sentence still had the power to move through her in a way that felt almost physical. Understood correctly. That was the choice too, she realized. Not merely whether to leave or stay, but whether to insist that whatever happened between them next must exist in the plain light of correct understanding rather than the softened glow in which she had first fallen for him. No more mystery mistaken for depth. No more tenderness accepted as proof by itself. No more allowing the beauty of his self-knowledge to stand in place of the daily shape of change. The choice she feared was the choice to remain without illusion. Because leaving him might hurt cleanly. Staying without illusion would hurt slowly and require courage every day. She drank her tea while it cooled. Then she folded her letter once more, slipped it into an envelope without sealing it, and placed it inside the blue book. That seemed right. Not hidden. Not displayed. A truth inside another truth. By the time she reached the bookshop, the morning had sharpened into full day. The street was busier than usual. Delivery crates stood outside the grocer's. The florist's buckets spilled over with white asters and red late roses. The air smelled faintly of damp leaves, coffee, and cold iron from the tram line. Elena unlocked the door and stepped inside. The shop held its usual morning hush, though after these last days even that hush seemed to carry new meanings. She lit the lamps not because they were needed yet, but because their amber warmth made the room feel more inhabitable. Sunlight through the windows was still thin and colorless. She placed the blue book and her letter in the drawer beneath the counter. Then, after a moment, took them out again. Not there, she thought. Too hidden. She carried them instead to the little round table in the reading corner and set them there. The book rested in the center. The envelope tucked inside it invisibly. Nearby, the two mismatched armchairs waited beneath the lamp as though expecting a conversation of more ordinary proportions. She almost laughed at that. If only furniture could refuse. The first hours passed in a blur of small tasks. Invoices. Dusting. A shipment of remainders from a publisher. A stack of books to reshelve in poetry and another in history. 2 customers looking for gifts and unable to say for whom except someone difficult. Elena moved through it all with outward competence, inwardly listening to the ticking of time. Would he come? Would he stay away? Would he write instead? Would she be relieved by either? No answer arrived in advance. Near 11, Nora stopped by briefly on her way to work, all dark coat and quick eyes and the wind still clinging to her scarf. You look as though you're either about to make a wise choice or an expensive one, she said, setting a paper bag of pastries on the counter. Thank you for your confidence. I'm serious. I know. Nora leaned in and lowered her voice. Have you seen him? No. Do you expect to? Elena hesitated only a fraction. Yes. Nora noticed the hesitation anyway. She noticed everything that mattered. And do you want to? That is not becoming an easier question. Nora's expression softened. No. It usually doesn't. She glanced toward the reading corner, where the blue book lay on the table. Is that his? Yes. And is that ominous? Probably. Nora let out a breath that might have been a laugh if the circumstances were less serious. All right, she said. Then I'll only tell you one thing and go. Elena waited. Nora's gaze held hers steadily. Do not make your decision from fear alone. Not fear of losing him, and not fear of becoming one more woman who should have left sooner. Make it from the clearest version of yourself you can still hear. The words entered Elena quietly. She nodded. I'll try. Nora touched her hand once, warm and brief. Trying counts more than poetry, she said, and was gone again with the bells sounding softly behind her. The shop resumed its rhythm. Elena placed the pastries in the back room and forgot to eat them. By noon the sun had strengthened. Light fell more clearly across the front table and turned the dust in the air to faint bright particles. The lane outside looked almost cheerful. That felt indecent somehow. She had reached the point, she realized, where waiting itself had become its own kind of fatigue. Not dramatic. Not desperate. Simply wearing. She almost wished he would come if only to release the day from suspense. Then, when the bell above the door finally sounded a little after 1, her body answered before thought did. She looked up too quickly. It was Adrian. Of course it was. He stood just inside the doorway with the light behind him, one hand still on the handle as though uncertain whether he had crossed too far simply by entering. He wore a dark coat, open at the throat now, and looked less tired than he had in recent days, though not rested. More resolved perhaps. Or merely more carefully held together. Elena remained behind the counter. Neither smiled. The atmosphere of the room changed at once, the way it always had when he entered. But now she felt the mechanism of that change too. The gathered attentiveness. The subtle narrowing of space. The awareness of possibility itself moving closer. She was grateful for the clarity that prevented her from romanticizing the moment, and unhappy too, because even correctly understood, his presence still altered her pulse. "I wasn't sure whether to come today," he said. His voice was low, measured, almost formal. "You seem to say that often." "Yes. Do you ever know whether to come?" He accepted the edge in that. "Not with you anymore," he said. The honesty of it struck her. She gestured toward the reading corner. "Sit." He crossed the room slowly and sat in one of the armchairs. Elena joined him opposite, taking care to keep the little table between them. The blue book lay in the center like a deliberately placed third presence. Adrian saw it at once. His gaze moved from the book to Elena and back again. "I thought you might prefer to return it without seeing me," he said. "If that had been my preference, it would already be gone from the shop." "Yes." A silence settled. Not the soft, easy silence of their earlier months. Not even the tight silence of accusation. This one had weight and edges, but it was also strangely clean. Each of them knew now that the other understood too much for pretense. Adrian rested his hands lightly on his knees. "I've been trying," he said after a moment, "to decide what counts as speaking too soon and what counts as speaking late. I appear to have built my life by mistaking the second for the first." Elena looked at him. "That sounds true. It also sounds like the sort of sentence a man says when he's good at sounding regretful." "That is also true." A faint shadow of something passed through his face, not pain exactly, but acknowledgement that she would no longer allow truth to arrive without its companion truth beside it. He nodded. "Yes." The room held still around them. Outside, footsteps passed. A bicycle bell rang. Somewhere farther down the lane, someone laughed loudly enough for the sound to reach them and then fade. Elena placed one hand on the blue cover of the book. "I wrote something," she said. Adrian did not move, though all of his attention seemed to sharpen. "I thought you might," he said quietly. She almost asked how he knew. Instead she opened the book, withdrew the envelope, and laid it on the table between them. He looked at it, but did not reach for it. "You can read it now," she said. "Or take it with you. I don't particularly care which. But I need you to understand before you do that it isn't a confession, and it isn't forgiveness." His eyes rose to hers. "I understand." "Do you?" Enough to know not to answer that defensively. That was almost a smile from her, but not quite. He picked up the envelope carefully, as if some part of him believed paper could bruise. Then he paused. "Do you want me to read it here?" Elena considered. "Yes," she said. "I think I do." He nodded once. Very carefully he opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. The room seemed to quiet itself around the small sound of paper opening. Elena watched him read. This, she thought, must be one of the oddest forms of intimacy. Not touch. Not confession. Watching someone's face change under your truth. At the first lines his expression remained almost unreadable. Then, slowly, not more than a subtle deepening around the mouth and eyes. Not shock. Not offense. Something closer to recognition, sharpened by sorrow and attention. He read it through once. Then again. When he finished, he did not fold it immediately. He held the page in both hands and looked down at it for a long moment before lifting his gaze. There was no plea in his face. No charm. No attempt to rescue himself through immediate language. Elena was unexpectedly grateful for that. Finally he folded the letter with exact care and placed it on the table beside the book. "Yes," he said. "Only that." Elena frowned slightly. "Yes?" "Yes," he repeated, his voice low. "To almost all of it. And to the rest in ways I may still have to earn rather than claim." She had not expected the answer to move through her as strongly as it did. Not because it solved anything. Because it did not resist. "What about the part that isn't almost?" she asked. He looked at her steadily. "The part where you say you are not punishing me with it." He paused. "I know you aren't. But I think you may be protecting something in yourself more difficult than punishment." "What?" "The part that still wants me." The truth of that entered the room without softness and remained there. Elena held his gaze. "Yes," she said quietly. "I am." Adrian lowered his eyes briefly, as though the admission cost him more than accusation would have. When he looked up again, there was a strange new restraint in him. Not distance. Deliberateness. "That matters," he said. "It matters because it makes me vulnerable to being persuaded by feeling." "Yes." "And because feeling is the one area in which you seem least false." "Yes." She leaned back slightly in her chair. "That is the problem." "I know." He said it so simply that for a moment she wanted to shake him. Not from anger alone. From the maddening pain of speaking to someone who kept accepting the shape of the harm without thereby making it easier to trust him. Adrian must have sensed something like that, because he sat forward slightly and rested his forearms on his knees, his hands clasped loosely. "Elena," he said, "I don't think my love is proof of anything yet." The sentence made her go very still. He continued. "I know that's the part you fear most. Not whether I feel it. Whether I will let feeling become another private intensity that asks too much of the person near it." She said nothing. "That fear is justified," he said. "By what you know. By what I've shown. By what I failed to do before." The light in the shop had shifted again. Afternoon now. It moved across the floorboards in quiet gold bars and touched the spines of books along the far wall. Dust drifted in it lazily, indifferent to human dread. Elena folded her hands in her lap so he would not see them tighten. "If you know all that," she asked, "then what exactly are you asking from me now?" He was quiet before answering. "Not trust." "Good." "Not patience without reason." "Good." A faint, weary almost smile touched his mouth and vanished. "Not beauty either," he said softly. The line from the book seemed to hover in the air between them. "Then what?" He took a breath. "The opportunity to be clear before I am forgiven." The answer surprised her. Not because it was beautiful, though it was. Because it was oriented differently than she had feared. Not forgive me and I will try. Not believe me and I will become better worthy of it. But let me be clear first. Yet clarity itself, she knew now, could also be one of his talents. So she said, "Clear how?" He looked at her directly. By telling you what I would once have waited too long to say. The words moved through her like warning and relief at once. She waited. Adrian did not rush. I love you, he said. I have known that for some time, though I refused the word because I knew what else had to come into the room with it. I have also known, increasingly, that loving you while letting you continue to imagine me only as the version of myself most intact here would become a repetition, no matter how gentle I was while it happened. He paused, and when he spoke again there was less performance in him than she had perhaps ever heard. So I need to tell you plainly what I want, what I fear, and what I am capable of doing badly before any of it has a chance to become private weather again. The old woman by the river returned to Elena's mind so vividly that she almost turned to see whether she had somehow materialized between the fiction shelves. Weather and house. She remained silent. Adrian continued. What I want is not vague. That has to be said first. He drew a slow breath. I want a life with you. Not an atmosphere. Not a prolonged almost. Not some beautiful intermittent thing that lives in walks and books and unfinished honesty. I want mornings. Repetition. The terrible intimacy of being known over time. I want your ordinary moods and your difficult ones. I want to be expected and not merely welcomed. The force of that stunned her. Not because she had never suspected something like it. Because he had chosen at last to place it in sequence instead of leaving it implied. He was not finished. What I fear is that saying this now sounds like compensation for being late with everything else. She almost interrupted to say that yes, it did. But he went on before she could. And it may partly be that. But it is also true. I would rather place the truth in the room badly timed than let you continue making decisions in relation to me without knowing its full scale. Elena could not look away from him. What I do badly, he said, is withdraw into thought when action becomes irreversible. I become attentive. Tender. Careful. I mistake that for virtue while postponing the more frightening task of speaking concretely. I still feel the urge to do that. With you. Even now. Especially now. The room was so quiet she could hear the clock from behind the counter. I am telling you this because I do not want the version of me that is afraid to remain hidden behind how much I love you. The words entered her slowly. Perhaps because so much of what she had wanted was exactly this, the fear itself brought into the room early, before she had to infer it from atmosphere or extract it through pain. Still, wanting a thing and trusting it were not the same. What do you expect me to do with that? She asked. Nothing immediately, he said. And not on my terms. Elena looked down at the letter he had folded and set beside the book. The choice she feared stood between them now in its clearest form yet. She could step toward what he had named. A life. Mornings. Repetition. Ordinary intimacy. Or she could step back now, before language and sincerity and the very clarity she had demanded wove themselves into new attachment stronger than the old. She spoke more quietly than before. I am afraid that if I stay in this conversation too long, I will begin to reward you for understanding. And understanding is not yet what I need from you. That's fair. What I need is evidence that you can live differently before I become too invested in the vision of your living differently. Yes. And still, she said, if I leave now, I don't do it because I think you are lying. His face changed slightly then, the sorrow in it somehow gentler. I know. No, Elena said. I need you to hear the exact cruelty of this. I think you are telling me the truth. That is what makes the choice so difficult. Adrian lowered his gaze, then lifted it again. Yes, he said softly. That is the cruelty. A customer tried the door and found it locked. The handle rattled once. Both of them glanced up reflexively. The person outside peered in, saw them, and moved on with a small embarrassed shrug. The interruption broke the tension only briefly. When silence returned, it felt more intimate than before. Elena stood and crossed to the window. The lane outside had deepened into late afternoon. Gold had begun to gather on the upper windows across the street. The florist was carrying in buckets one by one. Someone was singing faintly in a second-floor room. The city looked almost painfully inhabitable. She rested one hand against the cool glass. Behind her, Adrian did not move. What would you have done, she asked without turning, if the letter had never come? The question had lingered for days and only now found its proper shape. He was silent long enough that she thought he might evade by truthfully saying he could not know. Instead he answered carefully. I think I would have told you eventually, he said. She closed her eyes briefly. Eventually. Yes. That word has become unbearable to me. I know. No, she turned then. You know it intellectually. But you do not know what it feels like to stand where I stand and hear that from a man who has already built 2 other women into the cost of eventually. The force of her words crossed the room like thrown glass. Adrian absorbed them without defense. His face tightened, but he did not look away. You're right, he said. Elena hated that his honesty still affected her like this. Hated more that some part of her was grateful for it. She came back to the chair but did not sit. Instead she stood by the table, one hand resting on its edge. The choice I feared, she said slowly, was always going to be between pain and pain. He watched her. If I leave you, she said, I lose something real, and I know I will grieve it because I do not think what passed between us was invented. If I stay, I risk becoming the woman who understood all the warning signs and still stood there while another version of this took shape. Adrian's expression changed again, something deeper than sorrow entering it now. Responsibility perhaps. Or the helplessness of being correctly seen in a way that offers no immediate defense. Elena, he said, if staying means simply waiting to see whether I fail you in the same way, then don't. She went still. He continued. I don't want you to live inside vigilance around me. That isn't love either. Then what are you proposing? He looked at her for a long moment. Something slower than what we were becoming. And more explicit. She stared. He spoke carefully, as though every word now required measured weight. I want the chance to continue knowing you. But not in the half-light we were in. Not as though affection itself is enough to carry meaning. I want you to ask what you need to ask. I want to answer without waiting for the ideal moment. I want us not to move forward through implication. He paused. And I want the right to be judged by whether I can sustain that over time, not by whether I speak movingly of it in one room. The clarity of this did not comfort her exactly. But it steadied something. Because this, at least, was house language rather than weather language. Slow. Explicit. Time-bound. Observable. Still she was not ready to trust relief. How is that different from remaining possible, she asked. It may not be, he said. Except that now I'm trying to define what possible would actually require of me instead of leaving the word beautiful and empty. Elena sat down at last. Her legs had begun to feel uncertain beneath her. For a little while neither spoke. The light shifted lower. The shop gathered evening in its corners. The book between them remained closed. Her folded letter lay beside it like a small pale judgment. Finally Elena said, "Do you know what I would have wanted before all this?" He looked at her. "I would have wanted to keep falling in love with you without needing to think so hard." A shadow crossed his face. "Yes," he said. "So would I." The softness of that answer nearly undid her. She looked away first. There had been a version of this story in which no letter came, no old note emerged, no names from Lyon or Brussels entered the room. In that version, perhaps she and Adrian continued toward each other under the protection of mystery. Perhaps they would have kissed by the river one cold evening and mistaken the ache of it for certainty. Perhaps they would have built tenderness faster than truth and called the imbalance romance until one day it was no longer possible to do so. That version was gone. This version remained. Harder. Less beautiful in the easy sense. Perhaps more honest. Perhaps more survivable. Or perhaps only a slower road to the same hurt. She lifted her gaze back to him. "I don't want declarations from you right now," she said. "No more today." He nodded immediately. "I understand. I don't want to talk about futures in a way that makes them feel like promises, because I don't know whether either of us has earned that room yet." "Yes. But I also don't want to pretend I feel less than I do simply to protect myself from seeming foolish." He held her gaze. "Thank you," he said quietly. The gratitude in his voice was so unadorned that she almost flinched from it. "For what?" "For telling me the truth without reducing yourself to caution." A long silence followed. The choice she feared remained, but something about it had changed. It no longer felt like a single dramatic threshold at which she must either shut the door forever or fling it wide. It had become, instead, a quieter and perhaps more frightening choice. To continue, but differently. To keep seeing him, but not in innocence. To demand sequence, clarity, and early truth where once she might have accepted mood and implication. To risk hope without allowing it to become blindness. That was not a romantic choice. It was a grown one. And perhaps for that reason it frightened her more. She became aware suddenly of how tired she was. Not exhausted physically, though that too. Tired in the way one becomes after several days of feeling at the highest register and then being asked, at last, to choose something practical. She let out a slow breath. "All right," she said. Adrian did not move, but every part of his attention fixed more completely. "All right how?" he asked. She almost smiled at the carefulness of that. "All right means this," she said. "I am not ending whatever this is today." A visible stillness passed through him. She raised a hand before he could speak. "That is not relief yet." "Listen." He nodded. "It means I am choosing not to walk away simply because I am afraid. But I am also not stepping back into what we were as though the last days have only deepened it romantically. They have changed it. You have changed it." "Yes." "So if you want to see me, you ask directly. If you are uncertain, you say so early. If there is history that still belongs in the room, it comes in before it can do more damage by waiting outside. And if I begin to feel that I am again being asked to interpret weather instead of live in a house, I will leave." The old woman's sentence moved through her as she spoke, now fully her own. Adrian did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was low and entirely steady. "Yes." She studied him. "That is all you have to say?" "It is not all," he said. "But it is the part that matters first." For some reason that made her trust the answer more than any longer speech might have. The light had lowered enough now that the lamps were again necessary. Elena rose to switch them on. The amber glow returned slowly across the shelves and walls, gathering the room around them into evening intimacy. When she sat again, Adrian looked at the book between them. "May I ask one thing?" he said. "You may ask." "Not now," he said. "Soon." "But not now. Will you let me take you to dinner in a few days, not as reconciliation and not as seduction, but simply because I want to sit across a table from you and speak in a room that does not belong to crisis?" The question startled her by its modesty. Dinner. Not a river walk full of dangerous atmosphere. Not twilight in the shop. Not music, rain, literature, bridge, confession. A table. A room. A meal. An ordinary human arrangement in which clarity might be tested. She thought about it. "Yes," she said at last. "In a few days." A quiet relief passed through him, though he kept it contained. "Thank you." "Do not thank me too much," she said. "It will begin to feel like I've granted parole." This time she did almost smile, and to her surprise something like humor moved through his face too. "I'll try to avoid criminal metaphors, then." Wise. The moment was small. Brief. But important precisely because it was not made of romance. Only tired two-sided humanity. A little wit surviving among wreckage. It eased something in her, though not enough to be called ease. Adrian looked down at her letter once more. "May I keep this?" Elena hesitated. Then nodded. "Yes." He folded it carefully and slipped it into the inner pocket of his coat. That act affected her more than she wanted to admit. The idea of her truth traveling with him now. Not as anonymous accusation. Not as old regret. As present condition. He stood then, and she did too. The room felt different than when he entered. Not lighter. Not settled. But more inhabitable perhaps, because what remained uncertain had at least been named with less distortion. At the door he paused. "Will you tell me something honestly before I go?" he asked. "That depends what it is." His hand rested on the brass latch. "Was today the last moment at which you were most likely to leave?" The question caught her off guard. She considered answering with deflection. Or with the simple truth that she didn't know. But he had asked honestly, and she had just built conditions out of exactly that demand. So she answered. "No," she said. "I think the last moment I was most likely to leave was before I understood the exact shape of what staying would require." He absorbed that slowly. "And now?" "Now I am more afraid of staying badly than of staying at all." Something changed in his face then. Not relief. Respect perhaps. Or sorrow sharpened by admiration. "Yes," he said quietly. "So am I." He opened the door. Evening air entered, cool and carrying the scent of flowers being packed away and distant supper smoke beginning somewhere up the lane. Adrian looked back once. No speech rose in him this time. Or none he trusted enough to offer. He inclined his head slightly and left. The bell rang. The door closed. The shop was hers again. Elena stood very still after he was gone. Then she crossed to the reading corner, sat down in the chair he had just vacated, and placed her hands flat on the arms as if to steady herself against whatever afterwave might come. It did come. Not as tears. Not as panic. As tremor. The body, denied crisis long enough, finally beginning to understand the scale of what had happened. She had made the choice she feared. Not fully toward him. Not fully away. Toward the difficult middle. Toward observation. Toward explicitness. Toward the risk of seeing whether love could become architecture before weather wore through the roof again. It was not a dramatic choice. There would be no single scene by which anyone else could judge whether she had been brave or foolish. That, perhaps, was the hardest part. Bravery in ordinary life rarely looks like the clean refusal or grand surrender people admire in stories. More often it looks like conditions. Boundaries. A slower yes that is not trust. A refusal to let tenderness outrun truth. The shop darkened gradually as evening took hold outside. Elena realized with a start that she had not eaten all day except half of one pastry Nora had left behind. She rose, found the paper bag in the back room, and ate standing by the sink while the kettle heated again. As she waited for tea, she replayed the conversation not to search for hidden danger but to mark its shape. He had said he wanted a life with her. That did not mean she believed in that life yet. He had said what he did badly. That did not mean the pattern was gone. He had proposed slowness, explicitness, judgment by sustained action rather than one-room eloquence. That did not mean he would succeed. But it meant the terms had changed. And she had agreed. Elena carried her tea to the front window and stood there watching the lane. The florist had closed. The grocer's light still burned. A man in a long coat crossed with newspapers under one arm. Two young women stopped beneath the lamp to compare gloves. Life continued in all directions, none of it aware that in this bookshop one woman had just chosen a future measured not by romance but by whether another person could learn to place truth early enough in the room. When she finally locked up for the night and walked home, the city felt altered by no visible sign and yet by everything inwardly. The sky was clear now. A few stars appeared above the darker roofs. The canal reflected lamps in long trembling gold lines. The air was cold enough that she tucked her hands into her coat pockets and walked quickly. On the bridge she paused. Of course she did. This place had become too bound up in recent days to pass without feeling its weight. The water below moved black and slow. A faint mist began to gather over it as evening cooled further. Somewhere downriver someone was playing accordion badly, though with feeling enough to make the music seem less ridiculous than it should have. Elena rested both hands on the stone and looked down. The choice she feared had been made not here but in the shop. Still, the bridge felt like witness. A few days ago she had stood here thinking that doubt and desire had become almost indistinguishable. Tonight they were still close, but not the same. Desire remained. Doubt remained. Yet between them now stood a thin, narrow structure of terms she had built with her own hands. Not trust. Not promise. Not innocence. Terms. She almost smiled at the plainness of it. Then, unexpectedly, sadness moved through her. For the version of herself that had wanted none of this. For the earlier sweetness that could no longer exist in ignorance. For Marianne. For Claire. Even for Adrian, who had apparently spent years becoming articulate about what had already cost too much. She stayed on the bridge until the cold reached through her coat. Then she went home. In the apartment she lit the lamp, removed her coat, and crossed instinctively to the table where the envelopes had so recently lived as the center of all thought. They were no longer there. One remained at the shop in memory. The other now lived in Adrian's pocket. The table looked strangely bare. Elena touched its surface lightly. Then she sat and took out a blank sheet of paper. Not because she needed to write. Because she wanted to mark the day somehow before sleep changed its edges. At the top she wrote, "Today I chose not to leave and not to pretend." Beneath that, after a long time, she added, "This may still hurt me. But if it does, let it not be because I agreed to confusion." She folded the page and placed it in the drawer beside her bed. Then she undressed, washed the day from her face and hands, and climbed beneath the blanket. The room was cool. The lamp low. The city outside quieter than before. Sleep did not come immediately. Her thoughts drifted from the shop to the bridge to the look on Adrian's face when she said yes to dinner in a few days. Not joy exactly. Something more restrained and therefore more affecting. A man trying not to turn gratitude into expectation. She wondered whether he sat somewhere now reading her letter again. Whether he understood that it was not severity for its own sake. Whether he had recognized, in the lines about weather and place, the old woman by the river whom Elena herself had never named aloud. Whether he felt frightened too by the form this new slowness required. She hoped so. Not because she wanted him to suffer. Because fear, properly placed, might yet teach timeliness where regret had not. The choice she feared, she thought as the room dimmed further and the first true drowsiness at last began to gather at the edges of her mind, was never really between him and know him. It was between loving beautifully and loving correctly. Correctly did not mean coldly. It did not mean without longing. It meant with sequence. With terms. With reality allowed to remain visible even in tenderness. Perhaps that was the only kind of choice worth fearing, because it was the only kind that asked a person to become wiser without becoming harder. At last she slept. And in sleep she did not dream of letters or gates or departures. She dreamed of a long table set for supper in an unfamiliar room. 2 candles. Ordinary plates. A loaf of bread still warm. Outside, weather moved at the windows, but inside the roof held. When she woke once in the deep part of night and saw the moon lying pale on the floorboards, she did not fully remember the dream. Only the feeling of shelter remained. She turned over and slept again. Morning, she knew dimly even in that half state, would bring the next step. Not revelation now. Not warning. Not even choice in the old sharp sense. Consequence. And consequence, unlike romance, would not be moved by how beautifully either of them felt. Chapter 10, What She Did Next. The days before dinner passed slowly enough that Elena could feel each one. That, in itself, told her something. There are forms of waiting that blur time because longing runs ahead and gathers the future too quickly. This was not that kind. This waiting had edges. It moved by mornings, by opening the shop, by customers and invoices and twilight and the folding away of each day. It did not race. It asked to be lived through consciously, which was perhaps the first sign that what she had chosen in the shop that evening was indeed different from what had come before. She did not see Adrian the next day. Nor the day after. True to what they had said, neither of them turned uncertainty into a stage on which they must perform yearning merely because it existed. There was no sudden appearance at the canal, no note delivered at dusk, no interruption disguised as tenderness. Instead there was space. Real space. And Elena found, to her surprise, that space did not diminish feeling. It clarified it. In the quiet created by his absence, she paid attention to herself. To whether relief entered where his presence did not. To whether dread eased. To whether she missed not only the atmosphere of him, but the actual man. The answer, inconveniently, was yes. She missed the man. Not every minute. Not in some fevered, novelistic torment. But in particular ways, at particular hours. When a customer asked for a book of poems and she remembered the first line he had once tried and failed to recall. When rain silvered the street at closing and she found herself listening, against instruction, for the bell above the door. When she reached for a thought worth sharing and had no immediate place to set it. But she also noticed something else. She did not miss confusion. She did not miss that early state in which his quietness had felt romantic simply because she did not yet understand its risks. She did not want to go back to being charmed by incompletion. She did not want again to live inside implication and call it intimacy. This recognition brought a hard kind of calm. Not comfort. Not certainty. But a narrowing toward truth. On the morning of the third day, Nora came by before work and, without preamble, asked, "Have you changed your mind?" Elena was rearranging the front display table by season rather than by genre, which was always a sign, according to Nora, that she was thinking too hard about her life. "No," Elena said. "That doesn't sound triumphant." "It isn't." Nora leaned against the counter and watched her turn a book face out, then turn it back. "How does it sound, then?" Elena considered. "Like I've decided to let reality continue." Nora gave a small, approving tilt of the head. "That sounds healthier than romance, which is how I know it's serious." Despite herself, Elena smiled. Nora's expression softened. "Are you afraid?" "Yes." "Good." Elena looked up. "Good." "Yes." Nora crossed her arms. "Fear is useful when it sharpens rather than governs." "You aren't walking toward him asleep anymore." "No." "And are you still walking toward him?" The question settled between them. Elena rested both hands on the edge of the display table and looked out toward the window, where morning light was just beginning to find the wet stone of the lane. "Yes," she said after a moment. "But not as before." Nora nodded. "That may be the only chance this has." She reached for a book without really seeing it, turned it over, then set it down again. "What do you think happens now?" Nora asked. Elena let out a slow breath. "I think now I see whether he knows how to arrive before I have to go looking for him inside his silence. And if he doesn't? Then I leave." Nora studied her face carefully, as though testing the strength of that answer. At length she said, "All right." That was how the days were. Small, practical, quietly waited. Elena opened the shop. She closed it. She ate badly one evening and well the next. She slept enough to dream again, but not always enough to wake rested. She thought of Adrian less constantly than before, which did not mean she cared less. It meant feeling had settled into a lower, deeper register. Not weather now. Current. On the afternoon before the dinner, a note arrived. Not slipped under the door this time. Handed over properly by a courier boy with red ears and an expression of deep importance. The envelope bore only her name in Adrian's hand. Inside was a single page. Tomorrow, 7 o'clock, if it still feels right to you. The small dining room above the hotel on St. Aldrin's. No music. Good bread. Bad wallpaper. I chose it because conversation there has nowhere to hide. If it no longer feels right, send no answer and I will understand. Adrian. Elena read it twice. Then once more. No flourish. No pressure. No plea to please. No unnecessary sentiment smuggled inside practical information. Conversation there has nowhere to hide. She folded the note again and placed it in the drawer beneath the counter. Then, after standing still for a long moment, she took it back out and put it in her coat pocket instead. At 6:30 the following evening, she stood in front of her wardrobe with a black dress in one hand and a dark blue one in the other and felt briefly absurd. Not because the choice mattered little. Because it mattered too much in the way all simple things matter when one is trying to appear composed inside uncertainty. The black dress looked too deliberate. Too much like armor. The blue one softened her more than she wanted. In the end she chose the blue. It was plain, long-sleeved, and cut cleanly enough to make her feel neither exposed nor concealed. She left her hair down after pinning it up twice and disliking what formality did to her face. She wore the earrings her mother had once given her, small silver drops, because some part of her needed the quiet companionship of something older than this story. Before leaving, she stood by the table and looked at her reflection in the dark window. Not beautiful, she thought. Not tragic. Only serious. That would have to be enough. The city had gone cold again by evening. A wind moved sharply along the streets and gathered leaves in corners. Lamps were lit early. By the time Elena reached St. Aldrin's, the upper windows of the hotel glowed amber above the street, and the brass sign by the door reflected the passing lanterns and carriage lights in fractured little glimmers. The small dining room upstairs was exactly as Adrian had described it. Good bread. Bad wallpaper. The wallpaper was patterned with faded vines and birds that looked, from some angles, almost melancholy. The room itself was narrow but warm, lit by shaded lamps and 2 candles on each table. No music played. The floorboards creaked gently under careful shoes. A waiter with white hair and no visible impatience led her to a table near the back, partly tucked beside a window curtained in heavy green fabric. Adrian was already there. He stood when she approached. Not dramatically. Not too quickly. Just enough. He wore a charcoal coat he had already removed and hung over the back of his chair. Beneath it, a dark jacket and plain white shirt, no tie. He looked, Elena thought at once, as though he had chosen not to dress for effect. That mattered to her more than she expected. "Thank you for coming," he said. His voice was low enough that only she could hear it. You chose the wallpaper honestly, she replied. A flicker of something almost warm crossed his face. I felt transparency was important. The waiter pulled out her chair. Elena sat. Adrian did the same. For a moment neither reached for the menu. The candle between them was small and steady. Its light changed his face without softening it too much. That was one mercy of the room. There was beauty in it, yes, but not enough to turn everything into atmosphere. The tables were close enough together that voices remained intimate but could not become theatrical without embarrassment. This was a wise choice, Elena said, glancing around. The room? The room. It discourages seduction by architecture. He nodded slightly. That was the hope. They opened the menus then, more for the pause than from indecision. Elena barely saw the words at first. Soup. Trout. Roasted roots. Wine by the bottle and by the glass. She chose a simple meal and tea after, Adrian, the same except for wine. When the waiter withdrew, the table became theirs again. For a little while they spoke of almost nothing. The street below. The hotel's age. Whether the wallpaper had once been considered tasteful by a generation now gone. A bookseller Adrian had met years ago in Vienna who believed all restaurants should be judged by bread and silence. It was not false conversation. It was necessary easing. Elena realized after several minutes that this, too, was part of the test. Could they sit in a room together after all that had happened and not be devoured at once by the subject of themselves? Could ordinary exchange still breathe between them? The answer, to her quiet relief, was yes. Not fully naturally. Not as before. But yes. When the bread came, still warm, Adrian broke a piece and set it on her plate before doing the same for himself. The gesture was simple. Almost old-fashioned. Entirely unforced. Elena looked at the bread and then at him. You remember that I never do it myself, she said. You always forget the basket exists if you're thinking. That sounds accusatory. It's observational. She almost smiled. There it was again. The dangerous ease. Not gone. Just changed. Now she could feel both the tenderness and the caution in the same moment. She no longer mistook one for the other. By the time the soup arrived, they had both relaxed enough to look directly at each other without every glance feeling like an event. Adrian waited until the waiter had gone before speaking more seriously. I've spent the last few days trying not to plan what to say tonight, he said. Planning has too often been a way of arranging honesty into something flattering. Elena lifted her spoon, then set it down again. That sounds right. Yes. So what are you doing instead? He considered. Trying to answer only what is actually in the room. The candlelight moved slightly as the waiter passed another table, stirring air. All right, Elena said. Then answer this. He waited. What has changed in you, she asked, other than your understanding of your own pattern? The question did not seem to surprise him. Perhaps he had known it was waiting. He folded his hands lightly on the tablecloth and thought for a long moment before speaking. When I was younger, he said, I thought conflict meant I had chosen wrongly. That if love became difficult or required me to reveal uncertainty before I had resolved it internally, then something had gone wrong at the level of the relationship itself. So I delayed. I waited to be clearer, better, more certain. But delay has consequences of its own. I know that now, not abstractly but as fact. He paused. What has changed is that I no longer think my confusion is private simply because it begins inside me. If I am uncertain in ways that affect another person's future, the uncertainty belongs in the room before I know how to resolve it. Elena listened carefully. This was not the language of revelation only. It was the language of sequence. Of timing. That mattered. She asked, and if putting it in the room causes loss? His gaze did not leave hers. Then the loss is honest. The answer entered her quietly and remained there. The waiter came to clear the soup. Neither of them had eaten much. When the plates were gone and the room settled again, Elena looked out the window for a moment. The glass reflected them faintly against the dark street beyond. Two figures at a candlelit table. Close enough, from a distance, to resemble any pair at the beginning of something. No one watching would have guessed that what sat between them was not romance alone but history, warning, structure, and the work of trying not to repeat an old design. What about me? She asked. Adrian's expression changed slightly. What about you? What has changed in how you see me? He did not answer immediately. Then, very softly, less has changed than should have changed long before. She frowned faintly. That sounds evasive. It isn't meant to be. He looked down at the table for a brief second, then back at her. I have always seen you as someone I could love very deeply. That has not changed. What has changed is that I no longer allow myself the selfishness of admiring your understanding without accounting for what that understanding costs you. The force of that took her by surprise. She had not expected him to place the burden there. Not on his fear, nor on his longing, but on the cost to her of being perceptive enough to stay. He went on. I think, before, some part of me was relieved by how intelligent you are. How intuitively you read people. It allowed me to hope you might understand me into honesty rather than require honesty before you offered understanding. Elena stared at him. Yes, she said after a moment. That is selfish. He nodded. Yes. The waiter returned with the main course. Plates were set down. Glasses adjusted. Wine poured for Adrian. Steam rose from the food. The interruption felt almost merciful. Elena took a bite of roasted carrot to steady herself. It tasted sweet and earthy and entirely of the season. She was suddenly grateful for the fact that hunger still existed in her. That the body still demanded ordinary things even while the heart tried to live at unsustainable heights. For a while they ate in relative quiet. Not uncomfortable. Not easy either. Then Adrian said, May I ask you something? Yes. What made you choose not to leave? Elena looked at him over the candle. There were many possible answers. Because she loved him. Because fear alone did not seem wise enough. Because she was not convinced that leaving would protect her from grief anyway. Because reality, once named properly, had not become cleaner but had become livable in a different way. She chose the truest. Because I believed you, she said. The words changed his face at once. Not relief. Almost pain. She continued before he could mistake them. That is not simple praise. It made everything harder. I know. I believe that what you feel is real. And I believe that your understanding of your failures is real. If either of those had seemed false, I could have left more easily. But because I believed them, I had to decide whether reality was enough reason to stay and see what you would do next. Adrian looked down at his plate. Then back at her. And now? Now I am still deciding. He accepted that. They ate a little more. At the far table a couple in their 60s were sharing a bottle of wine and arguing gently about trains in Italy. Their voices rose and fell in affectionate disagreement. The sound grounded Elena unexpectedly. There was something profoundly calming in the existence of ordinary long companionship nearby, so unperformed, so unconcerned with whether anyone found it beautiful. She wondered if Adrian noticed them too. Perhaps he did, because after a while he said, "When I said I wanted a life with you, I wasn't trying to rescue the moment. I know. I mean something very unglamorous by it." That almost made her laugh. "Go on." He looked briefly toward the older couple, then back to her. "I mean choosing curtains badly and living with them for years because neither of us can agree on better ones. I mean knowing how you look when you've slept badly and how I sound when I'm pretending I haven't. I mean arguing about whether the windows should stay open in winter. I mean being witnessed into ordinariness." Elena set down her fork. The tenderness of that image moved through her more deeply than any grand declaration could have. Because it was not weather. It was house. But she had learned enough not to surrender too quickly to being moved. "So you imagine this easily," she said. "No," Adrian replied. "That's the point. I don't imagine it easily. I imagine it with fear. Which is how I know it's no longer fantasy. Fantasy never frightened me properly." That answer held her still. They sat in quiet again. Then Elena said, "I need to know something else." "Yes. If, at some point soon, you became afraid again in the old way, if some part of you wanted to retreat into thought and gentleness and delay, what would you do?" Adrian's jaw tightened slightly. Not defensively. With the recognition that the question had reached where it needed to. "I would tell you before I understood it fully," he said. She waited. He continued. "I would say I'm withdrawing and I don't yet know why, instead of waiting until I could narrate it beautifully. I would let the uglier, less processed truth into the room." Elena looked at him very carefully. "Would you?" "I don't know with certainty," he said. "But I know that if I fail to do that, then everything I've said to you becomes only another version of regret arriving on time to describe itself and too late to help." The honesty of his uncertainty steadied her more than certainty would have. Because yes. That was the truest answer. No one knows fully who they will be before the feared moment arrives. One can only know what one now understands to be required. By the time dessert was offered, both declined. Neither wanted sweetness. The waiter brought tea for Elena and, unasked, another glass of water for Adrian. The room had grown quieter. One of the couples had left. The wallpaper looked no less unfortunate under deeper candlelight, but perhaps slightly kinder. Elena wrapped both hands around the teacup and watched the steam rise. "What are you thinking?" Adrian asked. "That this room was a good idea." He gave a small nod. "Yes. And that if we had met here first, before the bookshop and the river and the mystery, I'm not sure I would have fallen in love with you." The words were not cruel. They arrived with more softness than she expected. Adrian absorbed them without flinching. "No," he said. "Probably not. Does that trouble you?" He thought about it. Yes. And no. Why no? Because perhaps being loved correctly should trouble the parts of us that were too easy to love beautifully. The sentence settled over the table like another small candle being lit. Elena felt her throat tighten unexpectedly. There it was again. Not poetry in place of truth. But truth still carrying beauty, because sometimes truth simply does. She looked down at her tea. The surface trembled faintly in the cup. After a long pause she asked, "What did you do with Marianne's ring before you sold it?" The question seemed to surprise him, not because it was forbidden, but because it came from an angle he had not expected. He answered slowly. "I kept it in a drawer for 3 weeks. And looked at it?" "Yes." "What did you think?" He was quiet for so long she thought he might refuse. Then he said, "That I had become the sort of man who could love the future symbolized by an object more easily than the daily honesty required to live inside it." Elena closed her eyes briefly. "And now?" He looked at her. "Now I think objects are merciful. They keep shape more easily than people do." She smiled sadly. "That sounds like something someone who restores old things would say. Perhaps Marianne taught me more than I admitted. Perhaps. The finality of endings always comes quietly in restaurants. A bill appears. Chairs scrape. Coats are fetched. Candles burn lower. No gong sounds. No narrator announces the conclusion of the evening. It simply gathers itself into practical necessity. When the bill came, Adrian paid without argument and Elena let him. Not because she wanted the gesture, but because refusing it would have made money symbolic in a way both of them were too tired to manage. They descended the narrow stairs side by side. Outside, the city had gone fully into night. Cold air met them at once. The lamps along St. Aldrin's threw long clean pools of light on the pavement. The wind had dropped. Overhead, the sky was unexpectedly clear. For a moment they stood beneath the awning, neither yet choosing a direction. "Will you walk with me a little?" Elena asked. "Yes." They turned toward the river. The streets were quieter at this hour. A few late shop windows glowed. Somewhere someone was closing shutters. The smell of chimney smoke drifted from a side lane. Their footsteps sounded distinct on the stones, but not loud. They did not walk arm in arm. They did not touch. And yet something about the silence between them had changed again. No longer the silence of not knowing. No longer the silence of revelation. This was the silence of two people who had, for one evening at least, managed to inhabit truth without drowning in it. At the corner by the old clockmaker's shop, Elena said, "I'm still angry, you know." "I know." "And still afraid." "Yes." "And still." She stopped. Adrian turned his head slightly toward her. "Still what?" Elena looked ahead at the river, its black surface already catching the first broken reflections of the bridge lamps. "Still in love with you," she said. The words entered the night so quietly they might almost have passed for breath. Adrian did not stop walking. Neither did she. For several steps they simply moved together under the lamps, the admission traveling beside them like something delicate and irreversible. Then he said, not triumphantly, not even gladly, but with a kind of solemn tenderness that hurt her chest, "Thank you for not making me pretend not to hear that." They reached the bridge. Of course they did. Every story that had become theirs in these weeks seemed eventually to find its way back to water and stone and reflected light. They stood by the railing side by side. Below, the canal moved dark and slow, holding the lamps in long shaken lines. The city beyond seemed farther away than it was. Elena folded her hands over the cold stone. "This is the part," she said after a moment, "where in another kind of story one of us would kiss the other and call it resolution." Adrian let out a breath that might have been a quiet laugh. "Yes. And would that be a mistake?" He considered. "Not because the desire would be false. No. But because it might let feeling appear to solve what only time can." Elena turned to look at him. "And yet you want to?" It was not a question. He met her gaze. "Yes." The simplicity of it passed through her. She looked back at the water. "So do I." Neither moved. The wanting lived there honestly now, not denied, not obeyed. That felt, strangely, more intimate than if either had crossed the distance. After a long while Adrian said, "May I tell you one thing before we say good night?" "You may." "When I first met you," he said, "I thought your steadiness would be restful. I was wrong. It has been much more difficult than that." Elena glanced at him. "In what way?" "It has made me want to become visible where I would once have preferred to remain charmingly incomplete." The night seemed to gather more closely around them. "That's almost a compliment," she said. "It's entirely one." She smiled then, not because anything had become easy, but because the sentence was true in a way that asked nothing from her except recognition. They stood together a few minutes more, until the cold reached through their coats and made lingering impractical. At the mouth of her street, Adrian stopped. "This is where I leave you," he said. "Yes." They faced each other under the lamp. No one else was nearby. A shutter closed somewhere above them. A cat moved along the far wall and vanished into shadow. Elena could feel every separate beat of her own heart. This, she thought, is another choice. Small. Perhaps invisible to anyone else. And still a choice. She stepped closer. Not all the way. Enough that he could see, if he did not already, that distance now existed by mutual decision rather than uncertainty. "Thank you for tonight," she said. "Thank you for coming." He hesitated. Then, very slowly, he held out his hand. Not toward her face. Not toward her waist. Only his hand. A human gesture. Old and formal and, in this moment, devastatingly careful. Elena looked at it for one suspended second. Then she placed her hand in his. His fingers closed around hers with a tenderness that did not try to become anything more. Warm. Steady. Real. They stood like that only briefly. Then he lifted her hand, not to his lips, not in theater, only slightly, as though acknowledging the fact of it mattered. When he released her, the absence of his touch felt clean rather than sharp. "Good night, Elena." "Good night, Adrian." He turned and walked away. She watched until he reached the far end of the street and disappeared into the larger dark of the city. Only then did she climb the stairs to her apartment. Inside, she did not light the lamp immediately. Moonlight through the window was enough to move by at first. She set down her gloves, her key, her scarf. She stood in the center of the room and let the evening settle inside her. What she did next would matter, she knew, not because it would be dramatic, but because endings and beginnings alike are often shaped by the first ordinary act that follows revelation. At last she lit the lamp. The room warmed into visibility. She went to the table, took out paper, and began to write. Not to Adrian, not to Marianne, not to anyone who would read it. To herself, so that the next days and weeks and months, whatever they became, would not blur the truth of this one. She wrote. Tonight I saw that love can remain real without being allowed to rule by itself. I saw that wanting is not trust, and that trust, if it comes, will come slowly and by evidence. I saw that he can speak plainly when he chooses to, and that plainness does not erase what came before. I saw that I am still capable of tenderness without surrendering judgment. This is what I do next. I continue, but awake. I ask early. I leave if truth begins to lag behind feeling again. I do not confuse his progress with my duty to wait forever for it. I let love be real, but not sovereign. She stopped there. Read it once. Then folded the page and placed it in the drawer with the note she had written days before. After that, she undressed slowly and washed the smell of the restaurant and the city from her skin. She brushed out her hair. She drank a glass of water standing by the window. Outside, the lane was nearly empty. One lamp flickered slightly in the wind and steadied again. She thought then, not for the first time, of Marianne. Of Claire. Of the anonymous writer, whether Marianne or not. What would they think of what she had chosen? Would they call her foolish? Would they call her brave? Would they simply recognize, with weary clarity, that every woman reaches her own threshold in her own hour and must choose from inside the exact shape of love she is living, not the one warned about from outside? Elena did not know. What she did know was this. She had not chosen him blindly. She had not chosen illusion. She had not chosen to become another silent witness to her own confusion. She had chosen attention. Perhaps that would save her. Perhaps not. But if pain came now, it would not be because she had mistaken the weather for the house. That mattered. When she lay down at last, sleep did not avoid her. The room was cool and still. The moon had shifted higher, laying a pale shape across the floorboards. Somewhere in the distance a church bell sounded once and was gone. Elena turned onto her side and closed her eyes. For the first time in many nights, her mind did not race immediately toward letter, note, ring, gate, departure. Those things remained part of the story and always would. But they no longer sat at its absolute center. The center, she realized as sleep approached, had changed. Not to certainty. Not to romance. To practice. What she did next was not one single act. It was this. She would keep living. She would keep seeing him. She would ask for the truth before silence could shape it. She would pay attention not to eloquence but to sequence. She would not vanish inside understanding. And if, over time, he proved capable of building the house his love had never before arrived in time to build, then perhaps something enduring might grow there. If not, she would leave with her eyes open. That was the ending. Not a wedding. Not a collapse. Not a kiss in the rain resolving every previous fracture. Only two people standing at the difficult beginning of a more honest kind of love, with no guarantee except clarity and no shelter except what they might yet learn to make. In the morning the city would wake again. The bookshop would open. The bells above the door would ring for customers. The florist would set out pale chrysanthemums and red late roses. Bread would be sold. Tea would be poured. Books would be opened. Night would return. Days would pass. And somewhere inside those days, slowly, without spectacle, the true answer would reveal itself. Not in letters. Not in weather. Not in the beauty of feeling alone. In what was done next. Elena slept. And in sleep she dreamed of the small dining room with the terrible wallpaper, only this time the wallpaper had been stripped away. Beneath it, the walls were plain plaster, unfinished but sound. Sunlight came through the window. A table stood in the middle of the room. No candles. No performance. Just morning. Bread. 2 cups. A hand reaching, not to take, but to remain. When she woke, dawn had only just begun. She lay still for a moment, listening to the first birds and the distant rolling start of the city. Then she smiled, not because everything was solved, but because she understood at last that a conclusion need not close a story to be true. Sometimes the truest conclusion is simply this. She opened the letter. Everything changed. And after all the warnings, confessions, doubt, and fear, she chose to go forward awake. That was what she did next. And that, perhaps, was love's most honest form. The end.